I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Bom dia, and welcome once again to the COP30 studio here at in Belém. Sorry, we are delighted to have you with us again this day, and we're in the diplomatic zone of the climate meeting. So, Nick.
Yeah, this is our fourth day of broadcasting live here from Belém. It's been fascinating. It's also been fascinating as an operation, as a TV crew, also for the TV stations around as well, like CNN next door. Maybe what the people can't hear in the background is there is an air conditioning unit behind us, which now I'm convinced I know where the engines went when they dismantled Concorde. I think they're actually here firing 80 decibels into our studio. So it's quite challenging, but we know that the people are working very hard here on the climate deal that will come next week sometime.
Indeed. And also the heat is sort of picking up, not just the heat in the studios and the venues here, the pavilions, but also the heat in the negotiations. So Nick, what can you tell us about what's been happening so far?
So it's very interesting. The issue of oil and gas, the issue of the phase out of oil and gas continues to be a very important part of the discussions here, and quite rightly too. I mean, oil countries like Nigeria and Colombia are both hosting Beyond Oil events today, Beyond Oil events hosted by the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. So far, Brazil, the UK, Germany, France, Denmark, Colombia, and Kenya have signaled support for a roadmap on how to phase out fossil fuels, which all countries agreed on in COP28 in Dubai. And certainly at this COP30, the Brazilian government has been signaling loud and clear that phasing down and out fossil fuels is all hot air without national roadmaps on how to do it. So I think people need to be aware of this. This is the discussion. Will there be an agreement that there need to be national roadmaps for phasing out fossil fuels at the end of this 2 weeks here in Belém?
That's indeed very positive news you're bringing up here, Nick. So, and also another good thing that's happening here at our studio and also in general is the Science Pavilion. The Planetary Science Pavilion is here for the first time, mandated by the COP presidency, and we are indeed working with the team at the pavilion. And we have the scientists here in our studio regularly, and also we of course push for our Make Science Great Again campaign here at COP. So if you'd like to help us with our mission to strengthen the scientific community and to protect them, and also to amplify their message, of course, you can go just scan the QR code and you will end up on our webpage where you could support the campaign in various ways. And you can also join the Bucket Challenge. This is a really cool challenge, and we're going to see a film about it, and that will let you know what it's all about. So let the film roll.
Hello. How are you guys? Welcome. Have a great day.
Hola everybody from COP30 Amazonia.
Science is the overall view that we need to share in order to take the best decisions
all. I think science is important because it's one form of truth.
Today, as we stand in the world's largest rainforest, Amazonia in Belém, it is predicted by 2100 all the rainforests will be gone. Science is the key to solve this dispute.
I want to pass this off to Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City.
I pass the cup to the finance negotiators at the COP30.
I think we all, not just me, need to pass the cap to Mother Nature.
¿A quién le podemos dar el gorro?
We also need a change in values to be able to do what the science is showing us that we have to do. What is a good life? What is happiness? What is it to be rich?
Science is important because decision making has to be based on data.
The best method that we have so far to make the best decisions.
Science is important because it helps us to develop new technologies, solve problems.
If I can find a leader who is brave enough to wear the cap, I'm happy to give it to that person.
As well, the fascinating Laudatio Si session with a 40-meter-long blue ribbon, which was brought through the corridors to our studio by some really lovely people. Okay, it's now my pleasure to welcome on stage Ingmar Rentzhog, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Ingmar, we talk a lot about biodiversity and conservation in these sessions, which seems like a good fit since we're in the Amazon, one of the biodiversity hotspots of the world. Is there any news from COP30 in this matter with biodiversity?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's easy to understand both why we need nature and what we need to do when you're actually in the middle of the rainforest. I hope that one day we will have a COP in the Arctic as well to see the ice melting. But I think both of this is very welcome, actually, even if it was quite a hassle to travel here. I would like to just give some initial slides to talk about setting the stage a little bit. This graph is something I've shown previous days. It's really showing the kind of schizophrenic leadership for Brazil. The deforestation, I mean, we need the forest for biodiversity. Here we actually see the curves going in the right direction, but it's happening on the same time we see oil going in the wrong direction. And this is not only happening here in Brazil, it's happening in many places. I mean, most oil countries, they want to expand their oil to make more money, and they're not against the environment, but they don't want to end oil. They just want to have the cake and eat it. But if we focus on the deforestation, I mean, this is great progress for Brazil. We should acknowledge that, but it's also way too little, because if we look at the broader macro picture, we actually see that Brazil is the worst country on the planet regarding how their forests are decreasing. Some countries like China are actually growing the forest. That's really good. You also see Russia there. But Brazil is really a bad example here. So just making we can't just decrease the deforestation. We need it to stop, and we need it to become nature positive and start growing again. And I have a last graph I want to share, and that's actually a hopeful graph in one way. It's happening a lot of things in nature policy, where we now see a decrease of emission from land use. So we're actually moving in the right direction, but the overall emission is growing. We're actually increasing emission this year with plus 1%. It's a new study. And if we would just have been flat with oil, we would have seen a decrease of emission because of what we do in nature. No one of those curves are doing enough, but we really need them to start going down at least. So that's my main message here. We need to get off oil.
Just to come out, I mean, there is some possibility that this could end as a very important year, certainly in respect to China, in terms of its emissions starting to not only flatline, but also maybe starting to head down. So we have to wait to the end of the year, right? So it is a bit of a mixed picture. You're absolutely right. We have to get off oil and gas. But, yeah, there are some good signs as well, Ingmar.
There's, I mean, as you saw there, the emission from land use are going down. If you mention China, for example, they are growing the forest, and they are actually decreasing their overall emissions. So there's good signs, it's bad signs, but this is a cup of the truth, and I think it's important to talk about the truth.
Yeah.
And yesterday we had the pleasure.
I was going to come to that. Yesterday you did an interview with Andreas Eriksson, the Climate and Environment Minister of Norway, and then in the evening you were at dinner with the Colombian Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development, Lina Estrada.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between the policies of these two oil countries, Norway and Colombia?
It's a big difference. One difference, Colombia is not a super rich country. They don't have enough, they don't have that surplus of money. Norway, on the other hand, they have so much money. And they are acting very differently. Norway, they reasoning that, I mean, they want to, I mean, I talked to the climate minister, he's sincere, he wants to, you know, that we are going to handle the climate crisis, but he believes that it's just to capture the carbon when we burn the oil and everything is solved. And we don't really see that tech scaling. It's a tech that will be great if it's actually applied, but we don't really see it in the world. I hope he will prove me wrong, that Norway will be the first country that will capture more carbon when they are selling oil, but I'm quite skeptic there. But it's interesting to hear their arguments actually. But if you, the same day I talked to the Colombian minister, and she's very clear. They just put in law no more oil extraction in Amazon. They will host a fossil fuel phase-out summit in April next year. They've actually invited Norway. The Norway minister said he's planning to come, and thinking of it at least. And I hope that conference will take the discussion we have here and move it forward with the countries that have oil that really needs to have a plan to phase it out. Because of course it's very hard for one oil country to do it alone. We need to have an OPEC for fossil fuel phase-out, not for a higher oil price.
And do you think Norway thinks a little bit like Saudi Arabia, that they can be like, you know, hold on for a long time because there might be a low-cost producer? Is that the thinking?
I will say that there's a lot of similarities between Saudi Arabia and Norway when it comes to climate policy. Both are doing a lot of things in the green tech sector. Saudi Arabia is investing most in green tech of all countries on this planet. Norway is doing fantastic in electric vehicle and all that. They're also paying a lot of money to fight deforestation in Amazon, etc. But both are not, I don't agree with both of those countries because they think we have time. They think we have time to extract the last barrel of oil, and we can change when the oil has run out. They know they need to change then, but that's too late. And the same thing with the argument for carbon capture. Yes, we need carbon capture, but we need to fix that first. Before we are drilling more oil. We can't drill more oil and wait for a magic technology to scale that is not scalable yet. But with that said, I believe that we need to fix carbon removal, but we need to do it first. And when we have that tech scalable, affordable, I'm all for drilling so much oil, but I don't think it will be profitable to pay for drilling oil and pay for capturing it when we have the energy from the sun. We need to dig in died dinosaurs that have captured the sunlight millions of years ago. We have the future technology to capture the sunlight today and store it with energy storage that are scaling so much faster than those magic carbon removal technology.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you, Ingmar. Let's move on.
Thank you.
The next phase of our show here. Let's talk a little bit first. Climate change does heat up the planet. It doesn't just change weather patterns or fuel extreme weather events or harm the economy. It also threatens and destroys biodiversity, upon which we all depend. Think about food. Think about food on your table every day. The plants, animals and organisms make up the globe's biodiversity are important everywhere, but in a small handful of countries, biodiversity is unbelievably rich. Brazil, the host of COP30, being one of those nations, dubbed a mega biodiverse hotspot. If we are to hand over a healthy, functioning planet to the next generations, we need to step up conservation efforts while working with rather than against nature. By doing this, perhaps our best ally against climate change now and over decades and centuries to come. Indeed, the architects of the Paris Climate Agreement made clear that hitting net zero by 2050 needed far-reaching policies, actions and technologies, but without conserving and restoring nature, our collective efforts would fall short of the 2050 net zero target. We are calling this part of today's science briefing From Conserving Seeds to Regen Agriculture, Climate and Nature. First, we will hear about the achievements so far, a Millennium Seed Bank Partnership, the longest conservation effort of its kind in the world that has just celebrated its 25th anniversary. And we are delighted to welcome with us Professor Alexandra Antonelli, Executive Director of Science at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew in the UK. And we're going to welcome him to the stage. He's with us already. You see that, that's already happened. Can I say Professor Antoinette, or do I say Alexandra, or say Alex?
Just call me Alex, that's perfect.
Great, Alex. Before we have a chat, we're going to see a very short video starring actress Kate Blanchett, an ambassador for the Royal Botanic Gardens, about the seed bank. Can we just roll that film, please, of Kate Blanchett?
The building that you see behind me is the most biodiverse place on our planet. It's Kew's Millennium Seed Bank, the largest wild seed bank in the world. It's a hidden gem, tucked away in the heart of the British countryside here in Essex. I'm Kate Blanchett and I am Wakehurst's ambassador, and I would love you to join me as I explore the seed bank's vital mission, a brand new podcast, Unearthed, the Need for Seeds. I'll be meeting scientists, experts and researchers from across the globe to discuss how their work seeds is securing the future of our planet. Unearthed, the Need Seeds will delve into the origins of the remarkable book, discover how it's already helping to protect the seeds of the crops that feed our world. I'll get hands dirty alongside Wake scientists as we collect seeds to be stored in the Millennium Seed Bank. And looking to the future, we will explore pioneering new ways of bringing seeds to life and the way in which scientists are working hand in hand with our partners from across the globe. Find and follow Unearthed, the Need for Seeds wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss an episode.
So, Alex, it looks like Kate Blanchett is actually quite passionate about the Millennium Seed Bank Partnership.
Indeed, she is. Thanks so much for having me here, Nick. It's a great pleasure to be here talking about the incredible act that we have for the world, but also for us, a big subject of pride.
Yeah. So it's interesting, it's a seed bank, it's a collection of seeds, right? And in the 9th century, Europeans all around were collecting things and bringing them back to their country. But it's a very different form of collection, isn't it? What is the purpose of the seed bank, and how is it going, Alex?
Yes, so in a sense, it's a collection of seeds. It's a collection that we've got together with partners around the world over the last 25 plus years. And not only actions, the most important collection of wild plants now contains about 2.5 billion seeds.
Billion?
Yes, more than 40,000 different plant species, which is about twice as many species we have in the whole of Europe. But it's about 10% of the world flora. And it's an insurance policy really against extinction and some species which are trying to save in nature but may no longer exist feature. We may have them in a seed bank. So that's the original purpose, at least.
So it's 5 years on, and marked its sort of anniversary. What is the future looking like? Is it about collecting more seeds? Is it about research on the seeds that are there? And maybe be an example of maybe where it's been used to help nature, to give something back, something that's been lost, perhaps. But yeah, we'll plan for the next 25 years first.
Sure. It is a really exciting time now because we're looking back into our accomplishment for this time period. We're also very excited about seeing, what are the best solutions we can make to the world in tackling the challenge of climate change, biodiversity loss, in food security and insecurity. So we know that seeds are alive, can be used and germinate because we do a lot of tests. It's a very high quality, well-tested protocol. So we basically dry the seeds at 10 degree, 15% humidity. We put them in those minus 20 degrees volts. So we know that we can get them back to life and we can utilize them. What we're thinking here is exactly, so how do we utilize those seeds for tackling those big challenges? And it is going to be more seeds, but very strategically. So we're focusing now on increasing on species that are threatened, have very important economic importance, cultural importance, those that are narrow distributed, and measuring success not only by how many seeds and species we put to the banks, but how many we utilize. So we have 3 objectives looking forward. The first one continuing to be to prevent plant extinctions, and we do know that we have already several species in the seed banks which are probably no longer native in the wild. You can't find them anywhere. The second one being how to use those species to restore ecosystems. And now that we're trying to find climate change, we absolutely have to bring those species back. An example I'd like to give you is that some of you may remember the terrible fires that affected Australia some years ago, the wildfires that swept over big chunks of land. And many species were disappearing because of that, and very hard to find for our Australian colleagues. But we happen to have many of those seeds in our seed banks. So what we did was to send back some of those collections of several different species, which both helped create healthy populations of those species which had been affected by fire, but also to restore some of those affected ecosystems. And you never know, Nick, when you put seeds in the seed bank, when they're going to need them. So it's not something that only happens in the future. We know climate change is here now, and therefore it's really important to have that insurance policy. But the third one is about how to create nature-based solutions to climate change, food security. And here there's some really good opportunities, I think, to look at where are the biggest alternatives, I think, to some of the most common crops that we're consuming today. It's very interesting to notice that we, as humans, eat basically only 3 plants. More than 40% of our calories come from 3 grasses, wheat, rice, and maize. So we're essentially eating just like cows. So we absolutely need to diversify food systems. We know that there are more than 7,000 plant species which are edible and used locally as crops, and therefore we like to use our seed bank together with our partners in many different countries to provide more climate resilient alternatives to common crops. So those three are the main areas of research and implementation moving forward.
So I suppose there's 2 ways of looking at it. The wild seeds that you collect can be brought back, and also you can increase potentially the biodiversity, say, of agricultural food crops. But also, I presume that scientists are looking at the seeds to look closely at the DNA and the genetics to see, could some of these be adapted scientifically into the future to deal with perhaps new conditions that might be on planet Earth? It's kind of a double thing, maybe, yeah?
Absolutely, and that's also an area where we're trying to understand a bit better how much genetic diversity do we actually have, and what should we have in the future, because it's not only about the amazing diversity that exists out in nature for giving us food and source of fiber or building material, but it's also about the variation that exists within species, which is absolutely crucial, as you say, Nick, to really make sure that those species will survive in the future. So, for instance, if you eat apples of different varieties, that's because there are genetic variations there, and that's the same for any species, really, where some species are going to be much better adapted locally, even though, from the same species you can get species with seeds which will no longer be viable. And we have seen that in our gardens, for instance. We have now a very vast collection of living trees at Kew Gardens in London, but many of them are threatened by the droughts and increasing temperatures. So we think that we may lose by the end of the century a very large proportion of our living treescapes, and therefore it's now the moment to use some of those seeds to trial what are the future urban trees for ourselves, but also for other cities in the UK and elsewhere.
Tell me, I mean, you're working at Kew Gardens, you're the chief scientist there, which is a really incredible position, but you're also a professor at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, and you're also Brazilian, which is great, because here you are in Belém, on the edge of the Amazon, and you have this project called the, is it Arasa project? How does it fit together?
Well, a very complementary basis. So basically at KU have now more than 600 science staff, about 900 scientists taking together talks, PhDs. So it's a big team working in more than 100 countries, all with one ultimate mission, which is to stand and protect plants and fungi, to tackle some of those big challenges for humanity, for our planet as well. My position as a professor really allows me to understand what's going on in terms of the scientific advances, allow us to stop and increase the impact of the work we do. And also I've been somewhat frustrated with scientists where, I think the limitation to whom I can propose others to follow advice, and I kind of wanted to take some things in my own hands into my home country. And really, I had seen as child and seen those amazing rainforests in the eastern part of Brazil here in front of my eyes. So therefore, I set up this nonprofit Brazilian Renovation, which is now trying to protect, restore, hands-on this amazing system, which there is less than about 8% left.
That's the Atlantic rainforest, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everyone knows about the Amazon. Yeah. The Atlantic forest is the least of the Amazon. It's about one-third of the size, but it's much more degraded, and it's one of the most biodiverse places on Earth, but also the most threatened.
Mm. Yeah, we were looking at graphs just earlier at the deforestation rates in Brazil, and of course they shot up under Bolsonaro, and then Lula helped bring back the rate of deforestation back down again, which is great. But actually we need sort of zero deforestation. It's not just the rates, isn't it? We need to even further down the road.
Absolutely. So at the same time as it's great to be celebrating increasing the rate, so speed for which we are cutting down the forest, of course we have to stop doing that, because there is already enough land, greater land on which we can grow our food, we can our cities, so there's nearly no excuse to continue deforesting. And you're right, it's still known, the Amazon, all tropical rainforests in the world, in the Congo Basin, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, we saw last year a record of 6.7 million hectares being lost, both due to people cutting down the forest, basically deforestation, also the action fires that most of them human-made, which are accelerated drought and climate change. So it's an absolutely unsustainable level of deforestation, and we absolutely have to curb.
Okay, let's stay with us here. So we've got two further guests, and I think that's a good link actually between, because a lot of that change in the Amazon is happening as a result of agriculture, and agriculture is absolutely clearly needed. 8 billion people to 10 billion by 2050, but we need to do it in the right way. Let's stay with us, Alex, and these two guests will be coming in seconds. I think we have a bump up. So we're very delighted. I think Alex is very delighted too as well. They've got two further guests with here today. We've got Katie Weitraub. If I pronounce your name completely mangled, British person always does, then please correct me straight away. She's the Brazil lead for She Changes Climate. And joining us is Andrzej Wączkowski. Okay. That sounds a bit Polish.
It is half Polish, half German.
Half Polish, half German, okay. And he's the executive director of the Instituto Belterra. Okay. Katie, look, let's kick off with you first. Tell what is She Changes Climate, and what do you do as the Brazil lead for that?
So I'm very happy to be here today. So I'm the Brazil lead for She Changes Climate, and She Changes Climate is an international organization movement that promotes women's leadership in all levels of climate action. So whether it's COP delegates, or women in local government, or in the business sector, or women on the front lines, women farmers, promoting gender equality in all aspects. And essentially, we believe that women are not just victims of climate change, though they are often more vulnerable to climate change, not because they're inherently more vulnerable, but because the society that we built makes women vulnerable. But that women are actually some most key protagonists, solution holders, and that if we don't have gender equality, we will not be able to reach the climate goals that we're trying to reach. So this year, we've been doing a mapping of nature-based solutions led by women across all the biomes in Brazil. So I've had the pleasure to really learn and research and understand what's being done and what's special about leadership. On top of that, I want to say I also am the head of partnerships at Sinaldo Valley, which is a center for ecosystem restoration in the Atlantic rainforest in Rio de Janeiro. I've been for 10 years, and we are a center where we prototype and pilot nature-based solutions in the Guanabara region, and we teach, replicate, scale them throughout the biome. So I kind of have a mix of these worlds.
Okay, good background. And some of the work is obviously interfacing maybe a little bit with what Alex doing the Acasi.
Artis.
Oh, there we go. Artis project. Oh, Portuguese. So, but are you close? Are you neighbors in operations, or are they somewhere else in the
Atlantic? Not too far apart. And we were talking this yesterday, so we visit each other's sites.
Ah, you've already met. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we met today.
Oh, Andre, so let's come to you. Tell us, what is the Instituto Belterra?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me here. Instituto Belterra is part of a group who comprises the Institute and the business side. I'll mention briefly about the business side. So Belterra implements agroforestry system on degraded areas with a commercial approach. So Belterra rents the land from owners that have not been using land, or that have a very degraded, they are not able to use any longer, and it transforms that land to a productive system. We call it productive restoration because we actually help them build forests where there's previously degraded land, and this forest produces many useful things like fruits and seeds, for example. Instituto Belterra works on all those aspects that Terra Institute can't work commercially, and perhaps two most importantly. The first one is working with indigenous communities, traditional communities, and very small farmers. So far that have half an hectare up to 5 hectares of land. Belterra cannot operate commercially with them, so Instituto Belterra operates a philanthropic model to transform degraded land where indigenous communities or smallholders live into productive farms. And we also do the very ecosystem for restoration in Brazil, for productive restoration in Brazil, trying to understand what are the main bottlenecks and how we create some sort of collective action in order to address this bottleneck and allow the ecosystem to grow as fast as it needs to grow in order to achieve our 12 million hectares of restoration by 2030.
So this is in Brazil, and are you anywhere in the Atlantic rainforest, or somewhere else in Brazil?
Mostly in the Amazon. Perhaps thirds of our operations are in the Amazon. We also have a large operation in the Atlantic rainforest in Bahia, and small operations in the semi-arid region.
So I see there's a kind of connection here because, I mean, in many ways, I think we mentioned earlier, it is the pressure of agriculture that probably is largely defining many of the changes in nature around the world. Has been for some time, is maybe accelerating in many places. But there are alternatives, aren't there? I mean, you're mentioning alternative. There are alternatives to this, more sustainable forms of agriculture. Talk a little bit about that, Alex. You see that?
Nick, I think just interestingly, food production agriculture is the #1 driver of biodiversity loss on land in the oceans. It produces about a third of all greenhouse gas emissions, and it's also a huge contributor to pollution. So people cry that the United Nations has died as this planetary crisis. So it's a big problem, but we can see it as a solution, because if we are able to turn it around in a way that's more sustainable, we can also tackle all those elements at the same time. And it is also good that there are alternatives. You know, sometimes there are problems which we don't have a good alternative for. When it comes to, asking people to eat less, you can ask them to eat more plants and fungi, and that's a really great protein-based source of proteins and the other nutrient-rich food which derive from plants which are sustainable, adapted, and I think there's some really good approaches there. And of course, it would be great to hear Andres as well.
So I mean, there's two interesting features there. There's agriculture itself, but then there's a meat side of the story as well. If we were a little less, I mean, I haven't eaten since 2012 after being taken to an abattoir in Kenya. Cured me of eating meat, so maybe we should organise bus trips to abattoirs. People can see what goes on. They might go, oh, I'll just go for a plant-based diet then. But regenerative agriculture has really come forward, hasn't it, as an idea? And it used to be in the past there was this polarisation, the intensive agriculture lobby of the big companies and the chemicals. Then on the other side, the organic side fighting its cause. But some people seem to have settled a bit more into maybe complex polarized worlds can somehow live together a little bit through the lens of regenerative agriculture. Is that correct, think? What are your thoughts here?
Yes, I think we're in the early stages of a transition curve. There are many obstacles still to overcome. Perhaps one of them is that typically regenerative agriculture is much more complex to do than traditional agriculture. There are still a lot of things we don't know about that and particularly how to do it in scale. So we've been very successful in those regenerative agriculture in smaller pots. But when we're talking about farms that, for example, for soy, that are as big as 100,000 hectares, we still have some technical challenges in order to do that. But perhaps most of all, I think it's a problem of culture. People still believe hard that it is more difficult, that it is more risky to do. Farmers tend to be very risk adverse. So I think what we've been trying to do is to demonstrate that it's very possible to do it, that it is profitable to do, so others will come on board and the movement can really take off.
And if I can just add to I think what's saying about complexity is our financial system isn't built at necessarily to that diversity, that complexity. And so you're transitioning to regenerative agriculture. Often it takes a few years to be able to reach that new point, is active, where it's lucrative, but as farmers not necessarily are they are risk averse and also don't have the financial means to take that risk, because in 2-3 years you're actually have to go down a bit in production to be or to up. We need to have a financial system that actually give the loans and support that. So it doesn't be the farmer always taking the risk. I mean, the whole society needs to share in that risk. The stakeholders, the businesses, financial services. So I think we have built up a higher system that allows us to make that transition.
Yeah, if I can just add this as well, the date in the scientific community has around we should have like big protected areas, land spare versus land sparing, and I think some of this is deeply rooted in terms of a culture, but the scientific evidence is overwhelmingly clear that we need large protected areas because many of the most threat species only occur in those areas, and there's a lot of edge of space. You need to have, cohesive area where species can have healthy populations of species. In the case of the Atlantic forest, about 52% of all the trees that are endemic to the Atlantic forest are threatened by extinction, for instance. But that said, there are million hectares of degraded land in which we can really grow our food more sustainably. And I think it's only about the workforce need to work with agroforest, but it's also about the opportunities that this can create, and also the learning and working to get to towards active action and change, which will enable people to have a more sustainable use of land. So I think there's some real opportunities. I think we can back some really interesting biodiversity events and also carbon restoration by work out of agroforestry. And I think the question is always the scale and how do we do this in a way that's inclusive and it's aligned with the objectives of the landowners and custodians of land in owners as well.
So it's always been with these large-scale challenges that there always were certain organizations whose jobs was to de-risk the kinds of investments that, spark change. I mean, often it's been in the past the World Bank, or some of the multilateral development banks in different regions. But I noticed that you talked about soya, and I was thinking not so much about soya in Brazil, but I know that Unilever being one of the world's big food companies, as well as other things, their main mayonnaise is called Hellmann's mayonnaise, as you probably know, and it's made out of soya beans. And they get those soybeans from somewhere in the United States. It might be Iowa, or it's one of those states. And they ask the farmers there, look, can you go for regenerative agriculture? Because we need to decarbonize our supply chain. And you're not doing that because you're carrying on with your normal intensive agricultural practices. The farmers said no. And quite rightly, as you know, they're very conservative, because if you lose your crop, you've lost everything. And in developing countries, you might lose your life, right? Because you're starving. So it was Unilever that de-risked the switch from intensive agriculture to regenerative, and now it doesn't give them any money at all, I think, because now they're very happy with it. But it took them 5 or 6 years to get happy with the switch, Can
I respond to that?
Yeah.
I think you're bringing an extremely important point that companies in the private sector have to be part of this story and be pushing that. So a project that we're working at Sinaldo Valley is we're working with a corporation called Abuca, which is a B Corp from Italy, and they're a biopharmaceutical company that needs very high quality plants to be able to produce these very high quality health products. And they have this really high technology that uses kind of like all the molecules. I don't exactly know how it works. And they are partnering with us as we kind of work as the intermediary, where we're working with a group of farmers who are interested in producing food in a different way, in a regenerative way, but they need the market. So we did this partnership. Sinal is the intermediary. Abuca has promised to, or they've actually invested in a pilot of 3 hectares of land, and we're going to grow, we're growing acerola, which is, it's like the Brazilian cherry, and it has a very high vitamin C content. And so we've designed an agroforestry system knowing that if it works in the future, they will buy it, and they're paying for it in that investment. And we're also intercropping with cassava and other plants that the farmers can use for food security and sell on a local market. And so this started last year, but the idea is this is 3 hectares, and if this works, the company is willing to scale up because they have this demand, and this whole region could be planting these crops. So I think that's a great example of how it can work, and how the companies it has to come from the companies as well, because the farmer can't take all that risk on itself.
Very good point. I mean, yes, do come in, yeah.
Yeah, we have an interesting example of that in Belterra as well. So we were pleading for a loan from the National Development Bank, BNDES. It's a large loan, 100 million reais. And what unlocked the loan was an agreement with a large chocolate company that committed to purchase all of the cacao beans that we will produce over the next 15 years. All of it will be purchased in a certain area, will be purchased by this company. So by making this commitment, this off-take commitment, we were able to unlock a very large loan from the National Development Bank. So this combination of public money with private capital or private commitments to purchase your goods, it can be absolutely transformative.
Very interesting.
Can I just, on the question of risk, I think it's absolutely understandable why investors and companies would like to avoid risks, but there's also danger if everyone just moves away from there. And therefore, I think it's very important to understand, map those risks, and then you're able to address them. Because even though, for instance, some countries, including Brazil, have deforestation linked commodities, there are others not doing. So I think, for instance, the work doing at Q is to use the chemical signature of different commodities, including timber and soy, and we can do that for any commodities like even meat, to understand where does it come from. So basically, based on stable isotopes or trace elements, it's now possible to verify any claims that are made on the sales. So I think that's one strategy of traceability, which helps us along the supply chains, that companies can understand their patterns and then up to that in different ways.
Sorry, can you say it again? So you're using isotopes to trace the various agricultural products,
yes,
show they've come from a sustainable system?
Exactly. There's a lot of alteration in international trade of any commodities, really, from tea to soybeans and other products. But now we can verify any claims that are made in the paperwork with it, and therefore we can also know what is the net which was just covered by forest last year, or is something that has been covered for 10 years instead.
Okay. You guys use any of that at all in some of the land that not so far, no?
Not so far.
Well, maybe you guys should chat off. That might be quite
Definitely
interesting.
should.
It does boil down governments as well, kind of regulations that are imposed to the European Innovation law, for instance, which will come into force. That's one mechanism which companies will be obliged to really know where their products come from.
Yeah. I know some people have been using blockchain to trace traceability as well. I mean, there's obviously various mechanisms out there. It's a very good point raised there. I'm interested in this land. How much land is there in the Amazon that once trees and then became farms and now has lost its activity?
We're talking about 80 million hectares of grey land.
8 million?
80 million.
What proportion of the Amazon is that?
Perhaps 10% of the Amazon.
Right.
So most of it has been deforested over the past 50 years. I would say over 80% of that has been forested over the past 50 years. And typically, the deforestation cycle in the Amazon starts with wood collection and cattle. And cattle in the Amazon, it's really, really low productivity. So typically we have a cow or even half a cow per hectare, which transforms into miserable financial returns. So pretty much anything you substitute it with is 10 times, 15 times, 20 times more profitable than the situation. So the financial opportunity and the environmental opportunity that we have at the moment at Amazon is really, really massive. And interesting because this is the first moment perhaps in history that investors with really large pockets, we're talking about tens, perhaps hundreds of billions of dollars, have a really effective investment opportunity to transform the great land in the Amazon into productive forest. It's a really interesting method.
And what they get out of it, what are the financial mechanisms that you're tapping into, they're tapping into, that gives them an incentive to do this? Is it carbon market or is it something else?
Yeah, so there are two types of reforestation strategies, what we call ecological reforestation, when you to build a forest which is similar as possible to what was there before. For ecological restoration, it's pretty much carbon. That's the income. What we do is productive reforestation with forest systems, and then in addition to carbon, you have all of the products that you produce there, cow, acai, mangoes, whatever you want, whatever is suitable for that environment, you can put in addition incomes of carbon. So the big model is there.
Anybody comment on?
Maybe I can just say that now we are proposing a partnership with Planetary and others in terms of, and anyhow, we also use the emerging market biodiversity credits. So this international as a pan biodiversity credits, just trying to propose a integrity, new market where diversity credits will be a means of conservation, restoration of nature, also agroforestry. One of the models we can not only increase the various qualities of piece of land, such as carbon storage, but also increase biodiversity in those systems. Know that there have been failures in the carbon credit market in different ways. We want to repeat that, and regulation to be a really important component. But the problem now, besides all that controversy and some of the failures, there's also the issue you can't use carbon credits to effectively promote restoring on land that is not very, very cheap. So basically, we have areas such in the Atlantic forest, but others in the world where you just can't afford bringing back some forests because carbon credits value wouldn't be enough to enable that. By combining carbon biodiversity credits to get payment for ecosystem service, to get agroforestry commodities, hopefully there'll be much higher interest for investors. Actually support the restoration of those species, but also the great ecosystem on the planet.
I mean, with this issue of carbon credits, you're right, that it's got a whole history of, being dogged by some very bad failures that then muddy the water or the other, right? And I mean, we thought in Glasgow at the UN conference there that the whole issue of voluntary markets had been solved and there were all these new initiatives that were going to make sure there was full integrity. It really needs to, take wind, right? Because a lot of poor countries are really asking for investment, and this is one potential for it, right? And at the same time, whether it be Greenpeace or somebody else, always finds a really bad example from the past, bring it out, and every company goes, oh, we can touch those things, right? We all want to feel comfortable with carbon credits, don't we? And do you think these biodiversity credits can work and will achieve a result?
They can absolutely work, is my strong opinion, but they have to be very strict regulated, and that's where governments have to show leadership in regulation. That's really the key here, because otherwise the Wild West, and that's the case with carbon credit as well. I think, the disclosure of some of the problems and failures, of the terrible things that happened with some of the carbon credits projects, really brought a lot of damage to the system, and I know of many really good projects which, saw their first cut being cut because of that. So I think we have to be a bit pragmatic, because there are other flow systems that will bring, support wealthy countries towards poorer ones. Then those projects will not be, and then people have to revert to forestation or illegal hunting. So I think that's an issue.
I just wanted to add something about that. I think as you build up these systems, we have to also be looking at how do we include people who are doing the work, the smallholder farmer, the women doing it. And it's very difficult because these carbon credits have to have really large pieces of land, and it's very expensive to do this. And so coming up with models where you can decentralize this, do bigger, because many of these smallholder lands have small plots of land. So how can you group this in ways they can get the benefits of biodiversity credits, carbon credits, even if they have hundreds of thousands of hectares of land? Because otherwise we're just replicating this model of capitalism and centralization of wealth that kind of led us into this situation.
That's a good point. We're doing a series right now here. We don't have time during the COP on energy efficiency. I think how does this connect biodiversity, right? It's that one of the projects I think we're touring either today or tomorrow is in Germany. They have a real problem get heat pumps to houses because the heats are quite expensive and there's a lot of disinformation around. There's one project I have on the show where they are aggregating streets across cities in Germany so that you get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of houses or apartments signing up to heat pumps, and therefore you're bringing down the price. So it's kind of a collective operation to get heat pumps in cities by getting lots of householders together. So it should be the same with agriculture and biodiversity credits and whatever with small-scale farmers or whatever in Brazil. Sorry, it's a really stretch of an analogy, but it just strikes as being a bit similar, actually. Activization, yeah, whatever it is, whether heat pumps or whether it's sustainable agriculture.
But I think absolutely right, Nick. It's a coalition of the willing. It's about, we have innovated in this space. Perfect action shouldn't be the end of good, and we need to start somewhere. So I think Kate is in terms of really reducing the middleman and really making sure that that really benefits communities. They can work together, and the solutions that Ray is talking about, I think they can be transformative. We have to test, to try, we have to support initiatives, and they really succeed, I think, and swap.
We're at a very interesting COP here in Brazil. Let's face it. It's a very different atmosphere actually to ones I've attended over many, many years. I even covered the first COP as a journalist with the Time newspaper in London when Angela Merkel was a young environment minister in Germany. Anyway, we know what happened to that. But but I think it was probably smart that the mayors in Rio and they had business in Sao Paulo before the COP. So governments really focus on what they need to do, right? Which is move needle big time on climate action. But one thing that's also interesting about this COP is there's an effort to deal with disinformation. And of course, that's been rising quite a lot in the last few years. I think perhaps because one sector of the economy it might be losing its business model, i.e. for fuels, and now really fighting very, very hard to hold on to that. But do you find there's another big lobby out there, which is the agricultural sector, right? The traditional agricultural industry is a very big lobby out there. Do you think that makes your job harder in terms of regenerative agriculture, whatever, when you have a big agricultural lobby out there? Again, maybe change.
Perhaps I would say it in a few ways. So first, a lot of money is maybe distributed between smallholder farms and large farmers, and you really need to be really smart about how you distribute that money in order to really stimulate the development of regenerative agriculture in Brazil. And typically that will involve taking money from larger farms that do traditional agriculture, and that might be a bit difficult. I also think that is in Brazil, there is a growing understanding that regenerative agriculture, especially the one combined with reforestation, it's really a smart thing to do financially and in terms of environmental impact. I think there's really a big momentum here in Brazil that is perhaps breaking the bubbles and allowing traditional farmers to really consider moving into this direction, because there's more and more and more evidence showing that it is possible, it is profitable. Perhaps it's harder over the first initial years, but it might be even more profitable and sustainable for the farms itself. So when we talk about things like water, the weather here in the Amazon and in the center of Brazil has been drier and drier and drier, and farms feel that in their pocket. Farmers feel that in their pockets. So I feel that there's an initial understanding that is slowly growing into a perhaps larger understanding that this is a necessary transition.
So this is about building resilience. It's not just about mitigating.
Exactly.
I mean, most people keep thinking about that, but we need to be resilient as well, yeah? I mean, if you think about science, you've written many papers, collaborated with many people. Do you ever find it frustrating that sometimes you present these findings to governments and they go, yep, really interesting, and they maybe implement 50% of the findings or 20% of the findings, or...
You're such an optimist. You know, I think it'll be very hard to get anyone to actually read a scientific paper, and or even read beyond the strap lines, right, of the news, if you ever get into the news. So we do have a very problematic gap there between the evidence and what we know about, resilience and about ecosystems and what the challenge we're trying to tackle really, and what needs to be done. So I do interact in my role at the Q and our collaborators very closely with governments. So I also understand from their perspective, the immense number of things they have to deal with at the same time. So I think we need to make it simple, tangible, and lead by example, right? So we have to demonstrate the problem. This is how someone has tackled that, and therefore we believe this could be expanded or this could be, transferred to another system. So I think there's some really good examples of where, for instance, we have been working with the Brazilian government in terms of accelerating the thinking around bioeconomy transition. So bioeconomy is this idea that also includes the sustainable use of biodiversity. So basically, how do we keep the forest standing and give more value to biodiversity? And that is about understanding how we can use different compounds and chemicals in species to develop new drugs or new sources of food and micronutrients, for instance. And I think there's a huge potential there. So at KU and our partners in the world, we're describing about 2,000 new species of plant every year, which is like mind-blowing.
2,000 new species of plants every year.
Yeah.
That's absolutely incredible.
And we just
how wonderful.
And when it comes to fungi, it's even worse or better, or however you want to call it, where we have less than 10% of all species scientifically described so far. So there's a huge treasure trove. It's a main source of income to many countries in the global south, but we're not tapping onto that. So I think that there are some really good solutions based on biodiversity at the same time as there are tremendous threats. And we are now estimating that about 45% of all plants are threatened with extinction, all the flowering plants we see around us. So it's, on the one hand, a wonderful thing that we are discovering so much and finding new solutions to our challenge, but on the other hand, it's a race against time.
I love you talking about below-ground biodiversity. That's a whole topic on its own, isn't it? What's going on under the ground? Sorry.
Yeah, when we're talking about scientific evidence, there is an important gap in the literature. We did a research, a group did a research this year about research in agroforestry systems, and there's hundreds of thousands of publications, everything about which crops are best suited to that environment, how do you manage the soil, how do you manage water. So there's loads of research going on about agroforestry. But they could find very little information about the commercial and the financial aspects of it. So even though we do have loads of evidence about agroforestry systems in environmental sense, it is clear we need more research in terms of commercial ability, financial mechanisms in order to do it at scale.
Good. Sorry, I have to wrap up because I've run over time. I mean, this conversation on for hours because it's really interesting. Okay, thank you so much for being with us. And maybe we should delve a little bit more to what we're doing. But it was really helpful, those examples that you gave that you're doing with regenerative agriculture. Excellent. Alex, I'd love to hear about all your work in Sweden, Brazil. And Andre, these are really good examples of work. The idea of bringing back dead Amazon land life is so fantastic to imagine. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Great to be with you.
Thank you so much.
And okay, thank you all. That was this session. I'll now hand over to our long-standing friends, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, for a very interesting session on women leading on climate. Don't miss it.
Yes, Flip. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Women Leading on Climate, Redefining Leadership for the Net Zero Future, hosted at We Don't Have Time studio at COP. And my name is Karina Wangle-Björk. I'm with the Roadmap Initiative Chief Officer, and it's a pleasure to have you with us here, both here online and also in person on site. Transition to a net zero future is not only about challenges within policy, finance and technology, it's also about something much harder, which is leadership. And that is something that we are going to explore here today. And with me, I have some brilliant leaders. I have Maria Mendilucci, CEO of Women Biz Coalition. I have Kerry Constable, Director of Decarbonization Strategy at Amazon. I have Catherine McKenna, Chair at UN High-Level Expert Group on Net Zero. Much welcome. I'm so pleased to have you here with me. So to start, we know that women are at the forefront of climate action and delivering on climate again and again, and are the ones that are really engaged and have been for ages. But I want to start by framing this session and invite you to share a short reflection. What does leadership for a net zero future mean to you? What is that? One or two sentences. We can start with you, Catherine. Okay. We start with Maria.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it is true that moving to net zero is not easy, but it requires a lot of hope and determination. in my conversations with many women, and I know many that are working here on climate for many, many years, I see a lot of that, right? Because there is a lot of effort that needs to be done, and change is not linear, it's exponential. And in some ways, we're seeing the exponential growth happening with the growth of renewables, for example. So I think, well, leadership, it's about conviction, it's about an active hope attitude, and it's about making things done. And I have seen in my professional career that, you know, when women take the lead on these topics, things happen, and they happen positively. Women are also very connected, and through this movement that Catherine, I'm sure, will speak much more about women leading on climate, we have seen the power of that connection and how much collaboration can happen amongst a group of women that are leading at the minister level, at the CSO level, and in different functions in companies, philanthropies, and policy setting. So leadership, you know, can feel lonely, but I find that through women networks, we are finding a mechanism to connect all these leading women in a way that empowers them to more action and also creates partnerships across them.
Very well. Carrie.
Okay, is this working? Okay. There are 3 points I'd really like to make on in terms of scale net zero leadership. One is scale. It's always been very important to me to have as big of a scale as possible in terms of geographic coverage and sectoral coverage. At Amazon, we cover kind of a cross section of the real economy, from transport to energy to climate smart agriculture and businesses, and global. And I think as we are as net zero leaders, it's really important to tackle at scale, and it's as big geographically and torally as big impact as you can. The second is dual purpose. What's always been important to me throughout my career, and particularly at Amazon, is to work on cleaning up your own house, so to speak. So net zero in your own institution. At Amazon, we're committed to net zero by 2040. It's extremely important. But we also have a community of signatories, over 600 companies that are also committed to net zero by 2040. And I think that's really important, is not only to look at your own house and really focus on committing to as much as ambition as possible, but to catalyze net zero in the world. I think that is critical. And then the third is collective action, not silos or competition. And that's what we're here to do today, is the more we can come together as companies, as businesses, as NGO leaders, as former ministers, as current ministers, the closer we're going to get, and we're all not far apart. And I think that those are 3 aspects of net zero leadership that I think are absolutely core, that I take with me in all of my engagement at Amazon and also in prior roles.
Thank you. Now, Catherine, do we have you on board? Yes, hopefully. Can't hear you. Okay, we should continue. We don't hear Catherine, unfortunately, but I hope we get you on board later. We see you, but we can't hear you. Anyway, we'll continue to dive a bit deeper into leadership. So what is leadership? And you touched upon very many aspects already. So Maria, you work on a daily basis, enabling and helping companies and also encouraging companies around the world to raise their ambition, to deliver on climate action, to deliver on nature, to deliver on policy asks. What is it? What type of leadership do you see, both with you, but also with them, that delivers on the transition actually right now?
I think you bring a very important point. You know, we're sitting here with Amazon, which is, I think, the world leader on renewables, right? You're the company that has purchased more renewables. It just started yesterday. So when you talk about scale, you know, it's like they have managed to become the biggest in, I think, probably 4 or 5 years, even less, in 5 years, right? So We hear often that, that companies are backtracking. Well, this is not what I'm seeing here. We hear that US companies are backtracking. This is not what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing so many CSOs and business development and experts on technology, on energy transition here from the US. That is astonishing, right? The transition, the energy transition is unstoppable. The future is going to be electric, it's going to be clean, because it makes business sense. We did a polling with many businesses across the world geographies. 97% of the business said they're going to be investing in clean technology in the next 5 years. They'll even relocate to other locations, to other countries, if they cannot procure renewable energy, okay? So yeah, transition has happened. Now, not enough. We also have seen that all the changes that were made in Paris, which is amazing because, we're going on a 4-6-degree trajectory and we're at 2.6. It's not enough. We need to get down as close as possible to 1.5. There may be some overshoot. It's acceptable. But I think it's every factor of the degree matters and we need to keep it there. And we're looking at policymakers here to take the steps in that direction. Today, in the corridors, there's a lot of debate and movement around developing a roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels, which was agreed at COP28, and many countries and companies are supporting this. And I think this is very, very relevant. It doesn't mean that we're going to switch off from fossil fuels, but it means that companies should not be investing in fossil fuels now because the demand is declining. We have plenty of statistics that show that this is the fact, that this is happening, right? So I think it is about how do we do this in an orderly way and how we ramp up the electrification of energy uses, whether it's heat in buildings, whether it's freight transport, whether it's industrial processes. So it's a fascinating moment. And what I'm hearing here from business is no backtrack. It's rather the opposite. It's a lot of innovation about how they can accelerate the transition in a way that makes business sense, that is good for jobs, for economic growth, for company profits.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to hear. And I think I'm thinking about also on the narrative that you also raised on this, that there's actually the opposite of a backlash. Corporates really lead and do double down on their investment, continue to do stuff, and it's important for us to say that and be communicative and vocal about that. Looking at you, Carrie, you've been had different really influential roles also in influential organizations, and I'm curious about also how you, both as a leader but also in other leaders that you've seen, drive the leadership in the organization, because I know, that can be challenging in itself to drive change, drive innovation, and drive an agenda. How does it look in practice?
It's very important to, I would say, firstly, make sure that sustainability and business benefits go hand in hand. That's critical in any company. And I'll give an example. At Amazon, we use AI in our water efficiency, energy efficiency efforts. We are the largest electric vehicle charging network in North America, and that's because it aligns with our sustainability goals, but it also makes business sense, and that is really key when you are doing this work inside of a company, is to make sure that it is not what is good for the business and sustainability and decarbonization is outside of what's good. It is that what's good for the business is also a pathway to decarbonize. Secondly, and I've been in the climate community for a long time, we have a lot of acronyms in the climate community. We have an alphabet soup in the climate community. And most businesses and most core business leaders, I think to their benefit, do not know what these acronyms mean. Most of my family members do not know what these acronyms mean. So I think it's really important to be a translator when you're working inside of a business and really simplify language and make it as colloquial as possible. And talk about sectors, talk about the TCFDs and the ISSBs and everything. Those are incredibly important. But talk about what they mean and their intentions and how they relate to the business. So I think there is a role of translator. And then thirdly, let's say always focusing on the long term, especially if you're in a company that focuses on the long term and is an innovative long term. So really looking at and framing the story and your decarbonization objectives as a long-term trajectory. It's not going to happen overnight. Over 50% of the technologies that we need, we don't have yet. The carbon accounting systems and standards are still evolving. And that's okay. And that can be understandable to companies that understand long-term investments, that have seen, industry change. And I think and we have been, one of the largest clean energy procurer in the world as a corporation for the last 5 years, and we've gone long-term offtakes, and so I think taking that long-term perspective, framing that long-term perspective, and framing where we are on the decarbonization pathway as a company, but also in the world, it's not linear, and we're at a relatively early point in the arc of history for decarbonization. And I think that's really important. That's another translation point to make to business leaders when you're working on this inside a company.
Very interesting. I like that with the colloquial language. I also find that is a recurring discussion on the bridging language between different actors, bridging language between policymakers and corporates, between, technical, knowledgeable roles and the business people, etc., etc. Do you have any, spontaneous ideas on how do we do that? What do we need to bridge the language?
Yes, I think climate can be a little abstract for some, and also it has been politically polarized. And so I think if we talk about pollution, it's something that everybody cares for, yeah? And it can be also a driver for action. I think energy, to achieve the climate objectives and the energy transition, clean energy is also something that everybody across the political spectrum really like it and see the opportunity, and also they see how they can benefit from it. And I find that we do need to make an effort to bring this to the things that matter the most. Now, there's one thing that now is quite worrying across the world is the cost of living crisis as well. And I find that we have an opportunity as well, and the government should do everything they can to create new policies and update current regulations so that the benefits of the clean technologies that are much cheaper than other technologies are felt by the people. Lastly, I have heard really interesting comments from IKEA, the company, about how they are selling clean products cheaper or at the same price that other products. I don't think we can expect the end consumer to want to pay a premium in a cost of living environment. I think we need to tax and price more expensive the goods and services that are polluting the environment, because that will send a clear signal to consumers to buy clean, and not the opposite, make it more expensive so that it's more difficult. Because 89% of the people around the world want to solve climate change. They want to contribute to it. But expect that in a cost of living crisis that they pay more, it's just not going to work.
Thank you. Any addition, Carrie?
We should talk about decarbonization just in the way that we would talk about it at a dinner table. I'm not going to talk to my siblings about Scope 3 because they will start ignoring me. But I will talk about supply chains, and that will pique their interest. So I think the scope language is incredibly important for us in our carbon accounting plans. Okay. So I think it's very important, the scope orientation, when we're doing our carbon accounting work, but I think for the most part, when we're talking to communities and colleagues and fellow businesses and business leaders that aren't doing this work every day, we talk about emissions. We should talk about clean air. We should talk about clean water. We should talk about the business benefits, the benefits of solar and wind and clean energy in general. And so I think really understanding and always having a perspective on how the world talks and then how the climate world talks, and getting as close as we can to how the world talks on a daily basis. And I think that will make us, as a climate community and as business leaders, a lot more effective to translate the benefits of decarbonization and in all sectors. And so that's what I would recommend. I think, concretely, I think not talking about scopes in the wider world translating to emissions, but also translating to the impacts, the benefits, clean air, clean water, business benefits, infrastructural benefits, infrastructural improvements, etc.
Thank you. And starting to conclude on this session, also I wanted to go back to women leading on climate. We have Catherine McKenna, but we have trouble with Zoom, so probably she won't be here, but we know she's here in spirit and also trying to be here. Anyway, but you, Maria, and Catherine McKenna, you started Women Leading on Climate Network. Why did you start? What was the driving force behind, and where are you now?
So Catherine, she was the Minister of Environment and Infrastructure in Canada. And when she left that position, she started this, or even before this movement, the Women Leading on Climate, because she felt as a minister often alone, but also she felt the power of the many women that made the Paris Agreement possible. Remember, Catherine went and says, "Canada is back," and there is no single woman in the negotiations that I meet that don't. When we say Catherine, they don't smile. They all smile, and they all love the energy that Catherine brought to the Paris Agreement and to her role as Minister of Environment. A few years ago, when we were preparing for COP29, the team came up with an all-male committee. And so my team said, "Maria, we need to say something, because it cannot be there are so brilliant women, across the board leading on climate." And so we wrote a letter, and soon, like in 48 hours, we had 100 incredible women that were leading on climate to say, "Listen, you need to change this. There are incredible women, and we are here to support you find them." So, of course, they did it, because also, sometimes these mistakes happen. And we have had an incredible high-level champion, okay? She's been incredible and, very... What I have appreciated about her is that she didn't do anything. She didn't know anything about climate. And within 2 years, she has got into this and has mastered her role as a high-level champion. So then, together with Catherine McKenna, we started to meet. We gave it a lot, we co-founded the Women Leading on Climate Network. And every time there is a climate gathering, we bring women together. And we started with 50, 100, 200, and it's becoming an impressive movement. So when we were in New York, we have Mary Robinson. Now when we met here at COP, we have Laurence Toubiana coming, and incredible women leading at all stages, senior, less senior. We even had Indigenous leaders coming to the event here that I know. And then soon we realized that action happens at local level. So there were a few chapters that were created. First, it was the Brazilian. They've done amazing things. 300 women, they came with their actions they presented in the event. Then Australia. And Australia, with Sharon Barrows and Victoria, they said, okay, let's do community gatherings where we bring communities to talk about this. And so now, and I think you want to launch one in Scandinavia. And then I have a friend in Spain that wants to do one in Spain. And we just launched the Yeah, in New York, we launched the European chapter, where we have Teresa Ribe and we have people from the UN Commission. And soon, USA don't want to be behind. And Marcin and another colleague, Marcin from WWF, is launching the UN. So these things are important and show that we are all connected. It's happening at global level, it be connected what is happening at that local level, and we can create this incredible network of women that are leading on climate, that are pushing for the change that is happening. These women, you know, if you think about them, Jennifer Morgan, Jennifer Morris, Catherine McKenna, there is one thing that unites them, is that they have courage. And that's what I love about this group of women.
Thank you. Carrie, what do you see women leading on climate? You are the one of them.
And I think it's really important to, as women climate leaders, to always remember that we're standing on the shoulders of prior leaders and current mentors. And for me, and I'll bring in a personal story, for me, it started very young. My mother would tell stories at the dinner table of her family founding a battery company, and showing me patents of lithium rechargeable batteries. And she would often pick up trash in New York City, make sure everything was recycled. And it was embarrassing as a 5-year-old walking around, but it was also incredibly motivating. And it's something that those are shoulders that I've stood on. And then I've been very fortunate in my career to stand on the shoulders of incredible climate leaders. And Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Rachel Kite, and now Hurst, who's been leading decarbonization and sustainability at Amazon for many years and in prior roles. And I think what's really important is to remember that, and I say this to young people, I know we may talk about that a bit, but it's to remember that you are always standing on the shoulders of prior generations, current and current colleagues and mentors, and it is about that community, and I think that community and seeing leadership in so many ways, and then creating your own form of leadership that has pieces of those shoulders that you really look to your whole life. And always remembering who inspired you and who continues to inspire you, and that has been very important to me as a women leader, really to stay humble and to honor prior and current leaders in my career and in our lives, that as climate leaders that don't stop at work, right?
Thank you so much. Maria, do you have any lessons that you want to share or a key message to the next generation of women leading in climate?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I think back in the days there were only a few women that were leading, but right now there is an army of women that are leading. So for young generations, you are not alone. Yeah, and what I say, you have to stay true to who you are. You need to lead as a woman. That's what makes team fantastic, is when there is diversity. Diversity of thoughts, diversity of backgrounds, diversity of ideas. And I think women sometimes think differently and act different and collaborate differently. And that's what makes it good when it's part of a team, because that's what makes teams be more successful. And I have seen this, how this diversity helps, but let's not try to be someone we are not, because in ourselves, we carry, a different wisdom that can be applied, whether you're 10 years old, 20 or 70. And I think as Kerry was saying brilliantly, we stand on the shoulders of others, but in our own right, we can lead in a different way, because let's face it, to tackle climate change, we need to collaborate a lot. Women know how to collaborate a lot. There's a lot of women leadership that is required. Not surprisingly, the big moments in the COP history has been led by women. right? And now we have an attorney that is a fantastic woman as well, that is leading part of the negotiations, etc. So yeah, we have a key role to play. And we need to recruit more women leading on climate in their roles. They don't need to come here, they need to do it at their homes, at their companies, at their communities. And that's what this Women Leading on Climate is. It is also a grassroots movement, and to find leadership where you are.
Thank you so much. We're closing off with these words. I'm really happy to have had you here. Thank you so much for contributing to this session. And I conclude that we need and we have leadership with courage, compassion, conviction, and collaboration among women to lead this climate action forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody online.
Hello and welcome again to the We Don't Have Time COP30 Climate Hub, coming to you live from Belém in Brazil at COP30. One of the most important and urgent considerations and connections in this climate story is your health, my health. Healthy children, healthy friends, healthy families, people you know, people you don't know, but it's all connected. While there have been signs of progress in other areas, one thing is painfully clear. The health impacts of climate change are worsening across almost every measure, and delays in action are literally costing lives. According to a new report from The Lancet and the charitable foundation Welcome, millions of people lose their lives or livelihoods every year because of fossil fuel pollution and extreme heat and diseases made worse by a changing climate. But the report also offers ways out of this negative path. It shows that where countries and communities are cutting emissions and investing in resilience, people are already living healthier, safer, and more prosperous lives. Today, we're going to explore three of the most critical issues at the intersection: extreme heat, air pollution, and infectious disease. And hear from experts in international development leaders who are working to turn science into solutions. To start off on this critical conversation, please join me in welcoming Marina Romanello. She is Executive Director of the Lancet Countdown. Welcome, Marina. This report paints a very stark picture that the health impacts of climate change are worsening across most indicators. Can you walk us through what the data is telling us and where we stand right now in all this and what's changed in recent years?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nick, for having me here. And as you said, the latest report of the Lancet Countdown, which I should say is a huge effort from 128 leading researchers from around the world, from across disciplines, has perhaps the most concerning and sobering findings of the 9 years of reporting that we've had. We see that across 65% of the indicators, each of them tracking an aspect of the link between health and climate change and the risk of climate change to our health. 65% of those have reached a record new level of threats in the latest year of data. We had a similar finding the year before, which means that year after year, we keep on breaking records to people's, on the threats to people's health, to people's lives. And we're seeing things like, for example, heat-related mortality growing. We estimate about 1 death happening per minute from heat exposure around the world, over 500,000 people dying every year because of heat exposure. And we also see heat kind of affecting other aspects of our lives, like, for example, our sleep. We're seeing people losing sleep hours, which we know is essential for physical and mental health. We're seeing people's jobs being affected. We're seeing over 600 billion labor hours being lost globally because heat reduces people's capacity to work physically and mentally. And what that means is that some workers are being unable to be productive and to work in this heat. And why that matters for health is that that is people's incomes, that is people's livelihoods, and that's the economy on which we know that oftentimes our health also depends on. So the impacts that we're seeing are quite multidimensional, are quite pervasive, and they're affecting, as they usually do, the most vulnerable members of our societies.
Some of these people are doing very, very vital jobs, producing food in agriculture, I don't know, repairing water leaks, all these kinds of things. I was going to say these are really important jobs that you're talking about, right? And these are people in agriculture, they're people repairing leaks, I don't know, from water systems. I mean, God names, it's so many different jobs, right?
Yeah, and what we find, for example, just to give you another statistic that is quite shocking, when we look at the countries that are least developed, the ones that have low human development index, the vast majority of those losses, 75% of the losses in labor hours, happen in the agricultural sector. Agricultural workers, particularly in under-resourced settings, have very little means to protect from the heat. They have to work their land, and that often determines their access to food and the local community's access to food. So what that means is if it's too hot, either they're putting their life at risk by working in extraneous conditions, in extreme heat, or they're not being able to work as effectively. And what that means is that they're not producing the food that our societies need, and that has huge impacts also to local food security.
Really good points. I mean, many people are going to find these headlines quite shocking. And of course, actually, we want some of the leaders here and some of the governments to find it a bit shocking and do something about it, right? I mean, the millions are dying, every year from climate impacts. What does that mean in real terms? I mean, just expand a little bit on this.
Yeah, well, that means that people around the world are being exposed to these hazards that are exacerbating, for example, their underlying health conditions. So what will happen is, in a heat wave, we're going to have a relative that has a heart condition, that has a kidney condition or another chronic illness, that gets very unwell that day, that gets taken to hospital and might not live after that. And that death might not have occurred if it were not for the very high temperatures. So people around the world, it might be hard to identify sometimes these links, but the data shows it very, very clearly how climate change is costing lives, is claiming the lives of our loved ones. And our health systems are at the receiving end of that. So we've seen around the world health systems overwhelmed. Oftentimes you have an extreme weather event in which people need access to healthcare, and during that same time, that health system is being affected by the impact of the extreme weather event. It has a power cut. The roads might not be accessible, so we cannot even access our health systems when we need them the most. So adapting to climate change is critically important. Our data shows us how delayed we are in adaptation. But there's another thing that is really important to take into account. If we don't reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, adaptation will soon become impossible to be done effectively. So we will not be able to protect our populations, even with our best efforts to adapt, if we keep on emitting our greenhouse gas emissions and the climate keeps on changing at the pace that it has, because it's simply too expensive, it's simply too difficult, and we don't have the resources. So it's important that decision makers here understand that we're negotiating with people's lives, that everything that happens in these negotiating rooms will determine the health of our children in the future, the type of health systems that we will have access to, and whether or not we can live thriving lives, healthy lives with healthy economies in the future as well.
It's kind of a moving target, isn't it? Because we don't actually reduce those emissions. It's a moving target because it's going to get worse if we don't actually, reduce those emissions. These numbers are probably just going to climb and climb and climb. Yeah.
That's it. And the costs also. There's a lot of conversation now going about climate finance. We're already underfinancing health adaptation.
Yeah.
It's very underfinanced. The budget of adaptation will only grow with each moment of inaction on mitigation.
Yeah. But the report also highlights that where action is being taken, the benefits can be immediate, yeah? Cleaner air, fewer deaths, stronger communities. From your perspective, what are the most powerful examples of climate action already improving health outcomes today? And what should that tell policymakers and development organizations here in Belém at COP30?
Well, look, we have a lot of examples of what we call the co-benefits, the health co-benefits of climate action. What that means is we can tackle climate change, we can reduce our emissions, and by doing so, we can deliver transformative health benefits. So I'm going to give you some examples of what that potential looks like. Today, from the burning of fossil fuels, we're losing 2.5 million lives every year from the air pollution that they generate. The lack of access to clean, renewable energy means that people still use dirty fuels in their home, and that toxic air that they generate is claiming 2.3 million lives from poor indoor air quality every year. Those are avoidable deaths. And perhaps what is most hopeful is that we've seen that since 2010, we have not made much progress, or not nearly as much as we need in terms of phasing out fossil fuels, but there has been efforts to phase down coal burning. And by doing so, this happened particularly in high-income countries that are having good access to clean renewable energies, a bit of an inequity there in terms of access to clean energy. But in those countries that have reduced their coal burning, we're already seeing the benefits in terms of cleaner air. And globally, we estimate that we're saving 160,000 lives every year from improved air quality that directly comes from the efforts that we've done to phase out coal, the efforts that we've done to clean our air and to tackle climate change. So even with the little progress we've made, 160,000 lives are being saved every year. That could grow very, very rapidly if we were to actually take action.
That's very interesting indeed. And I suppose in some cities as well, we'll get some numbers on maybe what electric cars are doing in terms of cleaning up the air as well. So that's a really interesting figure, Look, thank you so much, Marina, for setting us up for this absolutely critical discussion. We're going to bring on some more experts and dive deeper. Please stay with us. So, hello again. If you're just joining us, we're discussing impacts of climate on health and summarizing an incredibly important new report by the Lancet and the Wellcome Trust. Now, diving into one of the grave detriments to human beings' well-being all around the world, and that's air pollution. I want to come to Zerin Osho, Director of India Program of the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. Hi, nice to see you. I think met before, I think virtually. Yeah. Zerin, air pollution has been in the headline in India many times in recent years. What is the situation there now? And is there a sign that things may be improving?
Pollution is not a small occurrence in India. It's a systemic crisis in India. It's very unfortunate. And I've seen doctors coming up and saying, you know, if you can, leave for the next 3 or 4 weeks from Delhi. It's so bad that monuments are disappearing from thin air because it's thick now, literally. The government has air pollution policies that look at reducing PM10. PM10 is essentially dust. This is evidenced by the fact that only 68% of the $1.5 million that was disbursed last year for air pollution has been released. And off that.
Do you have to start that question again? Okay. Let's go to Zerin of the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. Zerin, very nice to meet you here again. I had a slight problem with the microphone. Air pollution has been in the headlines in India many times in recent years. What is the situation there now? Is there any sign that things may be improving?
Thank you so much for having me here, Nick. The situation is extremely great. It's bad. We have about 255 cities out of 203 cities in India that have crossed the M2.5 limit set by the World Health Organization. Monuments are disappearing from Delhi's and skylines. We are now looking at air pollution becoming systemic rise rather a seasonal occurrence in India, unfortunately, to a point where doctors are prescribing and advising citizens and residents of Delhi leave the city for about 3 to 4 weeks in this season so that they can save up on about 5 to 10 years of their lives. The situation is extremely bad. And there's evidence of the fact that you are now looking at the National Clean Air Program, which is the Government of India policy on clean air. The funds under which are underutilized. So last year we had about 68% of the $1.3 million that was disbursed only used. And also of the 68% that was being used, 67% of that was being used on road transport, which is essentially dust. And what the government has done, unfortunately, is to focus more on PM10 instead of focusing on PM2.5. And PM2.5 is the more dangerous one. It is carcinogen. It is the one that causes public health emergencies. And what the government, obviously the government is also responding to it because it's the soft power in India, it is where the Supreme Court is, it is where the legislators are. What government of India has done is put in place in Delhi something called GRAP, which is the Great Response Action Plan. And there are 4 stages. We are in stage, one would imagine one should be in stage 4, but here we are. And the other thing, the more ridiculous thing that the government has tried to do is to seed clouds. It was an experiment that was being conducted by IIT, the government of Delhi, which happened about 2 or 3 weeks from now. And of course it failed. And the reason for that is it never rained. Also, the government really needs to look at data. Unfortunately, Delhi air pollution comes from transport sector. The cars are going to be moving around every day on the roads. So is the government planning on making it rain every day? It did not rain, not even once. So yeah, it's unfortunate the problem of Delhi, and what he needs is an airshed. That should be the approach because Delhi does not have industry. Delhi has transport sector as a problem, and most of the cars, millions of cars, come from outside state of Delhi with very poor enforcement.
Very interesting. It sounds unbelievably difficult. I have been to Delhi, and I think anyone that's been there knows it's really impossible to breathe, right? It's not a joke, this thing. And PM10 was the old standard of the past, wasn't it? 2.5, as you said, the fine particles deep down in your lungs, often coated benzene and other carcinogens. Really, really nasty. You're here at COP30 what would you most like to see from the leader gathered here to make clean air part of the climate solution?
I think airshed. So to give you an international airshed, regional shed, a national airshed. So sort of going up and down that entire value chain of airsheds is the way to go. Air pollution, air does not boundaries. It does not know state boundaries, it does not know regional boundaries, it does not know international boundaries. So a lot of the air pollution that we see in Delhi, of course, comes the transport sector, that's the source of pollution. But you also have agricultural waste in neighboring states, Delhi, in the states of Punjab and Haryana. Then we also have air pollution coming into India through Pakistan. And there is air pollution from India, from the Gangetic Plain region that can move into Nepal, for instance. So you're looking at a situation which needs multiple governments, both at international and subnational levels, to act and to take action. Having an airshed or regional agreement airshed is the way forward between governments, between different countries and within national boundaries. That's the first. The second would be to recognize how climate finance also has impacts on co-benefits of mitigating short climate pollutants like black carbon and methane. How to put a dollar value on health? You know, here in Belém, we've seen as of yesterday a big health announcement. So how you integrate climate finance incentives to attach to co-benefits like health and just generally value of the environment. That would be the 2 takeaways for me: climate finance and airsheds.
Good. Thank you for giving us an insight into what's happening in your country and also countries around it because of climate change. All the things that cause climate change are also causing bad health, right? That's the point, isn't it? It's not climate change itself often. It's actually the things that are causing climate change that are also causing ill health. I think you have to go. We're going to say au revoir, goodbye, and hope to see you again sometime.
Thank you so much.
So thanks for being with us. Best of luck with your next event. Yeah. Let's come to you, Jane. Jane Burston, CEO of the Clean Air Fund. Jane, air pollution is often described as the world's biggest environmental health threat. Can you give us a sense of the scale of the problem and how it's linked to climate change?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right. Unfortunately, air pollution overtook tobacco as the leading external threat to health last year. And it's causing about 8 million deaths every single year, which is a huge fraction of the deaths globally. It also affects people's quality of life when they're suffering from the diseases that are either caused by or exacerbated by air pollution. I think some of the ones that we think about the most when we're thinking it, because we're breathing it in, are the respiratory conditions. so asthma, lung cancer, COPD, but it affects every single organ of our body. So it can give us heart disease, cause strokes, and we've seen a lot of evidence, especially recently, about links between air pollution and dementia, Parkinson's disease, and Alzheimer's, because it's getting into our brains. Something that many people don't know about it is that it really affects children quite badly. Unfortunately, one child dies every minute because of air pollution, and it's because they're both more exposed and more vulnerable. They're more exposed because if you think about it, pollution, because it's some of it is particles, there are more of them closer to the ground because they're heavy, and children are small, so they're breathing it in. It's also close to the sources like exhaust pipes or resuspended road dust. And they're more physiologically vulnerable because they breathe faster than adults, so they're just taking on more per kilo of body weight than the average adult, and their organs are growing, so they're more affected. You mentioned the link with climate change actually in your introduction, and it's because a lot of the two real links. One, a lot of the time air pollution is emitted at the same time as greenhouse gases from the same sources, the main one being burning fossil fuels. If they are emitted together, then they can also be solved together. So that's the good news. We can fix our climate at the same time as fixing our health by prioritizing things where we can address air pollution and greenhouse gases. The second link is that some air pollutants that harm our health are also directly bad for the climate. That's super pollutants like black carbon or soot and tropospheric ozone. Tropospheric ozone isn't something that most of us have heard about, but it is a greenhouse gas. It's just not covered by the Kyoto Protocol.
Low-level ozone, smog. Some people call it smog, right?
Exactly. And that's really bad for respiratory systems. Black carbon or soot is a component of particulate matter, the PM 2.5 we were talking about before, and that's getting into our lungs. Both of those two things are very warming for the climate. The good news as well with those two is that they're short-lived in the atmosphere. Black carbon in particular only stays in the air for about 2 weeks. It can get blown away, it can get rained out of the air. So the minute you stop emitting it, the minute it's not there anymore, and our health begins to improve as a consequence.
And the climate improves as well.
Exactly.
How can it be, Jane, that some of the things that you're describing, some of it is new science, the stuff on dementia and stuff, but a lot of the stuff is been around as good science for a long time, especially thinking about children and being close to the tailpipe. Why are the governments not taking this seriously?
Well, it's the same as the system problems leading to climate change, right? It's vested interests and all of our reliance on fossils. I read it out the other week that, when I was born in the early 80s, there was 80% of our energy was coming from fossil fuels. It's still the same now. It's just that our energy demands have grown so significantly, although there's been a huge amount of investment in renewable energy since. All of the growth demand has been taken up that, but fossil fuels are such a huge part of the system. All particular, I think we've been progress on worst culprit in terms of human amount of pollution emits particulate matter and sulfur dioxide, and it's not just the emission from burning it, transporting it, and it's mining in the first place. And so it's great we've seen countries starting to come coal, all fossil fuel have polluted.
Okay. In Ryan, high advert for the Climate and Clean Coalition, hosted by UN Environment Program. There's been a lot of progress on air pollution in certain places, but the new Lancet a welcome report shows the health effects of dirty air worsening in any region. It maybe it's the question I was asking Jane there in a sense. Where are you seeing lack of progress and what's holding it back?
I think the biggest feeling is probably those 650 odd million families, people in Africa, don't have access to base clean cook facility. If I was put like, what should we address first? That should be the first. And like so many of these solutions, it brings multiple benefits. Currently, either you dong or your wood, you chop down your low trees, provide the wood, or using kerosene or gas in a small house, you're bringing in the fumes. It's a killer. And there are alternatives now. And there's a lot of people focusing on this. There's a lot of attention to it. We haven't the switch to clean cook. That'll be the first in my mind. And two others. I'll give examples. What you mentioned, we've known the problem. The solutions have been there so long. Heat pumps, heat pumps. Heat pumps are the most fundamental, best step to take for the climate, for your pocket, because they work afraid. They don't break down. They're really efficient and they're really clean. So instead of burning wood, or coal, or gas, oil, any fossil fuel in your home, it's polluting your neighbours as well as yourself. And that heat pump technology is starting to be rolled out, but it could be I want to leap faster. There's a whole range of different ways we make that happen. Then third, let's say, over here in Delhi, traffic transport being a problem. EVs are here now. They're cheaper, they are better, they're quieter, they are cleaner, and they address a lot of this traffic-related air pollution problem. I think there are three examples. I can say this, I suppose, what was maybe the most frustrating thing for me in recent weeks. Bill Gates, in this kind of trade-off between climate and health. It's not Bill. It's not the case, because one of these solutions is good for health. It's not just that we won't have any health if we let the climate go. It's that the actual solutions to climate address health. That was an incredible mistake in my mind and him in the public discourse. We need to counter that and really get back to the simple, clear truth that the climate solutions are going to be better economically, better for our health, better for development, as well as for climate.
Good. We're going to have to wrap up in 2 seconds, but Jane, you just want to say something quick?
Yeah, I had an example of exactly what Eamon is saying, which is what's happening in Poland at the moment. A lot of the heating in Poland is from burning coal domestically, and in many places they put a ban on that because of the health impacts. We've seen coal burning come down by 1.5 million households. That's reduced deaths by 20%. So 10,000 fewer deaths a year from those 1.5 million households that have already implemented heat pumps and other heating solutions. So we can see it's working in the countries that are doing it and providing economic prosperity at the same time, like you say.
So the tripling of renewable energy and the doubling of improvements in energy efficiency worldwide is actually a health policy, and everyone needs to fulfill that promise that they made in Dubai in 2 years ago.
Exactly.
Good. Thank you very much for speaking to We Don't Have Time, and we're going to take a short break, and when we come back we'll be talking about yet another critical health consideration in the climate space, and that's extreme heat. Hello, if you're just joining us, we've been talking to some of the well-renowned experts about the impacts of climate on human health, a topic we've recently learned a great deal about in a new report by The Lancet and Wellcome. Right now, we're diving deeper into one of the other major issues relating to climate and health, and that's extreme heat. Here to help us understand more, we have Estelle Willy, Director of Health Policy at the Rockefeller Foundation. Alexandra Matsaz, yes, hello, Senior Policy and Advocacy Advisor, United for Global Mental Health, and Michelle Isles, I say Isles, yeah, CEO of the Climate and Health Alliance. Great to have all three of you with us, that's super. Let me come to Alexandra first. Normally it's women first, isn't it? We've got something wrong here in the script. Anyway, we'll press on. Alexandra, we often talk about heat's physical dangers. But what do we know about its effects on mental health and well-being first?
Thank you so much for the question and for giving me the chance to address this often underappreciated topic. Well, heat impacts every organ of our human body, from our heart to our kidneys, and so it also impacts our brain and therefore our mental health and our brain health. And given that we don't have time to go through all the different impacts, I'm just going to focus on two key outcomes of interest. One is suicides. So we tend to see increase in suicide rates and suicidal behaviors during extreme temperature events. So to give you an example, data from the Office for National Statistics showed that only in England and Wales, we saw an increase of 650 deaths attributable to extreme temperatures. And it's important to highlight how each of these deaths are somebody's family, somebody's person from their community, and so that very deep impact that they can have on people and on the community that surrounds them. The other is the impact that heat can have on people with pre-existing mental health conditions. So we know that living with certain mental health conditions can put you at a much higher risk of experiencing poorer physical health outcomes in the context of heat. So higher mortality rates, higher hospitalizations, higher rates of certain illnesses. So to give you an example, in the 2021 dome phenomenon in British Columbia, we saw that people living with schizophrenia had the single highest risk factor for dying in that context, and living with schizophrenia tripled the risk of death compared to people without that condition. And I can tell you a lived experience story from Phoenix, Arizona, where a 33-year-old man living with schizophrenia in the midst of a episode of psychosis wandered out of his house and in a state of confusion died in an abandoned parking lot because of the fact that he didn't know where to go, and that resulted in the death. So we can see many different types of impacts on mental health.
These are very tragic stories indeed, and very moving. Where are we seeing the biggest impacts, and what is the extent?
So biggest impacts are usually in population groups. So, for example, we know that children mental health being impacted by the impact of extreme heat. So, for example, we're seeing in many places around the world, we experience school closures. That obviously is an impact on how children are able to socialize. Others, we're seeing in some places of the world heat leading to semi-lockdown condition, which children are to stay inside, cannot socialize other children, and that obviously has impact on their mental health. Similarly, the elderly, again, because they might be locked inside their house, they might experience loneliness in the context of extreme weather conditions. And for example, we tend to see a worsening of symptoms of, for example, contact extreme heat because of that. And last population, I think it's very important to highlight is people experience homelessness. We know that people living in homelessness also have much higher rate of mental illness, such as schizophrenia, and other severe mental problems, and given the fact that they're by default exposed to heat much more in the British population, that has a further compounding impact on their mental health.
Wow, it's quite a wrap up very fast. I think I feel unwell just seeing things right now. I mean, it's really tragic what you're talking about. How are people responding, and what we need to keep people, how do we keep safe when we have rising temperatures?
Yeah, I think that's a question, and there are solutions. On the one hand, mental health does tend to be included when it comes to heat health and policies. So recently worked on a review that explored how mental health features into heat action policies around the world, found that the majority of heat health action policies do include mental health. However, very few include concrete actions on what people and communities can do. But solutions do exist, and I just want to highlight a couple of examples. One is a heat early warning system from South Australia, which I think is a great example where people living with mental health conditions receive daily telephone check-in to just check they're doing okay in the context of extreme weathers. And if they don't reply, they receive a house visit. And this has been shown to reduce mortality, reduce morbidity, and to be cost-effective in the long term by reducing the mortality of people living with these conditions. Another final example I wanted to mention is that we're seeing mental health professionals and ecologists being more and more involved in the response to extreme heat. So, for example, in Athens, calendars are sent to the houses of elderly people to ensure they're not experiencing too much loneliness. We're seeing in Dhaka, psychological counselors are being activated in cooling centers. So the mental health professional can play a role in protecting the mental health of people in the context of extreme heat. So solutions, they work, and we need to scale them.
Pleased about that. Michelle, who read, but it's a wonderful segue because it mentions Australia, and suddenly I'm talking to somebody who is actually working throughout the healthcare system in Australia.
Yes.
So, Michelle, Climate Health Alliance, how is the health system equipped with more frequent extreme events, both Australia and beyond?
Well, thank you. Great to join here. I'd like to start with a positive response because it's heavy, and we've just heard about dire consequences and impacts on people's health and well-being. So there are some horrific, isolated examples of responses that we're seeing. But I think overall, my answer would be no. And it's because we're not prepared with the scale of impact that we're going to see. So Australia recently released its first climate risk assessment. It showed, and it focused on mortality, and it showed that the city of Sydney, people in Sydney experience 440% more heat-related deaths. Now that's significant. What it also doesn't capture is heat-related stress, the exacerbation of existing conditions. It's heard from around health conditions. When we think about from heart disease to other chronic illness, heat is creating more impact. Our healthcare leaders are not prepared to respond to some of these challenges. In our health systems, the infrastructure is not well equipped. We have done horrific work in Australia and indeed across the world in public health in bringing awareness to cities, urban heat island, beginning to mitigate, prevent some of that heat stress. Yet hospitals, health services have really been part of that conversation, and they have ageing infrastructure. They're often don't have much screening around. I think some of frontline workers, for example, if you're feeling stress, then you call the ambulance in the Australian context or a paramedic in other contexts. We're seeing from our membership group that those professionals aren't even able to go into the hospital because it's a work health and safety issue. So the home Australia, indeed across the world, the places that should be cool, safe spaces for people to live, yet are not. So we need to look at the primary health system, look at that out to people that aren't living in safe conditions, and be able to, through whether it's local GP or nurse that visit home with those vulnerable populations, like talking about our elderly, be able to have those conversations around how they might respond to heat, as well as advocating for the long-term solutions, is let's get a housing, literally our hospitals with the infrastructure, and resource and train leaders.
Right, good point, yeah. And what's interesting is people's physiologies are all different, aren't they? I mean, I think sometimes we're all grouped together being people. At 35 degrees centigrade, we all respond in exactly the same. But my girl's German, and she can't handle 35. I can handle 35 really happy. But she can't. She literally shuts down. And I get her something cool and where she's fantastic in the cold, where's rubbish. Yeah. We are different, right? That's important too. Let's come to USL. You're the Director of Health Policy at the Rockefeller Foundation. Money is all a key issue for financing adaptation. Tell us of the role of philanthropy to make things happen and to safeguard people's health in this era.
First of all, thanks for having me to talk about this really important topic. We from Marine just now, extreme heat kills one person every minute. Really demands a new playbook for how global health actors work in combination with the climate stir. And for philanthropy, it's not philanthropy as usual anymore. We can't just keep resuscitating a dying model of development when we see the norm systems and institutions developed in the 20th century post-World War II failing time and time again for both the people and the planet. So what can we do? Philanthropy can take the biggest risks to test out solutions on the ground to see what works, what doesn't work, what should be scaled through domestic resource mobilization, through the banks and MDBs, through donor funding, whatnot. But first we have to understand, is it working? And so we need to go out there and understand, take the science from the Lancet Countdown and apply it in the messiness of this world. I'll give you an example. In Rio, at a Taylor Swift concert of all things, during a huge heat wave, unfortunately a fan died. And in this devastation, the Rio mayor, who just won the Earthshot Prize for implementing this, brought together all sectors to come together to solve this problem. Because heat isn't owned by any sector, but it impacts not just our health. The ripple effects go into productivity loss, income loss, GDP decline, forced migration. I mean, there's a whole ripple effect that's insidious because of the impacts of extreme heat. So brought together all these different sectors and mandated that they work together and develop a heat action protocol, as you described earlier. And what they did was during Carnival the next year, they activated the heat action protocol. And this takes coordination. I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of people on the streets of Carnival enjoying themselves. How do you activate and bring cooling stations to people? How do you deliver water? I mean, these are really simple things. As people just say, these are like innovations that already exist. But the coordination and the working together is how they were able to protect people and allow them to thrive and have a good time during a heat wave. And because we see this working and the impact of this working in Rio, we're now working with C40 cities to take what we're learning and scale it to other cities that have very similar situations through the Cool City Accelerator. And that's how we are able to test and scale and bring in new partners.
So I love the idea of a cool city accelerator, yeah? I mean, and you just touched on a couple of things. I mean, nature-based solutions are very important too. More trees is good. They not only cool the city, but they also filter out particles as well and other rubbish in the air. I mean, we're running out of time. There's a little clock there. Can you see? It says plus 16 seconds, which means we're actually over the time. So I was going to ask how much more money is needed for all this, but we could go on and on with this topic. I think we have to shut it down, but we all may be coming to Australia next year.
Yes.
So we can see some of these things happening in real time, you know?
Well, come to Darwin, one of the hottest cities in Australia,
Yep.
where the hospital, outside the hospital, was getting up to 50 degrees Celsius. So big Indigenous population. All the families come to see community in hospital were experiencing heat stress and then heat-related death. So what a leading physician, I'll call out Dr. Mark D'Souza, created an extensive garden and green template for hospitals that can be replicated across Australia, and it's cut temperatures by 15 degrees and it's created a safe environment for people to come and experience.
We have to keep recreating the wheel, do we? I mean, the fact is, there's solutions there. We just need to bring them together and apply them, and that makes a lot of sense. We've been to here. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your info. There's a lot more to talk about, but it's a TV show, so we have to move on, and we're all we have time, so sorry about that. Stay with us and watch the rest go, please. So we're back again. In case you're just joining us now, we're in the midst of a segment discussing the impacts of climate change and health, spurred by a crucial new report from The Lancet, and welcome. I've heard some very important on extreme heat and air pollution, and we're now turning to infectious disease, yet another way in which climate change is making health challenges more severe. To help us understand what's going on, join me in welcoming studio. And if I mangle your name, please say Jrgensson.
Well, that's very good, but well,
not bad.
Just call me.
Okay. So I get a little, not a gold star, silver star. Climate Change and Health Policy, Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. And Liz Grant, a little bit easy for me, being a Brit, Director of Global Health Academy, the University of Edinburgh. Very nice to meet you both. Jrgensson, the Lancet Countdown report tells us that climate change is reshaped where and how infectious diseases spread. What are some of the most worrying trends you're seeing right now?
Well, I think Lancet Countdown had a very good track in terms of telling how the suitability of the infectious diseases and how they're changing over time. So in the latest report, we are actually seeing quite a worrying trend. Since the 1950s, we are actually seeing infectious diseases such as chikungunya and dengue are actually 50% more likely to spread. And this just doesn't apply to mosquito-borne disease. It applies to tick-borne diseases, which the staggering figure we have is an additional 364 million people will be affected by tick-borne diseases as a result of climate change. And unfortunately, this is very much aligned with our own finding. NAPI is supporting the University of Cambridge to conduct a disease modeling exercise on the disease burden of chikungunya. Of course, there are many caveats, but sharing some early findings. In terms of chikungunya, we're actually just not far from now, by 2050, just 25 years from now, with the effects of climate change coupled with population changes and demographic changes, we are going to see 36% more cases in chikungunya. And what's worrying is 113% increase in the number of cases and deaths. So that's quite worrying. But just still lining there, in terms of vaccination, that can actually help. So our disease model exercise is also telling us with vaccination, by vaccinating half of those older than 12, we can actually save 1 in 4 of these severe cases or death cases.
Nipah virus, wasn't that thing linked with the bats were living in forests, there was deforestation of the forest, so the bats went into towns and they got associated with pigs, which they wouldn't normally associate with, and the virus jumped to the pig, and then the virus jumped pigs to the people. And there's all kinds of chain reactions going on because of the way we're changing our world, also leading to more climate change, Come to you, Liz. You're Director of Global Health Academy at the University of Edinburgh. Tell me about work, or tell the audience,
Sure. Well, I do 3 things and are interconnected. One is I work in palliative care, end-of-life care, and that matters so much for those living with infectious diseases. Now that infectious diseases are changing, climate change is changing the very nature of our infectious diseases, changing where as you said, where infectious diseases are spreading. But people are living and dying from infectious diseases. So look at pain relief and symptom management for those who are struggling 56.8 million people require palliative care a year. Majority in low-income countries, 14% people receive services. That's one part. Another part to connect is around compassion in the financial service. So I run a hub working with financial industries to provide compassion. And again, you say, what's what to do with infectious diseases? Everything. Because financial services are recognizing the care of people and care of the planet matters. And how finances invest in and support innovation, but also what they invest in support are going to change the shape of infectious disease as well. Then the third thing is it draws it together as I work in the space of global governance of how the environment and our environmental agencies and the decision making and how health, the governance, health and decision making that you agencies make on health together and why we don't have a shared language.
Just brief on the financial services, just so I can stay clearer, what kind of investments they need to make going forward to deal with the issue of infectious diseases, if I can put it that way?
So, a number of things. I mean, within financial services, one is actually recognising the increasing spread of infectious diseases and also recognising that no one is safe until everybody is safe. It's something that came through from the pandemic, that sense that if an infectious disease is somewhere else in the world, it doesn't stop there. The world is a hub and it's spread. So the financial services are recognising they must understand the risks, or the risk of not intervening and actually take action. Actions they can take are, firstly, actually supporting a health workforce, really looking at supporting the innovations and technologies, particularly the vaccine technologies. How can financial services move forward with vaccines, supporting them, putting their funding behind that in order that we can see those changes, and particularly for the neglected diseases, those diseases that are impacting people in countries, particularly in African countries, that we're not really listening to, schistosomiasis, diseases we're not seeing in high-income countries, but they are really impacting others, and it's thinking about how do we respond globally and ethically and equitably to these.
Okay, let's come back to you, Johan. So, what are driving the shifts? I think that's the big thing really here. It's in part, I would imagine, climate change. It's in part that we're changing the stability and the resilience of the planet, which is also adding to climate change, but in ways that we never thought about even 100 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I think the example of Nipah that you quoted just now it explains very well the chain reaction that we're seeing. And another thing is, because the environment is getting warmer, it's getting there's more rain, more floods. It is getting much better for mosquitoes and other vectors to thrive. And this has, of course, driven up vector-borne diseases, but also waterborne diseases. That's one aspect. And then there is the indirect impact, because droughts, floods are driving people out from their homeland. So there is a lot of migration going on. People are moving to a new part of the world where they are not familiar with the diseases that are circulating around there. And then there is another aspect that because there is infrastructural disparities in the global south. So the global south is actually the hardest hit because their health systems are just not as well equipped to deal with all these outbreaks, or even in terms of primary health care, it's just not as robust. So these are some of the worrying trends that we're seeing right now, and we still need more actions to be done.
We're fast running out of time, but what do you feel, briefly, both of you, internationally? I mean, what can a COP30 do? Or is it in the end we have to stop climate change? Yeah, maybe briefly, what do you think?
Well, I think to me the most important is political commitment. And we are seeing something very good here that happened just yesterday, the Belém Health Action Plan. I saw a few other panelists mentioning that as well. This is actually a very commendable effort by the Brazilian government, trying to make sure countries work together, get something done, and they're very action focused. And more importantly, it is equity focused. So making sure that the most vulnerable population will get will be one of those who benefits from these actions. And then with political commitment, we are hoping that there will be more financial commitments. We hope that here in CEPI, we always say climate resilience is pandemic resilience. They go together, and we just need to make sure that countries make smarter investments that can benefit both climate change and also fight infectious diseases, both in one go. Okay, and Liz?
Indeed, just echoing what you say around the Belém Health Action Plan, because it's an actionable plan. That's what's so fantastic about it. It makes, we're being given incentives and ways of working together. I think what COP30 can do is picking up work that Welcome have been saying for so long, understanding that health and health assets are the greatest assets that we have. And therefore, when we invest in health, we invest in economy. The other big piece of this, I think it was touched on yesterday in the programme launching, is that the philanthropy sector, the financial industry sector, the business sector must come together to strengthen the response forward. It's not siloed, it's not health and climate and finance and energy. It's one thing, it's interdependent, and that's the message that came through.
Exactly. So climate action is epidemic prevention. That's one of the messages we need to take home immediately. Well, we don't need to take home because we know now, but the leaders need to do that here. Thank you again, both of you, for being with us. Jörg Hang and Liz Grant, educating us or giving us a glimpse into this really fascinating topic. We're going to take a short break right now, and when we come back, we'll be talking briefly to Alan Dangoor, who's Director of Climate and Health at the Wellcome Trust. So, thank you. Great, so we're just wrapping up what has been a fascinating but also quite a moving session, I would say, inspired by the 2025 global report of the Lancet Countdown, a hugely influential and important report put together by the internationally respected Lancet Medical Journal and the global charitable organization Wellcome, or the Wellcome Trust. Either way, I think works. To finish up, we're speaking with Alan Dangoor, Director of Climate and Health at Wellcome. Alan, throughout today's discussion, we've heard how climate action can be also health action. I think that's a key message. What are the smartest investments the world could make right now to save lives and build those healthier societies?
So it's very clear that the impact of climate change on health is enormous, and you've heard that about heat, infectious diseases, and that's now abundantly clear. So we must act. And obviously the most important solution is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that would have an immediate impact. You heard about air quality and the impact of air pollution on mortality. That would have an immediate impact both on reducing, slowing down climate change, but also on improving health. But then we must recognize that mitigation is essential, but we must adapt because the impacts of climate change are here now. So those solutions that help populations and communities adapt to climate change are critical. And some of them are incredibly simple. Cooling breaks, planting trees in farmland to give farmers shade, access to water, access to cool rooms, those sorts of things. Very, very simple. And we know now from very high quality scientific evidence that those work. They reduce temperatures, they reduce core body temperature, they reduce heart rate. They're really simple. But also slightly more technical things like early warning systems for heat waves, or early warning systems for infectious disease outbreaks caused by climate. These are the things now that everybody needs to have, every city needs to have, every hospital needs to have, every school needs to have, so that we can protect individuals, communities and countries from the impacts of climate change.
There's also a biodiversity angle. Sorry, there's also a biodiversity angle here as well, isn't there? Because some of it is the way our landscapes are being changed by maybe more intensive agriculture, which is leading to less resilience and diseases spreading this way.
Absolutely, and that's very clear. And we also, there are many nature-based solutions. I mean, I mentioned trees. It's a classic example of a nature-based solution, but also mangroves, and also there are many greening cities to cool the city. So yes, of course, trees will sequester carbon, and that's what we need to do, but also they will cool the city notably. They provide an ecosystem service, exactly as you say. And the more we go into that land, the more we come into contact with nature, and that increases infectious disease risk. So there are many intersections with nature that need to be thought about, and many of the solutions, of course, come from nature.
From your perspective, what message from this new Lancet Welcome report do you most want the policymakers here at COP30 to take to heart? And not just COP30, I think for all the COPs to come and all the other big international meetings that go on around the world, yeah.
Well, I think the key thing is that we've, up until now, we've thought very much of climate as climate and health as health. And the Lancet Countdown report makes it abundantly clear that climate-health intersection is real, it's massive. So the impacts of climate change on human health are enormous. We must mitigate, we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions immediately, because it will protect our health, but we must also simultaneously adapt. So this sort of meeting, the COP30 this year, is a really good moment to elevate health, an essential moment really, to elevate health into climate dialogue, to make sure health evidence is absolutely at the heart of climate change.
Absolutely. Looking at this is a bit about communication we're doing right now. What do you hope, or gives you confidence maybe, that the growing awareness of climate and health links translate to real change? How do you get these messages out? How do they then translate into something actionable and transforms the landscape?
Yeah, well, so 2 years ago in Dubai, we had first ever thematic day on health. COP28, the UAE presidency made sure that health was there very strongly. But it was just, that was an opportunity to say, look, health is really important. This year at 30, the 30 presidency, together with the government in Brazil, have really driven new agenda on the action plan. That has motivated a lot of change. In fact, we were part of a coalition of funders, philanthropic funders, 35 of from around the world, that made a major announcement yesterday, committed $300 million to action on climate and health, in support of the Land Health Action Plan. So that's action on extreme heat, action on infectious disease, action on air quality, action on data for science and data for decision making. So very clear stuff. And we heard also yesterday in the multilateral development banks that they are recognizing the acts as well. So what's happened is climate change has forced the hand of governments and societies around the climate change is already having a dramatic impact on health, having a dramatic impact on economies, livelihoods, and governments are now recognizing they cannot ignore the impact of climate change on health. And society, philanthropy, governments are stepping up, saying we need to act, and we need to act with urgency.
And do you feel that this, I get a sense from what you're saying is this could be an inflection moment, that it's been talked about for some time. There's another kind of other thing going on, which is this sudden understanding of the fast action we could get reducing certain pollutants like methane, nitric oxides, black carbon, which we mentioned earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're called super pollutants. Yes. So maybe what's opposite of perfect form? A perfect date. A lot of things coming together.
I think you're right, and I think the pivot, we've moved away. I mean, yes, of course, we talk about carbon dioxide, and yes, of course, we talk about degrees of centigrade, but now we're talking about people. We're talking about our lives. We're talking about health. We're talking about livelihood. We're talking about economies. That makes it much more personal. So health is the human face of climate change. That's very, very clear. That is causing this inflection point of saying, because it's making people realise that our families are absolutely at risk of the impact of climate change, and we don't need to be. We have solutions. We know how to mitigate. We know how to get rid of superpollutants. We know how to adapt to the impacts of heat. That's what we need to do. There is this moment now. The scientific evidence is there. A lot of political will is there. Just need to drive it through.
I'll just finish with, what might happen at the end. The Brazilian government, and we've talked to them a lot, seem to be pretty clear that they do want from this COP some kind of decision on phasing down and out of fossil fuels. But they believe that every country needs to have a clear action plan how they're going to do it. So just to say, great, but have a plan is a bit like saying, yeah, we'll do that. I'm going to give up cigarettes, but I'm still quite happy with a bit of 10 woodbines or something. I suppose what we're saying really is that that would be a good outcome at the end. Clear roadmap by governments to start addressing these out of fossil fuels it could be the great benefits of this.
That would be an amazing, but that's going to take some negotiating. Meanwhile, people are dying because of extreme heat. People are being infected with diseases they've never had before because of climate change. We need to act now. We will obviously support the actions of the Brazilian government to drive out, to phase out fossil fuels, but we need to act now to protect health.
Got it. All right, listen, really nice to meet you. Thank you, Felin. Thank you for all the other guests. Any still on, but maybe if you such powerful insights. What word makes things clear? The crisis is not just an environmental crisis, it's a health emergency affecting every one of us. So, with we don't have time, there's much ahead in our COP30 podcasts, and we will continue to support the shaping of a fair, healthier, climate-safe future, and big emphasis on healthy. Let's go on to the next session.
I think this personal planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. How dedicated is the framework on climate change to embrace this education issue?
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located. Global temperatures rise. The effects on social media on Generation Z.
Twin catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs. The epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 3 of Energy Efficiency First. It's a collaborative, live, 6-part series from COP30 with friends at the European Commission's Energy Directorate and the City Network, the Global Covenant of Mayors. I'm Nick Nuttall, and I'm your host. Buildings are often described as energy hogs, which means pigs for those that don't know. But we can change that. If we're going to achieve the doubling of improvements of energy efficiency in Europe and around the globe, we need to turn our homes, our offices and our factories into beacons of energy savings in terms of equipment, materials and their operation. This is about, in part, renovating older buildings at scale, but also ensuring that new buildings, wherever they are, meet ever higher standards. It's about smart appliances. It's about energy-saving heating systems. It's about digitalization. It's about so much more. To discuss this, we have 2 expert guests and 3 representatives of inspiring energy-efficient pilots under the umbrella of the European Union's Horizon and Life programs. First up, we have Christina Gamboa. She's the CEO of the World Green Building Council. And Christina, just briefly tell us, what is the World Green Building Council?
Hi, Nick.
Hi.
The World Green Building Council is one of the largest and most influential global networks. We have green building councils in over 85 countries, and we aim to mobilize their 53,000 companies to accelerate this transition and to ensure that the built environment is that critical demand lever to make sure that the energy transition happens, but we also improve the quality of the built environment worldwide.
Very, very interesting. Thanks. So, we know that emissions from the built environment have been globally rather pretty stubbornly, 38% of carbon dioxide emissions, something like that?
Yeah, they're currently at 34%, but roughly they've
gone down
reduced
a little bit.
Yeah,
okay, that's good news.
The trend has started to shift.
Okay, but where do you see the change happening? How can we become more energy efficient in terms of the buildings?
I think the change is happening. The investment is happening alongside with the investment of the clean energy, the investment into all electric buildings and making sure that also they are as efficient as can be. It is happening at different rates and scales and speeds. But in a way, it's encouraging because the world is already, let's say, at a minus 34% with the built environment demanding so much energy and being inefficient. So the transition is happening, for example, through pairing, making sure that the buildings are integrating renewables, making sure that they are part of the energy system. There's innovations in local energy grids, and importantly, the energy efficiency part, which is making sure we don't waste the energy. And that goes through good ventilation, good insulation, good comfort for people, and empowering citizens to understand their energy consumption and make sure that we are driving forward a more systemic change that can bend the curve.
I talked to the Director General of Energy at the European Commission a couple of days ago, recorded interview which I think is going out maybe tomorrow, and she was very confident that Europe will triple renewable energy investments. The energy efficiency is a bit more of a challenge. I think it's something to do with the higher upfront costs, perhaps. And, you know, is that a similar story, not just in Europe, but worldwide?
Yes, in a way. There's like two stories, Nick. One is like the developed countries, where in Europe, for example, 75% of the buildings that will stand by 2050 are energy inefficient today. So the retrofit challenge has to scale up, for example, in Europe, in order for Europe to meet its own climate goals of climate neutrality. In other regions of the world, for example, at COP30, it is around all electric and cooling, right? Making sure that people also thrive in spite of being resilient. It changed a little bit, but Europe in particular has, I think, going to more of a success story, and it's kind of in terms of the element of the policy regulation, the investments are happening more in the right direction of countries that need to build a high rate. The statistic is key, is 50%, we doubled the stock of buildings by 50% 2050.
Wow.
Oh, and in Asia and Africa, that's where it's be happening.
Right. So that's the new buildings we need to make sure are built with the highest standards.
So decarbonize Europe and other developed countries, we have to ensure that the developing world can leapfrog, make things better, and make the same mistakes.
Yeah, super. Let's go to our guest on the magic of Zoom. Robert, I do hope I pronounce your last name right. Is it Nuge? Nuge? Can we have some volume, please, here on Robert? Because I'm not getting him right. Yeah. So Robert, with the European Commission's Director General for Energy, Director General. Robert is the head of unit with responsibilities for energy efficiency of buildings and products. Robert, how is the Commission and the EU dealing with the stepping up of energy efficiency through the lens of renovations and or also energy efficiency in new buildings? Tell us a little bit about what the plan is.
Well, hoping that you can hear me very well.
Yes, we can hear you, Robert. That's lovely.
Excellent. So, as was already mentioned, the focus in the EU is very much on the renovation of the existing building stock. We have, since many years already, stringent or more stringent requirements for new build. So we hope that we have covered that, but it's really about the existing building stock, which will be standing, as was mentioned. And there we are focusing very much on driving member states to, first of all, plan renovation. I mean, this is not something that happens overnight. So it's a long-term planning exercise. We are asking them to come forward with national building renovation plans that puts in place this long-term planning and also includes measures, for example, for finance. Renovation or the replacement, for example, of heating systems. And there we are, for example, putting one-stop shops that can help households to find that information. We're working on skills because we see that in particular for installers, there is a lack of skills in the European Union in that context. And finally, we're also looking at financing. So we're providing financing both at European level, but also through the member states to, for example, give subsidies to people who want to replace their boiler, but also to make sure that there is more private sector financing going into the renovation sector.
Very good, Robert. And you know, part of the reason we're doing this series with you guys at the Commission and the Global Covenant of Mayors is to try and just illuminate, in a sense, this rich array, very rich array of horizon and which kind of innovation projects and the environment programs like LIFE to show how they're kind of piloting new energy efficiency approaches in this area. They're an important part of this story, aren't they, in a sense, because they're bringing creativity, new ideas and innovation to this whole area.
I think they are an essential part of the story. I mean, of course, one thing that we can do at European level is come forward with regulations and provide some money and things like that. But where the real change happens is on the ground. And that is where these projects make a real difference. They bring people together, they deploy new technologies, they create really community around some of these projects. And that is what will really make the change on the ground. So we will focus very much on providing boundary conditions, if I can say so, but then these projects really drive change on the ground, so they're essential.
Super, Robert. Well, stay with us. Yeah, we'll move on now. We have, correct. Okay. So, Robert, we're just waiting a little bit for our friends to come in on the magic of Zoom, but let's come back to you, Robert. I mean, we've got this doubling of energy efficiency by 2030, this goal. It's a really tough target, right? I mean, the tripling of the renewable energy is fine, but the doubling is a bit tricky. Are you confident the EU can get there with that?
That we would say in the deployment of those technologies, and therefore I think I'm pretty confident that we can meet that target.
Okay. Okay, Robert. Okay, Robert. Okay, Robert. Okay, Robert. Okay, Robert. A little feedback there. Yes, that's lovely. We're now going to go, I think, to the other guests who are coming in on the magic of Zoom. We've got Sebastian Delpont, who's president and co-founder of Resorts. They're working on a EU Live project called Life Giga Regio Factory. I don't know who comes up with these acronyms, but they're certainly fascinating. Sebastian, tell us, what is the Life Giga Regio Factory trying to achieve, and why is it important for decarbonizing renovations?
Movements named Energisprong that mean that mainstreaming deep energy retrofit. With the thinking, we've organized industrial value chain to solve the problem at scale and make solutions for deep energy retrofit more affordable. So for sure, Regio, because solutions for southern Spain are not the one from northern Denmark. I mean, there's a reality to climate to adapt history of architecture, but sometimes during the 70s in northern France, people will build a house all the same at the time. So when come now the time to organize retrofit, even if we have different landlords, and especially social housing landlords, that's nonsense that everyone would organize itself individually. As that was also mentioned by Robert, we're workforce issues. So faced to the problem, we're not retrofitting enough. There's two ways. Even we find miraculously, and we have to try that miracle to find 4 times more employee value chain, or we have solution where 4 times more pre-fed and off-site solution that quite convenient in that way. But then we have kind of a new science to develop, and that's what we help implementing from transnational cooperation is science of aggregation of buildings. Is it worth organizing the retrofit of this building with this building with this building, depending on different characteristics? And also bear in mind that when it comes to deep energy retrofit using industrial method, it's not black and white. It's not this possible, this not possible. For sure, if you have weirdo architecture, it's complicated, but it's really on which building it's possible to very fast to do 60% of the retrofit or the 40% of the retrofit for the 80%. And what we develop is open source tool to facilitate aggregations by different stakeholders. Of course, with big landlords, we have the capacity to climate change because we have one guy. It goes faster than convincing individually 1,000 families. So the idea to activate the market and along an industry for hydrogen, an industry for electric car battery, we need an industry for prefab facade, we need an industry for prefab items, we need industry for solution that we can pour at scale. So it's not a solution for all buildings, but if for 50 to 80% of the housing stocks, and it depends on history, heritage building presence, we have faster solution to scale that become more affordable. We solve a big part of the problem. And it's why to implement is how to support connection between the demand of the offer, sharing data, feedbacking, because it's not something that does not exist. We have delivered and have been stakeholders delivered 20,000 industrial deep energy retrofit in Europe. So it's not yet to the scale of thousands and 100 million homes to be retrofitted at EU level almost. But yeah, it's better than nothing. So it's kind of early days of the industry. I mean, people don't dare to call it an industry yet, but definitely with a topic which is almost 40% of EU problem in matter of carbon, definitely there's a great and compelling perspective for such development.
Heads up, just stay with us right now. We have another wonderful guest, which is Inga Andersson. She's a professor at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Inga, you're involved in something called ARV. That's a Horizon project that's working on accelerating renovations through a circular economy approach. Inga, tell us about ARV, which I think means something like legacy in Norwegian. What is special about the approach here? And perhaps give us an example that you're very proud of.
It's actually as you said. And a longer title for it is we are working with what we call climate positive circular communities. And we want to boost these, enable the wide-scale deployment of these communities around Europe. So what we mean by climate positive circular communities, it is about and it is about creating positive energy buildings that are generating more energy than they need. And it's also about addressing circularity, especially with respect to material use. And lastly, it's about creating good communities where people can interact and live good low carbon lives together. So it's quite wide scale. It's a big project. We have 6 demonstration projects around Europe. We have one in Palma de Mallorca in the south. We have one in Trento in Italy. We have one in Utrecht in the Netherlands, one in Corina in Czechia, and one in Sønderborg in Oslo. And one in Oslo in Norway. Sønderborg is in Denmark. Sorry about that. And we have a lot of different innovations in this large project, ranging from small sensors in control systems via nature-based solutions, citizen engagement strategies, and business models. But since this talk is about energy, I would like to highlight one very beautiful social housing project that is being built in Palma de Mallorca. And this social housing project, it employs a perfect combination of old vernacular techniques and modern tools and expertise. And it's using mainly 3 strategies, I would say. The first one is to use locally sourced materials. They're using local sandstone, which is available on the island. They have an old industry. And they're using, for insulation, this is for construction, of course, and then for insulation, they are using sea grass that is washed up on the shore of the island. So it's available, and it's also induced with salt, so it can last for a long time. So by taking these old techniques into new methods, they're revitalizing also traditional local industries. So it has many good aspects about it. Then the second strategy that they are employing is that maximum potential. They're actually eliminating space heating, but also space cooling in a warm place like Palma de Mallorca, which can get over 35 or even 40 degrees in warm days. So having no cooling, actually energy for cooling, is really impressive in this place. And they're doing this by passive solutions, using this sandstone they're talking about to store energy with natural ventilation and design of the building and so on. And then lastly, they are using the vernacular elements in these, connecting to the sandstones and so on, to create very people-friendly architecture with a historical connection. So I think it's sort of a very nice mix of many different aspects where people meets nature and beauty and simplicity meets advanced modern strategies.
Very good. That was really interesting indeed. And I love the idea of using the seaweed and mixing with the sandstone as a local industry. Let's just turn to Simon Spolstra, who's coordinator of Spirit. Now, Simon is based at the Netherlands Organization for Applied Scientific Research. Simon, almost all of the European industry still seems to rely on gas-powered boilers to produce heat needed to process everything from leather and alcohol to pharmaceuticals and foodstuffs. Gas boilers are really good because they work very nimbly and fast and they respond, except they just unfortunately produce greenhouse gas emissions. And also there's a lot of heat, which is often wasted in these factories. Spirit is about, I think, trying to use a new technology that can do what the gas boilers do, but without all the mess for our climate. Tell us a little bit about it, Simon.
Yeah, hi Nick, thanks for having me. Indeed, our project is about industry, not about buildings, but what we try to demonstrate within Spirit is to prove that you can make steam for industry with help of waste heat and electricity. So you can upgrade waste heat that is now released to the environment to usable steam levels. And steam is a very common energy carrier with industry. So if you can do that, then it's, you can avoid the use of fossil fuels for your gas boilers. We do this with 3 demonstrations throughout Europe. So we have 3 demo sites, one in Norway, one in Belgium, and one in the Czech Republic. And heat pump technology will be demonstrated there. Of course, heat pump technology is known. I mean, domestic, we just heard some examples of buildings. Of course, it's applied there, but for industry, we need much higher temperature levels to produce steam. And so the technology used there is very innovative and new, and it needs also to be proven. And that's why we do these demos at these sites. So, for example, we have one in Belgium at a sugar mill. Sugar is made by extracting sugar from a beet, and then it's dissolved in a lot of water. And you need to evaporate the water to get the sugar out. And they do this in a very efficient way, but in the end, they end up with heat they cannot use again. So we have a heat pump installed there from GEA. They will use this waste heat, put electricity in via the compressor, and it makes steam that they can use again to dry, to evaporate the water from the thick juice, as they call it, to run into sugar. And these kind of systems, they can reduce energy, but like 50%. Also, the CO2 emissions are huge. If you use completely renewable electricity, you could even completely get rid of the CO2 emissions associated with the heat production.
Interesting. So these are all interesting projects, all slightly different in different areas. I mean, the first 2 really more about on the household level, Simon's work and the team's work of Spirit with more industrial emissions. I suppose one quick question to each of the guests really is, how do you imagine what you're doing will be scaled up in a way that the whole of Europe can actually benefit from what you've actually learned and what you've actually been doing? Maybe we could start first with our guest. Sorry, I'm just flipping down my script here, which is being very naughty. Sebastian, how is this? Why can't everybody in Europe, every town and city or whatever, have what you're working on, which is Life Gigio Regio Factory? Do we need one in every city? Have we got Sebastian back? Yes, Sebastian, you're with us again.
Yeah,
We're very lucky. How do we get one in every city in Europe? What can we do to make that happen?
I think what's interesting thing that scaled in the past years is something that promoted the EU Commission is development of a one-stop shop. It was recognized as something of great value and that every local authorities should be providing to individual owners advice on what they should do. And I think the next step of future is promoting the way we're done one-stop shop with this industrial aggregation team that we're helping, because we're here to kickstart better relationship and value change. For now, it's started in a few regions of Europe, but it's not reproduced yet at scale. So we're trying our best for different EU-funded projects, but it may be a perspective, EU-wide perspective of saying, guys, this is working in some places, this needs to be scaled. With what is really in common in public policy, classically in public policy, you have policy that support the offer, subsidies, or the demand, but rarely middlemen trying to connect the offer and the demand. And we do believe this is something very needed, a new kind of recipe for public policy. And having that being promoted more widely has I'm given today the opportunity of telling it, really will help to scale.
Sebastian. Inga, can I come to you? How do we scale up all these wonderful things that you guys are achieving with ARV?
Yeah, I would like to mention two. I think two, in addition to what Sebastian said, is important. I think we need a little bit better skills, so education and knowledge and skills, because you can use the old methods, but you need to use them in new ways. And digitalization, of course, have been mentioned earlier. So that's one thing that we are also working with from every site and university where I am. And then also, I think there are a cost issue, especially now that material costs have risen a lot in the last 5 years. We need to tackle the high upfront costs. They can't be cost efficient on the long run. They are cost efficient on the long run, but the high upfront cost is a barrier. So I think, and then to address this, I think we need both governmental and public funding, new business models, and combining the efforts for both public and private fundings.
And finally, let's go to Simon. Is it a similar story, Simon? This is about how do we deal with the higher upfront costs of something which over time would actually pay back very well, yeah?
Correct. We have a similar issue in industry. Also, industry struggling with the high initial upfront cost, so high capex, which will earn its back in time, but it will take a while. And industry is at the moment reluctant to invest in this. So I'm also curious to see what will happen with the Innovation Fund heat auction that will be launched in December, the European Innovation Fund. Whether there will be room for subsidy for industrial heat pumps. So I'm very curious on what the outcome of that auction fund will be.
Well, I must say to everybody, we had the European Investment Bank on the show earlier in the week on the 11th, and they seem to be stepping up quite a lot with new investments here. Let's see how far this goes, but there is something encouraging happening there. So anyway, thank you to everybody. We've run out of time. We've overrun out of time. I want to thank the three projects, Simon, Inga, and Sebastian, for being with us. Well done with your work. It's really important that we raise the profile of these projects to a wider audience. Robert, for being with us from the Commission. Thanks, Robert. That was really helpful. And Christina Gambo of the World Green Building Council had to run off because she had another event here in Belém, but it was great to have her too. Thanks very much. And I think we're going to now go to a recorded interview with Dan Jrgensson, the Energy and Housing Commissioner. The interview was conducted in Brussels by my colleague Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansen in the run-up to COP30 in Belém. So let's watch that. Thank you.
Coal out, not just continuing with it. And the ETS is helping them in doing that calculation where it makes sense to bring in renewable energy instead, where they can then come to Aarhus now and see the geothermal plant and how we could build the same for them in Poland. But that is due to the ETS. So just reiterating again how important this regulation is.
Indeed. And thank you for your important and very enlightening inputs here in this conversation on stage. Thank you, Saskia. Thank you, Kenneth. And thank you, Samir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're so happy to have the Commissioner with us here, the Commissioner for Energy and Housing, Dan Jrgensson. So please join me up on stage, and we are ready to have this exclusive conversation here. Delighted to have you join us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Where do you want me?
Yes. Please take a seat, and thank you again very much for joining us here today. How has your day been so far? You have not been stuck in any airports, I hope?
I was actually this morning. I
sort
was
of
supposed
sense
to
that,
go
yes.
on a very early flight, but
I was
it
thinking more of
cancelled.
the shutdown of the Brussels airport.
Yeah, no, that's why.
Yeah, you can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, good. Well, now this is a much calmer space, and this is, of course, your field. So, again, thank you for joining us. Before deep diving into the heating and cooling transition, let's zoom out and look at the global picture here. That's sort of the first question at hand here. Of course, we have the Ukraine situation, and we have the energy situation brought on by that war, and also, of course, we have the tariffs, the Trump situation, putting us into a different situation in terms of energy, and also, of course, the 750 billion euros deal with the United States. It's a massive number to even digest. So how does the EU stand in this territory? I'm thinking of, of course, the Green Deal and also the Clean Industrial Deal. What is your take here? It is a difficult time in history.
We definitely do live in turbulent times. And obviously, energy and energy policy is at the core of many of the challenges that we face. When I assumed office around a year ago, I think actually maybe even today, it's exactly 1 year ago, as I was in the hearing in the Parliament. There was one challenge that was, broadly speaking, considered the most important, which was competitiveness. And the Draghi report was on everybody's lips, and for good reasons. It mentions energy more than 700 times. But that very quickly changed, because the same day another thing happened. Not only was I in the hearing in the European Parliament, I have to admit there was one thing probably a little bit more important that day, which was that of course the US chose a new president the exact same day. And that changed everything, because with the security question all of a sudden being revitalized, with us not only having to deal with the fact that we have a war on our continent and we are trying to help Ukraine as much as we can, but also having to look at ourselves in a different light. Are we able to defend ourselves? Security became number one on the agenda. So basically right now we are in a situation where we have security, competitiveness, and obviously also still climate change and decarbonization as three very, very important challenges that we face. Good news, obviously, is that even though this is indeed a tall order, the things that we need to do are known to us. We know what we can do. And the solutions overlap. And of course, all of you in this room today represent some of the very important solutions that we will dive more into in detail, I'm sure. But this is just to say that we are in the Commission working very, very hard on facing these three challenges with a holistic approach in which we try to make sure that we, as fast as possible, become independent of energy from, especially, of course, Russia. But overall, we have a strategy to become carbon neutral, whilst not being in a dependency to any other countries.
Difficult start. It was probably not the start, not this start, but the start of your tenure, having this situation in the United States. Would you say that we are staying the course on renewable energy and also, of course, energy efficiency? I mean, if you look at the US trade deal, are we not just risking replacing one fossil source to another?
Yeah, so there's two things in what you're asking. One is, are we on course? On some issues we are, on others we are not. If we look at the national climate and energy plans that was submitted from the member states and analyzed by us in the Commission this summer, we are actually doing well on renewables, and we are well on track on reaching our 42.5 to 45% target. Last year was a record year. We installed 78 gigawatts of new renewables. This year we will break that record and install closer to 89 gigawatts. And next year again will be even more. So it is actually going quite fast in the right direction with regards to deployment of more renewables. This is good news for many reasons, decarbonization obviously, but also for our competitiveness, because every time we install a new gigawatt of renewables, we save money. IEA has estimated that from 21 to 23, we saved almost 100 billion euros on newly deployed renewables.
And also
so that's
security aspects.
Yeah, so that's good news. Second, the report unfortunately also showed that when analyzing what countries are doing, member states are on track of doing, energy efficiency is lagging behind, and we are not on course to reach our targets, which is bad news. So renewable energy, that's good both for competitiveness, decarbonization and security, but energy efficiency is just as an important tool. And the countries that did best and fastest getting rid of the dependency of Russian energy was also countries that managed to save energy, managed to deploy new, more energy efficient means of production. And that also then again leads to the very obvious conclusion that this is really the missing link for us for all of the three challenges that I mentioned earlier. So that's for the first part of your question. The second part regarding the US. So the deal is a 3-year commitment. It is, however, clear, and I need to really underline that important point, that I, as a commissioner, do not have a computer where I online buy gas for member states in my office every morning, obviously. We, as the EU, don't do deals like that. What we do is we make an agreement in which we are obligated to facilitate as best we can these different aspects of energy policy. One is gas, LNG, obviously, which we need because we are getting rid of the Russian dependency, and therefore there will be a need for more diversification of our gas supply, and the US is already our second biggest supplier, Norway being the first one, of course, but there's definitely room for even more. Apart from that, there's nuclear, and actually the biggest part, the lion's share of the 750 billion is nuclear. So it's 250 billion a year, and 130 billion a year is nuclear. And within the next months, you'll see that Secretary Wright and myself will be conducting different events, business-to-business events. I'm in a constant dialogue with him and his services on helping remove certain irritants in, for instance, implementation of the methane directive. That's not to say that we will roll back our legislation or lower our ambitions. That's not going to happen. But we will, of course, as we do with all other partners, make sure that they have a fair chance of living up to our legislation. And it's obvious that since this is a 3-year agreement, it's not something that in any way affects our targets, goes without saying, and ambitions, but it doesn't even indirectly hurt our abilities to live up to these targets and ambitions, since we do need gas on the short term, and we do need to fill the gap that will be there after us stopping to buy Russian gas. But it's also very, very clear that even if we did not have to take into consideration climate change and decarbonization and just look at our competitiveness, obviously it's not a very cheap way to supply yourself with energy to buy LNG from across the Atlantic. So there will be contracts. Some of them might also be long term, but most of them, I suspect, because simply this is good business, companies themselves will not even be interested in making long term.
Thank you for elaborating on this topic. It's a difficult topic, of course, to work around, and thank you for straightening things out for us here. Let's move on to district heating and cooling here. Of course, this is half of half of Europe's energy use, and coming from Denmark, we just had a representative here from Energy talked about what's happening in Denmark on a very positive note. What would you say? I mean, it's a true industrial flagship, European industrial flagship, the district heating and cooling. And as I mentioned, Denmark has been very early on adapting these technologies in your country. What would you say from your perspective is the most valuable offer and sort of to be brought to the political table when it comes to district heating and cooling from your side?
Well, first of all decision makers in Europe right now are struggling with the same three challenges that I just spoke to, but it becomes even more concrete quite often also, because we're not only speaking about our competitiveness seen from the perspective of industry, we're also seeing that the very high prices on energy are really hurting our citizens. So 47 million people last year were not able to adequately heat their homes, so basically had to choose between being hungry or freezing. This is obviously extremely unsustainable, and we need to change that, because that's just the ones that are hit the hardest. This, of course, is only one symptom of the higher prices affecting everybody. So there's a huge political pressure also to do something about the prices. Second, the solutions are quite compelling when presented in the right fashion. So you're so kind as to mention my home country as a flagship example, and I would agree with you. But I also have to say that for that new geothermal project in Aarhus to happen, we had to change legislation and we had to make new political deals, which wasn't easy. I know, because I was the one that did it in my previous job. So, okay, yes, I'm proud that we're doing it, but even Denmark, a country that's quite far advanced on these issues, we only just did it and it was difficult. So that tells you that probably in many other countries, it's not so easy. I could give you another example, which is the exploitation of excess heat from industry. Yes, we're all doing quite well in Denmark, but even in Denmark, we're not exploiting at all the potential that are there. Because it's complicated from a regulatory perspective. Quite often you'll have old taxation structures. That means that you'll need to persuade the Minister of Finance also, which it's just hard. So there's a lot of political reasons for why it's not happening. But, and that's back to my initial statement, that this is actually a very compelling case. When looking at it from a societal perspective, it's really a no-brainer. We have energy that's being wasted. So excess waste heat is not at all being utilized. We have, and thereby a stable energy source that can be used for heating and cooling that is cheap. The investments are not small, but looking at what you get out of it, it is cheap. I like to use an example from my own home in Copenhagen. where I'm on district heating from the very close by waste incinerator, which by the way has been designed by a world-famous architect and has a ski slope on top, so it's even a tourist attraction, which is pretty amazing, I think. But I like to ask colleagues when I bring them to Denmark and show this to them. So how much did your energy price go up during the crisis? And some say 300%, some say 800%. It was crazy how expensive it became. Well, my energy bill, my heating bill, in February 22 and March 22 and the months after, went down. Because it had nothing to do with the rest of the energy market. It's just burning the waste and utilizing it. So to have a district heating or district cooling system that is combined with a steady, reliable source of energy, that's where the pricing is independent. That will not always be possible, but often it will. Independent of the energy prices globally is really so good for both our prices and stability and economic prosperity and our competitiveness.
So when you bring in your experience from Denmark with the waste heat and also the district heat in general into the Commission, where are the blockers? I mean, how do we push this? I'm sure you do this every day, but what can people in this room do to push this further?
Well, many blockers. Again, so we take Denmark as a good example, but a lot of what we decided to do in the wake of the most extreme price spikes are not happening now in Denmark because people were very eager to get district heating. But this is, of course, voluntary, so you need people, and you need people to also make the investment decision. And now local communities are pulling out because now the price of gas is not that high, so now it's okay to stay on natural gas as they are. And this is even in a country where they will have a good chance of getting quite a big subsidy from the state. So you have a business case that's very, very easy to take to your bank because it'll pay back very, very soon. It's a guarantee, an insurance that you will not experience that hop in prices again in the future. And you get a huge subsidy from the state. And still they say no. So it is not easy. Also, because we made that decision, and I hope I'm not painting a picture that nothing is happening, because actually in Denmark a lot of people are moving on over to district heating, even though the percentage was quite high to start with. But that then again also has the negative effect that prices go up because there's more competition. So it's so expensive just to hire the actual people and the actual companies to do this that the prices have increased significantly. So these are some of the barriers, even in a country like that. And by the way, I mentioned in Denmark, there's many other countries that are doing equally well, and some probably also better will face similar problems. And then there will be other countries too, which they need to start more or less from scratch, because they simply haven't been used to doing these projects as a part of city planning, as a part of the development of new houses, and especially as an ambition for existing communities and houses. And I think we will do our part, of course, from the European Union side. We also need to acknowledge that the lion's share of the decisions that need to be taken to be taken on a national and even local level, because otherwise it will not happen.
Thank you. Let's move a bit to the cooling side. I mean, we see the summers are getting hotter, not in other parts of the world, but also in Europe. So what do you say about the EU leading the way here and getting being the first continent to deliver a cooling strategy? Is that going to happen?
That is going to happen, but yeah, so I found that it's not that difficult running strategies.
Implementing them.
If only you were successful just doing strategies, we would definitely be leading in Europe on everything, I think. Kidding aside, of course, you start a strategy, and we'll be putting forward a heating and cooling strategy next year, and we're working hard at already, getting in from many of you in the room today, so thank you for that. But it needs to be implementable. We will run into some of the challenges and barriers I've already spoken to, but it's also that our starting point is not a bad one compared to the rest of the world. We are moving away from fossils. We have a crisis right now that we would, of course, have preferred not to be in, but when you're in a crisis, you need to exploit that crisis, obviously. And that's what we're trying to do. The business case for investments will most places in Europe very, very good these months.
That goes for the cooling and the heating.
Both for the cooling and the heating. I don't really, in sense, differentiate so much. It is clear, though, that cooling, need for cooling is not new, but the magnitude of the challenge is, of course, new, and it will continue to rise. And I think that in taking that serious, we need to make sure that we learn from the positive examples that we have from heat, because a lot of the technology is, even the opposite things that you do, you know very better than me, you can reuse and learn from. I'm only conscious of a few things. First of all, can we do it fast enough? I mentioned earlier the example of 47 million people freezing. That's terrible, but I don't have the number. Even the fact that I don't have the number for how many people were died from the heat is really terrible.
It was in thousands and thousands.
Thousands and thousands, and that alone gives a moral imperative to act. On the other hand, I also want to make sure that we, which is I can't make sure, but I definitely want to keep arguing that I don't want us to have the same relationship to cooling as they have in the United States, for instance.
No, we do it differently.
We need to do it. We need to do it differently, and need to look at this in a way where okay, we acknowledge that in some areas starting from scratch. Okay, let's then make sure that we do it properly, because that's also a chance.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our interview is coming to an end because I know you have to dart off to another meeting. But I'd like to give one final question. In your mandate as a commissioner, do you have anything you want to sort of really leave trademark or a sort of Jrgensson, Jrgensson trademark maybe on your mandate here?
There's many things I would love to be a part of doing. It's I feel quite clear that the challenges we face are so big that there's nothing I will be able to do alone, and I think we're working on right now is quite bold and quite ambitious, and will certainly leave a mark, but not just a York mark, but a Commission mark. We had by President von der Leyen, who are extremely engaged in the issues that we're talking about today. But if you ask me what will we be back at in 4 years as of the biggest decisions made in this Commission, I'd certainly say that the Repower EU and the getting rid of our dependency of Russian gas will stand. So we should have done so a long time ago. There's many reasons why it has happened, but now it will happen. And we are using measures that are unprecedented. We've never taken measures like this against any country in the world. But we're doing it. Now we are banning import of Russian gas. I have first trialogue meeting with the Parliament and the Council tomorrow, and hopefully we will have a full agreement within a couple of weeks. So this is a pretty big thing. Also, hopefully we will have managed to bring down the prices of our energy substantially, and hopefully we will have made decisions that make the electrification of Europe. I know that some of you might think that it's a little bit of a, I think probably some parts of the room will think that that's exactly what we need to do. Others will say, oh, we need to do it, but make sure that we don't let electric solutions replace ones that we want. But nonetheless, I'm sure you know enough about energy systems to acknowledge if we don't manage to fundamentally electrify our industry, then we're in a very bad place. And that to happen, we also need much better connection, not only for industry, goes for whole energy systems. And hopefully you'll see that the grid action plan that I will be sending shortly will also contain some quite significant paradigm shifts that will, of course, not work from one day to the next, but that will be the strategy for the future of our energy union. And if that is then implemented, then we will be in a much better place where we are closer to being independent, having much lower prices whilst decarbonizing our economy.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today.
Please
give Commissioner Jrgensson a warm hand.
Thank you.
And thank you again.
Thank you.
With no doubt, the Commission will do a fantastic job with the years that's left of the mandate to push for cleaner and greener Europe. With that said, we're going to move along. We have a keynote presentation up here. There is a thing where there is a will. A famous person said this, as you know, where there is a will, there is a way. And we need to know a little bit more, what way might that be? And we have here from University, Professor Brian Vad Mathiesen, who will shed some light on this. Which are some of the most promising technologies waiting for us to be implemented? Please give Brian a warm hand.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to speak with today. I think dairy power EU is important, but one of the things that are very hard to do is structural change of the heat sector. And I not present an implementation of it, but I could present a roadmap and a strategy to do so. And we have done so in a new study called Heat Roadmap Europe towards sustainable, resilient, and competitive heating by 2050. And I'm part of the team, so it's not.
Every single person on this planet is educated and re-educated about climate change. We're dedicated as the UN Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and then finally tell them that we have joined the hand to be with a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est acté.
State Congress submitted to ban abortion. Located.
Temperatures rise.
The effects of social media and Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No option for red or insects.
So, Mathias Frimeri, you're Sweden's chief negotiator here at COP30. To have you in our studio.
Great with you, thank you.
Just the other day, the Swedish government wrote on LinkedIn that the main message here at COP is opportunity and urgency. Could you please elaborate on that?
Happy to. No, these have been our messages for quite some time, actually, that highlighting both the urgency of climate action, what the science tells that we need to do, but also highlighting the opportunities that we see in the transition, what it brings in terms of new jobs and growth. And hopefully that also will be a message coming out of COP30 that we're seeing that more countries are embracing that opportunity and building their climate transition, provide also jobs and growth for their economies.
Matchmaking might not be the first thing that comes to mind when you think about COPs, right? But this is something that Sweden, the delegation and the Sweden organization is talking quite a lot about here at COP. Could you please tell a bit more about this perspective?
We called it the climate Tinder before, but now it's the climate matchmaker. But what we want to do is, building on countries' NDC, the new national contributions all countries are presenting ahead of COP30, we're looking to what is it that all countries have identified in terms of policies that they want to enact and sectors that they want to decarbonize, and what kind of solutions do we have from a Swedish side to support that policy action. So that's why we call it the matchmaker, matching Swedish solutions with the kind of needs and priorities that countries have elaborated on in their NDCs and their national adaptation plans.
Climate finance is a major topic here at the COP here in Brazil. And it was just like it was last year at Baku. And could you please tell us a bit about the financial initiative tool there's lots to talk about here during the COP?
Well, we see that we need to mobilize much more finance, obviously, to accelerate the transition globally. Last year in Baku, we set the target of $1.3 trillion annually by 2035. And in order for us to be able to mobilize that, we both need to be innovative in terms of how we spend our development finance, but also, of course, we need to be innovative in terms of how to attract investment to developing countries. And hopefully by sort of merging the two, by providing new innovative sources of finance from our development side, we can also attract private investment into developing countries to support their transition. Just to give you one example, we were using something we call guarantees, which means that the Swedish government or the Swedish state will be guaranteeing that a certain investment could be more secure, and thereby also attracting investment from private sector into a specific project.
Thank you, Matthias. The position of the Global Pricing Challenge, the chair of that challenge, and you will do the actual chairing of this committee. So could you please tell us a bit about what this entails?
This was launched by Canada a couple of years ago, and we were a member since the start, more or less, where we are coming together as a group of countries to advocate for the use of carbon pricing. Sweden and Finland were the first two countries globally to introduce carbon pricing back in 1991 already. And now we're using this as a platform to highlight the benefits of carbon pricing to more countries globally. We're also working in something we call the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. And of course, we're trying to highlight the usefulness of carbon pricing also here within the negotiations. But I think, just another example is that when we speak to Swedish business actors and we ask them, what would they see as the single most efficient policy tool to accelerate the transition? Most of them would say carbon pricing. So we assume this chairmanship role as a way sort of to amplify those kind of voices and saying that carbon pricing is indeed a tool which more and more countries can deploy.
So Matthias, will this also guide Swedish ambitions and focus here in Belém?
Well, definitely it's part of our toolbox in a way, where carbon pricing has been a key element in our climate diplomacy, but we're hoping with the GCPC, as we call it, to have a sort of yet another platform for us to be advocating for the benefits of carbon pricing.
Sweden has always been, for many, many years, the trailblazer when it comes to climate action, and which has, of course, made us all very proud. However, last year, Swedish emissions increased by about 7%. And also we even, pulled into, well, you all know all about this, of course, the EU court in terms of us not implementing the right tools for the renewable energy transition. So how does this resonate with the Swedish delegation's message and also ambitions here in Belém? It's kind of a little bit of a oxymoron for many people to reflect on.
But I think for us it's also a reflection of the fact that we've come so far in the transition that we're seeing barriers to the transition as well, and those barriers need to be overcome. And of course no structural reform of our economies has ever been a straight line, but there is always bump in the road, and that's this proof also that all countries will probably be experiencing these bumps in the road in order for us to be able to achieve net zero. So I think these are lessons for everyone, and as we're learning as we go along in terms of how can we structure and approach transition in a way which makes it beneficial for all people in a society. And that's also something which we can bring to the global stage in terms of what our experience in terms of building a position which is also socially just. For example, bringing in the just transition elements. How do you structure dialogue on the labour market, for example, to ensure that all voices are heard in transition for a particular sector, and sharing those kind of experiences as well, which of course all countries need to find their own model in doing that. But I think the more we can share these experiences, the more we can also build sort of volume of data globally for us all to be able to benefit from each other's experiences.
Well, thank you. Sharing of experiences is indeed key. This is partially why we're all here to do this, right? So this COP has been branded the COP of Truth, as well as the big COP, and well, there are many names for this. So, what are your hopes and fears, the outcome
I launched the term Solutions the other day because I really hope that this could be the all solutions, where we share solutions, we share best practice, highlight the kind of solutions that we know are available. And that also speaks to the heart of what we to achieve at this scope, getting a negotiated outcome on the new nationally determined contributions. We had difficult negotiations yesterday on the agenda. We now have the agenda in place, and we're starting conversations also on how to frame the outcome when it comes to the NDCs. We're seeing some countries do not agree with us from this, from a Sweden and EU perspective, but we hope build those kind of alliances, highlighting again that there are solutions available, that we will support each other in implementation, and that we can leave below that kind of roadmap and pathway to strengthen collaboration, to increase transition or accelerate the transition to net zero.
COP of solutions, I really like that. And I very, very much like the fact that you were to take time to come to the studio.
Welcome to the latest in our Nature Positive Dialogues, a series of interviews and live panels from COP30 in Berlin, broadcast by We Don't Have Time in partnership with Nature Positive Initiative. And I'm joined now by Ilona Sabo Gervalho, who's co-founder and president of the Instituto Igarapé. Welcome, Ilona.
Hi, Trema. Wonderful to be with you.
Fantastic. And let's get into it. So your think tank really looks at that connection between security, nature, and climate. And could you perhaps explain a bit to us how is criminality or its environmental impact affecting the nature positive action?
Yes, for sure. Might not be so straightforward when you hear it first, but we are here at the heart of the Amazon forest that all of us know that we have to save from deforestation. So to start, I say 90% or over 90% of deforestation in Amazon is illegal. It's driven illicit economy, environmental crime that converge with non-environment crime. And what happened that this destabilized, this land use change.
Welcome to the latest in our Nature Positive Dialogues, a series of interviews and live panels from COP30 in Berlin, broadcast by We Don't Have Time in partnership with the Nature Positive Initiative. And I'm joined now by Ilona Sabo.
So we're here at 30 in Belém in Brazil. We just had a major rain storm hitting the COP30 grounds here. Very loud, very noisy. That's because we're near the Amazon in part. But we're also now in a very fantastic pavilion here at COP30 with one of the architects of that pavilion. Let's see who it is. If you could say who you are and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Tim Lenton. I'm a professor of climate change from University of Exeter in the UK.
Fantastic, Tim. So this is great. You have a very special pavilion here. Why would we say it is a special thing to have at this particular COP?
It's the first time that a COP presidency has kind of invited the science community to present the latest science on are we crossing planetary boundaries, are we crossing tipping point risks in the climate, and what's the latest science on how we can accelerate out of trouble, cross what I call positive tipping points to get to a sustainable state where we stop global warming in its tracks. And we're here also to keep the negotiations honest. So, as often happens, the negotiations kind of drift off the science, and we're here to bring back the real information, the real science, to fight any misinformation that might creep in.
It's interesting with this COP, isn't it? Because I think it's the first COP for this kind of science pavilion, but it's also a COP where we actually got the words disinformation and misinformation on the agenda. It comes at an interesting moment where it seems that some people are pushing back a bit against science because it suits their political views. So are you trying to keep the COP honest against those kinds of influences?
Absolutely. We're trying to keep the COP honest to the evidence, the scientific evidence, both about the climate itself, our life support system, but also that 80% of people worldwide support a more radical action to tackle the climate crisis. So the majority might be a little too silent, but we're very much the majority. And it's as you say, a few well-funded people with a vested interest in maintaining the status quo who are feeding misinformation and suppressing the change we need to a cleaner, greener, happier, healthier future.
So we have this campaign called Make Science Great Again, which is deliberately meant to be cheeky, but at the heart of it is, in a sense, trying to support that science is really precious. It's very important. Peer-reviewed science has to inform any decision that's taken by any political system to get the best possible outcome from that. And yet, we find this kind of some places a bit of a cancel science culture. Politics has always played with science, has it not? It's always, even with the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports, it then goes to the governments who sign off. Maybe they water it down a little bit, but you get the kind of universal buy-in, don't you? Which is also important too. The question, I suppose, is how far can the political process go before it makes fools of them in terms of the decisions they take?
Well, that's a great question. You've all the key points there, that if we don't know what to trust and what truth is, then we're never going to get out of this crisis. So we need an anchor in what's very solid, most of it century or so old, basic science of climate change. But we also need accurate information on the newer science of how we're crossing dangerous tipping points in the climate where change becomes self-propelling, but also we're passing positive tipping points in the economy where the change to clean technology becomes self-propelling. And we need that systems view and understanding to keep us, to know that we have agency still to make the change we need. It's not a hopeless situation. But of course, the promulgators of this misinformation are doing it quite deliberately to keep people feeling disempowered, like there's nothing they can do and they might as well give up and just revert to type and keep on lining their pockets with the fossil fuel purchases and whatever else. So yeah, we're obviously, as always, in a melting pot of science and politics, and the science has to be savvy to that and has to hold the line for keep the clear messaging on the evidence and show the opportunities as well as the risks that we face.
Perhaps, in fact, it's good news because it shows that those people that don't want change are getting very panicky and really cranking up the misinformation to a point at which it's so deafeningly loud and you know where it's blowing from. A little bit like the rainstorm we had just a few minutes ago. We know where it's coming from. That, in that case, was the Amazon, something we love. These other storms are coming from other places. So maybe there's some good news in this as well.
There is. I'm the tipping point specialist, so I completely agree with your interpretation that the incumbents, as I call them, who have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo, realise the situation is destabilising. They realise that renewable energy is the cheapest source of energy now, and that there are all huge benefits in its exponentially growing uptake. They're uncomfortable with that, and they're fighting back harder. That's, I'm afraid, the natural reaction when your privileged position is challenged. But I do take it as a positive, as you do, that this actually shows that the ground is shifting now, and the big tipping point in our economy, in how we power it, how we run everything, is starting to get underway. And let's all get behind the positive tipping points that bring it forward sooner and that knock these nefarious actors out of their position of power and privilege.
Tim, just lastly, the quick questions. It's 2 weeks to go before the end of the COP, so there's a lot might happen in between. But is the science, the Planetary Science Pavilion itself and the scientists here, you've got some great, fantastic colleagues, Johan Rockström from the Potsdam Institute in Berlin, Carlos Nobre from Sao Paulo University, I think, who's one of the world leaders as well in this topic. Is there one or two, there's probably a whole list of things you'd like at the end, right? But instead of a shopping list, is there one or two really big issues that you'd like to see somehow resolved or at least pushed much further down the road of fulfillment?
Well, what I'd like to see are like the small group coalitions come together who know that they've got a shared vested interest in pushing the change we need faster. They're going to realise the wins first. They're going to make a new small group collective commitments to bring forward the positive tipping points that are going to ultimately benefit everybody and are going to shut down the actors who are trying to slow change, because eventually the change will be unstoppable. So that could be coalitions of nations, progressive nations, but I think it's also important at a COP to recognise that this is where policy, business, the research front, NGOs all come together, and we've all got some agency to, if we work together, to get those amplifying feedbacks going to create the change we need.
Good. Okay. I think we have one last act here, which is somebody, please. We have a little gift for Tim, actually, which we want to give him. We've got these specially made COP30 hats. Not quite as dramatic as the other ones, which are in a colour that's well known by me. This one's a bit...
I like it. Thank you. And make Earth great again.
Absolutely, we'll make Earth great, we'll make science great again, and hopefully we can make any football team who support great, but that'll be asking too much.
Yeah, maybe. Good luck with that one.
Thanks a lot.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated to the UN Convention on Climate Change to embrace education issue.
We can into the eyes of our children, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath more habit world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs. The epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
I'm now 18 years old. I think maybe one of the...
Welcome back. It's time to focus on the youth. After all, it's their future that's being negotiated here at COP by people that are much older than they are. So we're going to start by showing a film on a speech that really went viral. It was from the Dutch guy, Lars Vestra, who gave this speech at the opening of the United Nations Assembly in New York. And this is really powerful speech that went viral. So let's roll the tape.
I'm now 18 years old. I think maybe one of the youngest here in the room. Many would call me naive. Many would call me too young. Many would call me too unexperienced. And to be honest,
okay, so I guess there was a little bit of an interruption in the rolling of the tape. Can we get it back on? Or what signals am I getting? Or should we go straight to Lars? Okay, I'll straight to Lars. And then maybe we're lucky to show the film. It's everywhere on the internet. So we'll be able to find it. Lars Vestra. And Lars, you're with us via Zoom. And just for the people to, if they want to look you up and find the speech, you spell your name with a W. Lars Vestra with a W. So if you want to look for that, if you can't see it now here on the broadcast, and a warm welcome to We Don't Have Time, Lars. How are you today? Okay, good. So the speech really made it big online. What was that like for you? Did you expect this, and what happened?
Well, indeed, it was at the General Assembly of the United Nations, and we held a side event organized by the EU delegation to the UN, with a lot of powerful people in the room, with the Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs, the Under Secretary General, with the EU Ambassador to the UN. And we also invited many youth delegates representing youth from their country to speak on behalf of youth from their country. And I had the honor to close the event, so I ended with a personal note, and hopefully we can get it back on again later in this session. But what I said was that young people have the ability to dream, to believe. Maybe they don't have all the experience adults have, but they can think with an idealistic view. They can dream. They can dream about a better future. So I posted the speech as well. I didn't really prepare it that much. Of course, I wrote a bit what I wanted to write. It really spoke my heart. And then I posted it only in the next morning. I saw it was going viral. So I was a bit shocked, but I think millions of people have seen it. Of course, that's a huge honor. And I joke with another delegates making videos over there. You put hours of work in it. And they post a speech, you just speak your heart and you post it and you do it in 1 minute. That's going viral. And the other videos make 1,000 views. So it is quite fun. Of course, it's really, and I'm really happy that's. Well, I'm getting a lot of positive reactions, so that's great to see.
Congratulations on this achievement. So what message do you think resonates the most with the global youth watching this?
Well, I think living in an era we're living right now today in a place where there's a lot of distrust, there's a lot of fear, a lot of bad things going on. If you read a newspaper, you see about climate change, of course, on the cover, you see wars, genocides, extreme poverty. So people are scared, and people are scared about their future. Young people, the people I meet are saying that to me. And I think what I tried to say is that we can build a better future if we listen to young people. And young people don't have a better view or have a perspective that's more worth. People have a different view. Young people can dream, can believe, can look in the future, and you combine that with the experience adults have, then you can achieve the best things. And I think that was what resonated, that there is hope, that young people can hope, can dream. And if you work together with youth and more experienced people on a level of equality, so not I'm gonna teach you this, so let me talk. I know I have years of experience. I know how we're gonna do it. No, really on a level of equality. Then I think we can achieve the greatest thing. So hopefully I get youth are getting a bit of hope again and really are felt empowered that their opinion really mattered, because that was my goal with the speech. On one side, telling adults, hey, listen to us as well. We do have a valuable perspective. And other sides to young people, step up, stand up, speak up for the things you believe in, because that matters.
So how does this experience, how has it changed the way you view yourself as an activist, if it has changed the way you view yourself?
Well, to be honest, it didn't really change the way I see myself, because I'm saying this since I was 9 years old. I'm saying, listen to us, listen to children, listen to young people, because our view is not better, but it is different. And if we combine the opportunities young people are thinking of, maybe unfeasible opportunities, there are dreams. If we combine them with experience they'll have, and maybe the frameworks, they are sometimes locked in and rusted maybe. If we can combine those, then we can go out of the box and come back in, I think. So it didn't really change the way I saw myself, children's rights activist, but it is great to see a lot of people. I've reached a lot of people in my match and I'm getting a lot of reactions, and that's great. I'm really hoping that more people start taking children, starting young people seriously for views, and not finishing it only because they're.
Lars, what do you think is needed the most to leaders listen to you? Is it loud voices, or is it more seats at the negotiation table?
Well, I think that we want maybe not even more at the table. We want a redesign table. We want a fair table, a table that represents every kind of person, represents young people, older people, all the different grounds on the level of equality. Everyone can give their perspective, give their opinion. We value every perspective. We don't want to only see, we will be reheard, because you put the young people at the table, and after meeting you can walk away and go on with your life. No, you really have to listen. You really have to work together. We want engagement, not only just a conversation. We want to build this together. But what you're saying is true. If we want that fairer table, if we want that level of equality, maybe we need louder voices now. So I'm really encouraging young people to step up, especially when it comes to climate change, because that's something that will hit our generation even harder than the majority of people that's walking there now in Brazil. And our vision, our perspective is needed there. And to be honest, I think adults would want that as well. I think if we have the world leaders talking to youth, if I spoke to some powerful people in New York, I saw what it did to them, and I saw that they were really impressed sometimes by things young people can say, but also they're valuing it. And I think I think that's what we need. So hopefully young people will step up more, and on the other side, hopefully, especially the people that are working there now in Brazil, will listen to them and will really open up to them.
So the last question for me would be, what is the most important thing that you want the leaders here at the COP to hear, really hear when they listen to youth?
Well, of course, they're talking about climate change, and they're talking for days, for weeks. And I learned in New York, as a youth delegate, you're changing the world 1 comma at a time. And I think that's exactly what's happening right now in Brazil. So I want to invite the negotiators, the world leaders, the ministers, the delegates, to go talk to young people, to go talk to people who have this lived experience about what climate change can do to you, to really listen to the real issues, the real problems, the real solutions, and the real ideas, and sometimes move a bit away from all the negotiations and all the negotiating about 1 comma, and really think about what you're doing it for. And that's not only for all the generations to come, but also for this generation, because we're reading it all the time in a newspaper what climate change is doing. And if this COP will not be an historical one, then I am really, really scared about what's going to happen in the next years.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Lars Vestra, for your passion and for your important work. And I just got word from the producer here that we're going to try to show your speech at the end of this session. And we'll be hearing more from you, I'm sure, over the next months and years. So thank you again, Lars Vestra. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck at the COP.
I'm now 18 years old, I think maybe one of the youngest here in the room. Many would call me naive. Many would call me too young. Many would call me too unexperienced. And to be honest, I agree with all of them, because I am young, I am inexperienced, and I am quite naive, although I would rather call it idealistic. And although I do not know how to be a good diplomat, I have to use a dictionary when reading a UN resolution, and I'm getting lost in this building all the times. I do have the ability to dream, to believe. I believe that we can stop the devastating consequences of climate change. I believe that we can be the first generations of new, peaceful order. I believe we can take care of ones that need it the most. And I dream of being the hero that accomplished it all. And I think it's the power of people. The fact that we can be naive and be idealist, the fact that we can dream and the fact that we can believe. I want to invite you. Dream as you dreamed who are my age. Believe as you believed who are my age. And be the hero you wanted to be when you were my age.
So people, we got to hear the entire speech here, Lars. So thank you again for your commitment, for your passion. So now I'm joined by 3 other terrific youth here in the studio. We're going to have a panel about the influence of youth into the negotiation course. And next to me, I have Victoria Rocio Hernández Rueda, and you are from The Life of Pachama from ECHO. And next to you, Adelaide Charlier, and you are a climate activist, founder of Youth for Climate Movement from Belgium. Wonderful, and welcome to have you.
Thank you.
Then we have Benjamin Sanchez. You're focal youth delegation to COP30, and also Life of Pachamama. You're from Chile. So happy to have you here. So I'm going to start with Adelaide. You've had quite a journey, because you didn't fly, you went by ship. So that is quite impressive. You crossing the Atlantic with Women Wave project. So, of course, you have to tell us about the project. And also, how was the trip?
I'm not so white, which is weird because I'm really Belgian. So I crossed the Atlantic sailing boats with 10 other incredible, amazing women. It's a full-man crew in terms of the skippers and activists on board. And the idea was that not only in Europe, in the world, of course, but right in Europe, we are really seeing an environmental backlash. We are really seeing politically the environmental policies being completely destroyed and the narrative around it being given mostly to climate skeptics. And we're like, hey, we need to figure out ways to be part of the story today. And as you know, we are not really at the center of attention, and that's okay. We're going to find ways to put climate justice at the center of it. And for that, apparently, to get out of the norm, and getting out of the norm for us for this year was to attend COP30, but make it a project, make it bigger than who we are as individuals, and put the lens on women who are pretty much not only more affected by climate change, but we also see them as leaders of environmental movements. So things are super incredible, and we wanted to make that link. And so to get out of the norm, we thought, let's sail all the way to Brazil, not being sirs. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. But I can tell you now that this incredible journey, I also vomit for quite some weeks. That it was the most incredible journey. What I can do now, it's been only 3 days arrived, is that I know it completely changed us, but we just don't know yet how.
And how many days did it take?
This was a 1 month trip, yeah. 1 month at sea. 1 month at sea, no connection, just connecting with the sea and ourselves, learning how to sail, learning how to look at the clouds, say, okay, there's quite a storm coming, and how are we going to do this? Where are we going? Really learning each other as well. I think it's important to highlight that we're not only environmental activist board, but also colonial and feminist activists. And it was crucial for us to learn from each other, because we don't take the time to talk to each other on land. So that if we put ourselves in the middle of the Atlantic with no Wi-Fi, with one mission to reach Brazil, reach COP30, we hope that we have time to talk. And I can tell you today our links are so strong, we will never stop working together.
I can imagine that, really. So Benjamin and Victoria, your organization Pachamama was founded at Climate Justice Camp in Colombia. So how is the life of Pachamama elevating youth and community to really push at places at the COP? Benjamin.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, actually, Life of Pachamama has a great mission. More than 1,000 million of children, youth, adolescents are suffering because of the climate change. And actually, we youth created an organization by youth, for youth, across Latin America, give them a binding voice, to them for being in a high-level political forums and explain to the police what we need and how we need to implement the solutions. And actually, I'm not quite sure if you have my information, Vic, to complete.
Yeah, well, I think Life of Pachamama is making a great job here. We are a delegation of 21 young people from all around the world, Latin American and Asian people. So it's really exciting to be here. Actually, it's my first time in a COP, and I'm 18. So I am one of the youngest persons on the delegation. It's really exciting to have a space here, have a voice, have something to share, because, I mean, the world is watching us. Like, we are being a part of the most important climate conferences in the world, being here with this opportunity that Life of Pachamama has. They are also actually working on a generation that helps having the right of having a voice for the young people. It's a generation they've been working with about 600 organizations more. So it's having a really nice job helping youth from their organization.
Thank you very much, Jamin and Victoria. Back to Adelaide. How would you, from your perspective now also on the boat and in general, how would you interpret the feminine aspect, the gender aspect of climate negotiations?
Yeah, thank you for having that. So there are many ways we can look at it, right? I mean, taking gender lens into climate negotiations, you can look at the aspect of climate consequences, right? We know today, we can go to all the reports that have been actually also from the UN showing that the women are mostly affected by climate change. Actually, soon as communities already vulnerable in general with climate change, they are even more vulnerable facing the consequences of climate change. So we're talking about gender, we could talk about so many other aspects. So I think that we need to have policies that have a gender vision. That's just for the facts, it's just the only way to make climate policies, environmental policies just. And COP30 is interesting for that, because today we are normally trying to finish a text on the gender and climate vision. And I hope COP30 will finally conclude and bring up a text with that vision that is ambitious. And that's what we're literally negotiating right now at this COP. And we have next week to make it as ambitious as possible. We are working on our advocacy requests right now with citizens that are here at COP30. But this is crucial, and it's crazy that we're talking about it at COP30, right? And that it was said at COP27 that we will now have this gender aspect text and focus. So not only is it important for the consequence, what is interesting for me in terms of the gender aspect, like I was saying earlier, is also that we see in movement mostly women at the leads of environmental movements. That's interesting, and I think there are many reasons why we could find that, but one of them is that they are lacking space in institutional spaces, right? Movements are not institutional. You create them, you find each other, you just have to organize. You have to have a room, not even a space in the streets. You can organize and grow. You can make it a society movement, grassroots, institutional. In terms of institutions, we have a hard time still see around us here in the negotiations tables. When we look at the spaces, we still have a hard time to see gender equality. And that's sad. We're in 2025. Come on, I think we can do much better. And so for that, I think not only can we talk about the consequence of climate change, where they are most vulnerable, if they are there as victims, they should be in the rooms of negotiations. And this is something we have to talk about here more in COP.
Thank you for framing it so passionately. Victoria, what is your take on the seat at the table for marginalized groups?
I think at least at this COP, we talk about a lot of including all persons and being all here and all having a voice, but I think, at least from my perspective, it's a little bit still on the paper. We need to take more action, especially from women in science. For me, it has been a really tough way. I am still young, so it's also a huge problem. So yeah, at least in my country, it's a really hard topic to talk about, especially from being a woman in science and young. I have like mainly more vulnerabilities one will have. So I think we should all talk more about these problems. Like, everyone has to be on the table, everyone has to have a voice, everyone has the right to listen, and the police makers, the people that take decision here, should listen more. We actually have a voice. We are actually here for they have to look at us. We demand our rights. It's not like we are asking it for them. So I think a really great place where we can have a voice, but we actually have to be listened. And I think it's something like we are working on. We have the solution, we have everything. We just want to be listened. So yeah, I think we can work more on that.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Benny, what could you say about the gaps of who should be at the table, do not? How can we make them smaller, these? How can we get more youth and more indigenous people in, women in, etc., etc.?
I found fantastic your question. Actually, I think one of the most important things we have to fight for capacity building. Without capacity building, without the youth, the ancestral community, by an intergenerational way, it's so hard to voice. So, well, actually, we were working so much on trying to work with different multilateral organizations, the CAF in Latin America, who they have prepared us as youth with all the knowledge of the negotiations, for giving them all tools to participate. In my case, a youth, also in Chile, my focus of marginalized groups could be ancestral communities, especially in the north of Chile, because they are suffering because of the mining waste. Chile survives because of the copper extraction. So imagine that there are vast areas copper waste, which it expels some acid mining drainage, which can pollute clearly the underground layers, and it affects all the ancestral communities, indigenous communities, who unfortunately today, 2025, they don't have the capacity building to express what do they need, who do they talk with, and all the processes. Well, my focus is, for me, being a student of engineer, trying to make all the engineering solutions to predict with specific methods possible acid mining drainage, and have all the interconnections with multilateral organizations to prepare our delegation of Life of Pachamama to have a voice in 5 tables in the COP30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. The question to all three, and I'm turning first to Adelaide. What are your expectations? What is your hope for the achievement at all, from an overall perspective?
Yes, so of course we hope for a lot at first. Three aspects. I would like first to talk about the governance of COP. This is the aspect of inclusivity, like you were talking about, of indigenous communities, especially here now being in Brazil, also of activists in general, of civil society. That's the first aspect where what we are working here is really the inclusion of society. May I highlight that COP30 is special? Not because of what's going on here in the blue zone, I think, because of what's going on out there. Today, right now, it's been we still have a few days, there is the People Summit that has been organized. I really invite you to imagine the energy that there is there, the power of civil society from across the world organizing together it's very, very beautiful and powerful. If you would have these people say here, I can assure you that you would not have the same conclusion. I can assure you that the debates be more lively, but that's not negative. Lively debates is great for democracy. It's great conclusion of COP. So for me, this COP is special in terms of governance. If for the next ones, we are able to link better what's going on in the people's and what's going on here in the zone of COP30. And then we have other aspects, of course, that we could take into account. We are expecting on the financial aspect of COP30, expecting a lot on the gender aspect, as I told you. I will be working on that a lot next week. And then last aspect, which is, as every year, the elephant in the room of COPs. We can never mention it. It sounds like if you say it, a bomb is going to explode. It is getting out of our fossil fuel addiction. There is nowhere to be seen in the agenda of COP30 the exit of fossil fuel addiction. This is crazy. We are talking about the first reason why today we have climate crisis across the world. We are also talking about an extractivist industry impacting indigenous communities across the world. And this is not at the agenda. So, in a way, that aspect, COP30 has already failed us. But I can assure you, as it is over, that we will do our best to make it, put it on the agenda.
So Benjamin, from your perspective, what would signal meaningful progress at the outcome of COP? What signal would you like to see?
Are you referring to progress regarding expectations? Mm-hmm. Well, I could say that in my expectations could if I could have the possibility to see amazing youth leaders, which actually I think I met my expectations. I could see here on this COP fantastic young leaders across the who are trying to, who still have the hope to change the world. And science. Actually, I could meet so many sensor scientists, which they actually are struggling with sponsorships. And well, I understand science is pretty expensive, but now I'm completely focused on achieve with memorandum of understandings in the north of Chile with different organizations or enterprises of mining companies who are actually here COP. So well, that's my perception of progress with my own agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. And Hector, what do you say?
Well, I think just a lot of points I would like to talk about. I mean, the indigenous people right now are this people that are now laid up at the tables. They need more voice actually, and I mean, this land belongs to them. So. And they don't even get the chance to decide on their own territories, the places they live. I think also, like they were here, they could talk to you about that. You have to be really brave, have to be really desperate from do what they did. So, yeah, I think they need more visibility because also a lot of people in suits are here, but the real people, the people that had these problems, that really understand the day by day, the problems that they live, they're outside and they don't listen to them. So I think expectations from this place are really high. I mean, it's called, in Spanish, is La Cop de los Pueblos, like all the communities should be taken into account. Actually, from also the science field, I think it's important because the scientists show you all the data on the information, all the numbers, but also the climate justice cannot be made without the population and the community getting involved in it. So it's really a huge problem that communities don't get the chance to know everything that's going on here. And yeah, I mean, it's their houses, what you're talking about. It's the planet that they live in. So they really get to know everything that's stuck here. It has to be just as climatic. So yeah, I think it's... I mean, for me, it's huge what we're doing here and where we're working and having some amazing and young people and being here with them. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you.
Same.
Well, it's wonderful to have you. I have a question that might be sitting in the viewers' head too. So, how are you able to get in, and what rooms are you able to get into? I mean, are you at some parts of the negotiations? What type of badge do you have? I mean, this is not easy. It's just not like turning. I mean, sailing here is really difficult. But even if you took a plane, it is difficult to get into the diplomatic zone, to get a badge, and to even get to certain rooms. So, Adelaide, what rooms can you get into that are inside of the?
Thank you so much for highlighting that. It is quite to first understand what are jobs, and then afterwards realizing there are different zones, different spaces. I mean, you know, it's kind of a nerdy thing to understand all of that. So I think all of us here are nerds, first of all, privileged nerds, of course. And so yes, so on our side we have used our privilege in Belgium and France to request a part overflow badge, which means concretely in the language of normal people that we are part of our national delegation, which allows us to have access to quite some rooms. First of all, the blue zone, which is the negotiation zone.
The diplomatic zone.
Thank you, thank you. And then some, we have access to some of the negotiations room. Okay, so that's pretty big. This is the furthest that we can go as someone who does not have a mandate, of course, to negotiate for Belgium. I do not have a mandate from Belgium.
No. Are you able to pose a question or an intervention?
I'm allowed to intervene in the majority of the rooms, but I am allowed to listen. This is the best you can have as a badge. This is incredible as a civil society, super privileged. I have to highlight that not our full team was able to get this badge, very limited, and also that our full team is still quite privileged. This is super hard to get, and we have tried to also help enormous of young people across the globe to have access to badges. Actually, many organizations in the global north have now a policy to make sure the badges are being sent to young people in the global south. This is super important.
We do that too.
But it is, yeah, thank you so much for highlighting that. Thank you for doing it also. But as we can see, even with that organization, it still doesn't allow to rebalance the number of young people from Global South in here, these spaces. But please tell, I'm super interested about you guys, how do you struggle, especially in South America?
Yes, you also have the party overflow. The first COP I went to is like, what does that mean? Party overflow? Did you have too much to drink last night? No, sorry, it was a joke. But it's a kind of an odd title.
It is.
And you're an observer, so run us through this, because this is sort of COP lingo, and it's important for other youth to understand if they might want to come here. What do they do?
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, actually, can you hear me better, right? Yeah, perfect. You cannot imagine how hard it was for us to achieve this amazing badge. As you say, I completely agree with you. And mainly, this badge can give you access to all the conversations possible. But as you perfectly say, we cannot say things in name of our country. But of course, we can give suggestions. For example, we are in the negotiation table and we are writing in an agenda and in a notebook, and we say to the parties, declarations, official, hey, well, you could do this, and it's more like
you can slip your country's negotiators a note.
Yeah. It's for suggestions, but we cannot say. At least the delegation asks you for it. So if the official delegation asks you to do it, you can do it.
Okay.
And well, actually, to have that being young across the Latam especially is so hard, because you need the willingness of the governments. So well, actually understanding that the governments, especially the electoral political statements, are based on short-term phases. They don't think on long phase, thinking in an intergenerational way for youth. It's so hard. So actually, in my case, in Chile, was such easy, because the Chile's government is completely aligned to provide the opportunities to youth. And well, in the case of Life of Pachamama, we had, as you perfectly said, Vic, we had 21 delegates. So we had to contact like 17 countries, different countries. So it's completely hard to do it. Countries from South of Asia, Vietnam, Indonesia, which actually they weren't governments which actually are not so eager to give those patches, but with several quantifiable emails, we could have the cooperations of almost 25% of the country. So it's such an amazing notice, and almost 18 of 21 youth delegates have their party overflow agenda. And well, in the case
so Victoria, your badge says observer.
Yeah. In my case, it's kind of a different story. I am from Mexico, and in Mexico, it's a really hard to get an accreditation. So I work at my university with the chapter of Student Energy at IPN. My accreditation is from Student Energy, but as an observer, I can enter some negotiations, not all of them. Party overflows are more privileged in that part. Also, if the room is kind of busy, they kick me out because I'm all just an observer. I cannot advise like the people from my country. But even to the observer accreditation, it's really hard. Had to get, it was like maybe a month job, like getting to know the accreditation for Blue Zone. It's really difficult. Actually, our delegation was lucky because everyone here has a blue access pass. So it was a hard, everyone had to talk to a lot of people and ask for a lot of favors to do this. It's not easy, but it's really nice to be here. I mean, it's like a dream come true having this card so you can enter to every negotiation and actually just being here. But yeah, it's kind of hard to get some.
That our lobbying started way before COP30, just to get the badge.
So to finish this off, if you're youth watching this, when do you start if you want to go to the next COP? And how do you get the money to your organization? And so the first is to contact your country, right?
Yes, I think I would say what's important is to make sure that you are part of a project, build a project. Because even if you start contacting your country alone right now, it's very interesting. Try it, huh? But they will expect from you the reason why you want to go to COP. It's not sufficient to just be a citizen.
That makes sense, yeah.
So why do you want to? What are you eager to do? Check out around you. Are some people already doing that? Are some people around you in your city, in your town, in your school, or even in country already trying to fight for that? Contact them. Say that it's energy. You know, in most of the organizations, capacity building is low. So they're also in to have people coming in with new energy. So first, I would say don't stay alone. That's super important, not only because it makes you further, but also because it gets hard. It gets disappointing. First, we will have many emails. No, your project is not good enough, or we don't have budgets for you, or you won't have money, so then you have to apply for foundation. So many aspects, and you have to flights or book a sailing boat, and then you'll have to end up in Australia, where it's super expensive to stay for 2 weeks. So just because the work is quite long, don't stay alone. Join a community, join active, and then
that's
you can
really
go
good advice.
Yeah.
What advice can you share?
Well, my advice to the youth across the globe who try to have a voice here in the high-level political forums, my message is actually COP31 is not these 2 weeks, it's the year complete. So all this year we have to start working on
we can't stop.
People to have experiences to share on there in the pavilions, on the side events. So first, as you perfectly said, we have to contact to the focal point to tell them, well, actually, what's left behind, who are left behind, what do we need to do in our countries, in our regions, as Adelaide said. Are there possible partners across the region who contact with? Because starting alone is so much difficult than starting in a group with peers. So, well, actually my message is please start working on think on the people who really needs a help. Not just the people, the animals, the ecosystems. And with all that experience, with all the contacts, the network which you will have, then you can start thinking, well, actually, if I share my beautiful experience on there in COP, to still growing up, making great partnerships, and this is the beautiful part of the story, because here in the COP30, you will see that there are more people like you who are really trying to change the world, and it's a beautiful experience that you will never forget.
Thank you, Benjamin. So, Victoria, Pachamama is active in many countries. So if you're watching this and you are in a country, please tell us what countries the Life of Pachamama is active in.
Colombia, Mexico, Chile, like actually all Latin America is active. So
that's an organization that you could be part of.
Asia is also part of, and I think like complementing what they told, I think my advice is be brave. Like, just go for it, do it. Because if you want to, you're perfect and you're really prepared, then it's gonna be too late. So you have an idea, be passionate about it. Like, unfortunately, also it is not all it's not only about passion. You have to work. Like Benjamin said, being here for the 2 weeks, we have to work like maybe more than a year to be here these days. So yeah, work, have network, get investigation, tell the world why you deserve to be here, why you deserve what you want to do here at this space, and yeah, just go for it, be brave, use your voice, yeah.
And keep your determination. Never, never stop. It's going to be hard, but you're not alone.
Well, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this. One of my daughters was supposed to sail, just like you did.
Oh, wow.
But she chose to study urban resilience instead, which was difficult for her to make the choice.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Just the passion that you just radiate, it's truly inspiring. It's goes straight through the screen and affect the hearts of lots of young people. So thank you for coming.
And thank you for having us and for offering the space to young people. Thank you.
Thank you. We will end this session by sharing some one-on-one interviews that we've been doing during the first days here at the COP. And then we'll be back with some live content. So stay with us.
Hello, we are the Planetary Science Pavilion, where science meets negotiators, and we try to bring a whole new vision of how negotiations can include planetary sciences as it progresses at COP30 in the heart of the Amazon in Belém. And today I have Nico Wunderling. He is a scientist, and he has a very important message for COP30, which is the COP of Truth. So, Nico, first, welcome. Thank you for talking to us. Can you tell us what is the overshooting of 1.5 that I've heard you talk about in different panels and seen the reports?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And just to keep it very brief, overshooting 1.5 really means entering a high risk zone, not only for extreme events, for droughts, floods, and storms, but also for the global tipping elements such as the Amazon rainforest, where we're here right now, but also for the ice sheets or global ocean currents, such as the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, the AMOC.
So for a lot of folks out there, they look at 1.5 and they say, I mean, it's such a little number, right? It's a little temperature number. Why is 1.5 so important?
Yeah, 1.5 might seem like a small number, but actually it is a number that we haven't had for 120,000 years back in time. So in the last interglacial, that had similar time. So we're winding back the climate clock by more than 100,000 years if we reach, and we do reach, 1.5 degrees. And it's also a large number because that is the number where tipping risks are starting to increase. And if we would even cross 2 degrees, then we would be in a very high risk zone for these tipping elements, meaning that the Amazon rainforest would be under threat, the AMOC would be under threat, and the large ice sheets on parts of the Antarctic ice sheet and Greenland.
Okay, so tipping points. You're talking a lot about them. They seem like a really big deal. For people that are not scientists, haven't heard this topic before, how can you explain what a tipping point is?
Yeah, you can imagine a tipping point being a system in the earth that functions as follows. So imagine you have a glass of water on the table and you push the water a little bit further to the edge of the table. Nothing happens. So, and as you push further, you increase global warming, you push it further to the edge of the table, and at some point, at some level of global warming, you push it across the edge, it will fall. It's from itself down to the floor and crash. And that's a tipping point then. And examples for these tipping points are 1 to 3 degrees for the Greenland ice sheet, cross these levels of global warming, lose the Greenland ice sheet, 7 meters of sea level rise. Similar for the Amazon rainforest, 1.5, 2, 3, 4 degrees cross these levels of global warming, lose the Amazon rainforest.
And so, yes, tell me what would it mean for this glass to be pushed off the table for the Amazon? What would happen to the forest? And if you can tell us, is it just a temperature thing or are there other factors that contribute to that?
Yeah, for the Amazon rainforest, and you hit the nail here, there are actually two different factors that are important. One is indeed the global warming, but the other one is the deforestation. And the newest science shows that levels of deforestation beyond 20% are very risky, together with global warming values beyond 1.5 degrees. And just to give you a feeling, we're now at levels of global warming 1.4. Deforestation levels are at 18%, so we're narrowly close to a high risk zone for the Amazon rainforest. And a tipped Amazon rainforest would mean it cannot sustain itself anymore. So there is this water cycle that conditions the Amazon rainforest itself, and that is then interrupted and means that large parts of the rainforest are then at risk.
All right, that is, so you have deforestation pushing with one hand, you have climate change pushing with another hand, and we're very close to the edge of the table with the Amazon. And then, let's say the Amazon reaches this tipping point. What does that mean to the rest of the world? Does it have an impact on other things?
So, yeah, we are close to the lower bounds of this tipping point. There's a little bit of uncertainty. It could also survive 2 degrees, but we're now entering this risk zone. And if we lose significant parts of the Amazon rainforest, that would mean that we get global warming, we lose the entire consing of the Amazon. We also lose productivity, agriculture in the Amazon itself, because also already there is significant parts, the southern part of the Amazon rainforest, that are already used by agriculture. They get less water, less production, and that would also trickle down to remote regions of for instance, also to Germany and the European Union. Just think of Mercosur treaty that is currently being negotiated. So that would also have impacts there, higher food prices, and so on.
So one tipping point, if we reach that point, then it starts to domino effect.
Well, it could be a domino effect in terms then within other sectors, such as the economy, such as agricultural business. If we're talking only about climate dominoes, then it would be the exact opposite. We would start losing the ice sheet, get more meltdown, slow down the Atlantic Ocean, changing off atmospheric patterns, and putting the Amazon rainforest even under more threat. So it is essentially sheets initiate a cascading transition, ocean currents transmit them, and the last ones who suffer most is then the biosphere element, such as the Amazon rainforest.
Okay, and we've heard the Secretary General, but many scientists talk about overshooting 0.5. But I've also heard scientists saying we can come back. How do you explain that? How can that happen?
Maybe imagine an overshoot as follows. You put an ice cube out of the fridge, put it on the table, and if you're quick enough, you can put it back. So your ice cube is safe, it's fine. Just overshot your melting temperature for a short while. But you wait too long, your ice cube melts down, water's on the table, and good luck to bring that back into a cube form. And this is an overshoot of a tipping point. And getting back that ash essentially means not only going back to 5 degrees by the end of this century, it also is a longer-term commitment, going back to around 1 degree of global warming than in the longer run. Because some of the tipping elements, they start to be at 1 degree, such as the coral reefs, such as the Greenland ice sheet, or such as parts of the Arctic ice sheet.
And what needs to happen? What will bring the ice cube back to the refrigerator?
So there's essentially two things. One is we really need net zero emission. We need to mitigate until we reach that ideal by mid-century. And the second thing is that we need to achieve negative emissions. So on top of reaching net zero for the second half of the century, we need substantial amounts of negative emissions to get us back down to 1.5 degrees up front or till the end of the century.
What are the things that we need to do to get that ice cube back on the fridge?
We need to do several things. So first of all, to get to give the system a chance at all, we need to stop deforestation in the Amazon rainforest. We need to stop overfishing in the coral reefs. We need to stop human-made fires in the boreal forests. That's one. The second thing is we also, as we discussed, we need to go down to net zero emissions. We need to phase out all fossil fuel. We need to go down, get to renewable energies as one of key positive tippings, and we need sustainable systems, and lastly, sustainable transportation systems.
Perfect. And so we're here at Planetary Science Pavilion, where I think we're experiencing global warming like it's like a lab, where the temperatures are super hot, as you can see by the sweat on our faces. I think it's a signal that we are leaving this reality, and we need to do everything we can to bring the temperatures down, phase out fossil fuels, to end deforestation, and it has a lot of other benefits that come with it. And the science is clear. It's been saying this for years and years and just getting better and better. And we hope that negotiators here and countries can get together and deliver a really strong result, listening to the scientists, listening to civil society, and all the advocates that are working for Go. Thank you very much, Nico. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
I'm here at COP30 with Bertrand Piccard. He's the chairman and the founder of the Impulse Foundation. And Bertrand, you came to the COP with new reports. And what do you achieve with these reports, and how are you planning on spreading them?
The first time I brought solutions, it was not enough. So I brought profitable solutions, and it was not enough. So I brought business cases, and it's not enough. So now I bring a new way to invest and finance the efficiency through a third part. And that's something that we have made together with the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. You have the promoter of solution who can go to a client, install the solution for free, because it's an investment fund who is paying for it. So there's no limit. Everybody can have an efficient solution installed. And he will reimburse to the investment fund according to a part of his money saving. When you save energy or you save resources, you save money. So this is we have here, energy efficiency, the silent money maker. And we write efficiency with a euro sign, really to show it's not only a question of being clean, being climate neutral, it's also at the same time a question of being profitable, and that's how to attract the economy and the industry.
Thank you. This is really impressive, and as you pointed out, this is the first report, but this you keep pushing. So how has this report been received so far at Belém?
You come with the proof of profitability and the proof of how to fund it, you start to be listened to. Because you are not coming the idealistic man who says nature is beautiful, we have to protect it. You come very down to earth solutions that are profitable with the financial world supporting it. And at the end of the year, we should announce the first 300 million euros for this investment fund as a lighthouse project. And if it goes well, we'll continue and reach 17 billion, leveraging 65 billion to have 350,000 SMEs. So something that is really serious.
This is actually very impressive. So, Bertrand, would you say that energy efficiency, in your view, is the priority here for nations and also cities and businesses if they want to secure their economies?
Efficiency should be the priority because it's also efficiency of water, efficiency of resources, efficiency for food. If you waste food, you waste the energy that's been used to produce the food. The efficiency in which you manage the waste and the circular economy, because if you throw away the resources, it's much more expensive and polluting, make them again.
So let's talk also a bit about adaptation and mitigation. The versus actually adaptation versus mitigation, because is there still time to talk about mitigation these days, or should you just work on adaptation only?
You will never have me to speak about adaptation. Never. Because I still believe that we can do it with mitigation. Of course, some adaptation will have to be made, but not me. I want to bring the solution to mitigate, be efficient, to push all the economy and the financial and political world into the solutions and the implementation of solutions that will reduce climate change, that will protect the environment, reduce pollution. This is really what we have to do. Because, you know, it's not only adaptation to climate change. If you continue to have pollution everywhere, just pollution of the air, it kills 8 million people per year. And this is not climate change. So fossil fuels are not only climate change. It's also pollution, it's also loss of biodiversity. We have to act very tangible ways and not lose the battle, not believe that we are losing.
Bertrand, what is the view of the COP process? And you said this is the, I know many reports you brought into this, to the COPs, and now you're just elevating and pushing more and more. So what can you say about the process here? Are you hopeful?
You know what Einstein would say after 30 COP? He would say madness is when you do all the same thing and you wonder why you don't have a different result. It's ridiculous. Now we have to do the COPs completely differently. It should not be about speaking of how to decarbonize because it frightens everybody. It should be about how to modernize. If you modernize, you bring new solutions, you are more efficient, you're more modern, you're more profitable, and decarbonization comes as the logical consequence of modernization. So if you have all the countries around the table, all the solutions on the table, and specialists would discuss with all the countries which solution would be good for which country, which type of economy, which type of climate, which type of society, which type of government. And every evening, they would go out of the room, speak to the NGOs and say, look, this is what we have decided. All these 100 solutions, they will be implemented. And then the NGOs would say, okay, it's enough or it's not enough. And every day they would come back with implementing new solutions, modernizing the countries, having the support of the ministers of economy and industry who would participating in the discussions, not only environmental ministers. And you change completely the logic because you give something that is bringing hope, that is bringing progress, that is bringing success, and not something like today which is bringing sacrifice and a lot of spending and cost of money.
I heard you speak about this shift of terms Paris during Change Now, and I was very inspired, and I actually quote you on many occasions on this, but do you think this is actually feasible to change the process?
Yes, because I learned that as a pioneer, nothing is really possible on the long run. You need to change the way you act, and then you will have completely other results, and things that seem impossible become completely possible. And when you have the backlash against the environment about climate action, it's a huge backlash. Why are we experiencing that now? Because the narrative that was perceived about ecology was sacrificial and expensive, boring and degrowing the economy. Who wants that? Nobody in the world of the economy and the public. So now they got united against, around, not against, they united around banner of the Trump administration to say, you have been threatening the economy with your climate action, we don't want climate action anymore. So it's exactly the right moment to go back and say, we heard you, you don't want to sacrifice the economy and we understand it. So now here is how to support the economy, make more profit by being more efficient, because if you save energy and resources, you save money. You will sell all the technologies to be efficient. You'll sell that everywhere in the world and you'll create new jobs because you need people to implement it. I think that's the language that we have to address. Our opponents are maybe not completely wrong. They have been scared by the wrong narrative. Let's bring a new narrative that is optimistic.
It's fascinating, this sort of completely different way of looking at it, but I enjoy it. So Bertrand, you're venturing on a new adventure. You've had several. So could you please sign us off by telling us about this new adventure?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when I flew around the world with the Breitling Orbiter 3 balloon, it was non-stop, but a lot of emissions because I was burning propane gas. Then with Solar Impulse, it was zero emission with a solar-powered airplane, but there were 16 stopovers. There is one flight that has never been achieved in the world and in the history of aviation. It's non-stop, around the world, zero emission. And this is what we are trying now to achieve with the Climate Impulse project. It's a liquid hydrogen plane, green hydrogen produced with completely renewable electricity. And we will carry this liquid hydrogen at minus 253 degrees, close to the absolute zero. And we have to keep it in very well insulated tanks for 9 days, because the flight around the world non-stop will be 9 days. So we're in the middle of the construction, and I hope that one day I can use this plane to come to a COP.
That would be amazing. Well, it was always amazing talking to you about Tambika, and best of luck with your all the things you're achieving. Thank you.
With pleasure. Always with pleasure.
Welcome back. We have been talking about health here today during our broadcast. And I mean, the climate crisis is very much a health crisis. It's a health crisis for humans, but it's also a health for our planet. And now we're going to hear a presentation how well or sick our planet currently are feeling with a planetary health check. And we will hear directly from Professor Johan Rockström with us here right now that will give an update, and we will talk more about this after the presentation. So welcome to our stage, Johan.
Thank you so much, Ingmar. Great to be with you. And what I want to do is to give you a scientific update, indeed, of the Planetary Health Check 2025. But I want to do that in the context also of why we need to bring the planet into the climate negotiations here in Belém, and to kind of connect it with why we've now come to a point where it won't be enough to just do an energy transition, but really go all the way towards a safe landing within safe planetary boundaries. And I assume that the first slide is, I can just go. Yeah, thanks. So to begin with, we have ample scientific evidence today that we are not only in the Anthropocene, meaning that we're the dominating force of change on planet Earth. We are, in terms of speed and scale of exponential hockey sticks in the wrong direction, deep into the Anthropocene. We are now at a point where we are at the peak of biophysical processes that are hitting hardwired functioning of the stability of the planet itself. And what you see here is the 2025 update on all the great acceleration curves. And unfortunately, we meet here in Belém at COP30, and all the curves continue looking as you see on the screen. The blue curves are the socioeconomic pressures. The green curves are the environmental impacts on the planet. You have the carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases, of course, but you also have the undermining of the carbon uptake capacity in the biosphere from loss of biodiversity, land system change, ocean acidification, all undermining ecological functions in the Earth system. We're just now publishing also the 2025 State of the Climate Report, which is connected to the report that was launched here in Belém yesterday, the Global Carbon Project's annual update on the global carbon budget, but also the latest Copernicus assessments of emissions in 2025. And unfortunately, I can tell you, it's dire reading. Number one, emissions continue rising. We are in 2025 projected to still rise emissions by 1% this year. This is a very, very bad result, given that we knew already in 2017 that we needed to bend the global curves latest 2020 to follow the carbon law of cutting emissions by half by 2030 to have a chance of bringing us back to a safe climate future within the climate planetary boundary of staying below 1.5 degrees. What you see here is a confirmation that also methane continue rising, nitrous oxide continue rising, air pollutants continue rising. The lower left-hand curve here is the one that worries me most, which is that the Earth's energy imbalance also continue rising faster than we had expected. So we have so much heat in the pipeline. That means that even if we turned off emissions today, we are inevitably inevitably going to breach 1.5 or very likely breach 1.5 degrees Celsius within the next 5 to 10 years. And then to overshoot, which still allows us to come back by the end of this century, but I'll try to explain how we can come back. But look at that graph further to the right, which is a bit of a reminder of the basis for the planetary boundary health check analysis. You have 10,000 years of time. You have temperature on the y-axis. The global mean surface temperature is, the zero line is the pre-industrial 14 degrees Celsius planet. To begin with, a reminder, the last 10,000 years have been this remarkably stable climate on planet Earth, 14 degrees Celsius plus minus 0.5 degrees Celsius. 0.5 is the maximum variability. So 14.5 is actually the warmest temperature on Earth since we left the last ice age. Now, as you see this vertical spike, it's the Industrial Revolution. It's our journey of fossil fuel burning into the globalized economy of today. We are at 1.4 degrees Celsius today. We're heading towards 2.5 degrees Celsius if we implement all the nationally determined contributions that are here at COP30 in Belém. But we are actually in a business as usual pathway all the way up to 3 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. And that's what you see on that graph to the right. Now, just a reminder again, 3 degrees Celsius, the last time we had that temperature on planet Earth, you have to go outside of the Quaternary. You're actually 4 million years back to find a planet with an equivalent heat level on planet Earth. So there's absolutely no scientific evidence whatsoever that we can cater for a world, the world as we know it, on a planet that actually warms beyond even 2 degrees Celsius. 2 degrees Celsius is the highest temperature on Earth over the past 3 million years, the entire Quaternary. So that is one of the bases for why we need a planetary health check. And we use this data you see on the graph here as a reference point to measure the safe planetary boundaries. Now, what is worrying us even more right now is also that the rate of warming is showing signs of accelerating. Now, that is new findings. You see here that the last 10 years show a tendency of a very significant increased rate of warming in the atmosphere on the left graph and in the ocean on the right-hand side. Well, this is what we bring to Belém. The consequence of this is that we have to accelerate our way away from fossil fuels even faster than we had thought previously. Now, why is this happening? That is what makes us currently having to seriously consider revisiting the climate sensitivity of the planet, and for having a planetary health check is essential also in the climate negotiations. The reason for the accelerated rate of warming is very likely, that's ongoing research, what you see here on screen. One part is change in forcing. Well, it's the forcing because of accelerated rate of fossil fuel emissions, and it's still increasing, but it's leveling off. It has to be related to reductions in pollution. We're cleaning our cities. We're having effective policies for commercial shipping. And this is a paradoxical effect that it is fantastic for reducing premature death among humans, among us. However, it actually has an abrupt impact on bumping up warming rates because aerosols not interact clouds to create more reflective shading, but it also reflects immediately incoming solar radiation. But the trick is that that not explain the entire rate of warming. It also is very likely related to feedbacks. And feedbacks is what really worries us, because that is an indication of low resilience in the Earth system. And the feedbacks are also increasingly understood. One is changes in albedo. The planet is getting darker. The planet is actually absorbing more heat. This is because of melt, because of changes in forest cover. But it can also be related to the indications we see that the carbon uptake on land is going down. Because we're breaching planetary boundaries on biodiversity and land and freshwater, forests like the Amazon rainforest, temperate forests in Canada and Scandinavia, the boreal forests in the Arctic, are showing signs of reduced carbon uptake capacity. Permafrost thawing, ocean heat flows, potentially also related to approaching tipping points. So all this is what makes us really worried, because that is a sign of rising sensitivity of the system. In addition to that, we have the tipping element systems that we're therefore potentially approaching. Here you have the 16 tipping systems that we have scientifically mapped. 6 of them are up in the Arctic. You have the AMOC, the Amazon rainforest, the 3 in Antarctica, Antarctic ice sheet being the most sensitive one, the low altitude coral reef systems. And all of these have been mapped scientifically, and they have quantifications, which you see on the screen right now. The red burning embers here is the range of uncertainty in science. Darker the red, the further to the right, the higher the confidence levels of pushing the system across a tipping point. The circles you see here are the median average point, meaning that's the likely temperature at which the system will cross a threshold. This is evidence we used for the planetary health. This is the evidence we used to provide scientific proof that 1.5 degrees Celsius is not a goal, it's not a target, it's a limit, it's a planetary boundary. Because look at the top 6 here that have all their median assessments at 1.5 degrees Celsius, admittedly with wide ranges of ability or uncertainty. Still, the Greenland ice sheet, West Antarctic ice sheet, abrupt thawing of permafrost, collapse of tropical coral reef systems, livelihood base for, between 200 and 500 million people in the world, collapse of the Labrador Sea Current, collapse of sea ice. All of them are in this range between 1.5 and 2. So this is what adds up to the concern here in Belém, that the rate of warming is going faster than we thought. It could be related with a planet that's going down in resilience, and we are approaching tipping points that would bump up warming even further. So this, of course, means that we need to have a planetary health check. The Amazon basin is one of the tipping element systems where the health check is fundamental. Just to give you that example, look at this map. The red color is the deforestation of the Amazon basin. 17% of the forest cover is lost. Climate science shows that the risk of crossing a tipping point is at 3 to 5 degrees Celsius of warming. Let's see if you get that. You are. But if you factor in that we're breaching the biodiversity bound, we're breaching deforestation boundary, land system change, we are changing hydrology. This means that the temperature at the Amazon basin may flip over and irreversibly drift over from a healthy rainforest to a bush savanna is already somewhere between 1 and 2 degrees Celsius of warming. This means we're very close to tipping point, even in the Amazon, because of multiple breaching of multiple planetary boundaries simultaneously. That would be a disaster for communities in Brazil, in Colombia, in Peru, in the entire basin. But it would also have an impact across the entire world, because this is a carbon sink of over 100 gigatons of carbon. We have also the AMOC. The AMOC also has a very high temperature of risk. It's uncertain between 3 and 5 degrees Celsius of warming, but we have observations that it's slowing down. This is the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, one of the 3 thermohaline pumps that drives the heat exchange in the ocean as one of the regulating systems for the climate on planet Earth. It's slowing down, as you see from this blue blob just south of the tip of Greenland. It is slowing down because the melting of the Greenland ice sheet and precipitation changes, which dilutes heavy density saline surface water that flows in the red curve you see here from the Southern Ocean. This means that it sinks slower, slows down the AMOC, and we know that this, unfortunately, is a tipping point system that has collapsed in the past. And now we have ample or number of studies that have come out after the IPCC assessment showing that we cannot rule out a shutdown of the AMOC even this century. And the latest paper actually puts the risk all the way, if you look at the right-hand corner here, even at intermediate emission rates, the likelihood of an AMOC shutdown this century is as high as 37% in this latest modeling run. Now, this is, of course, a likelihood or a probability which is totally unacceptable, given that the impact will be catastrophic at the global level. So you can imagine that this is a rich set of data to support the need to define a safe operating space within the planetary boundaries for a stable Earth system that can support life as we know it. Here you have the 9 planetary boundaries, the basis for the whole planetary health check. I show this graph because this is where we were. 150 years ago, we were right at the safe space on a healthy, Holocene, resilient planet. Today, here we are. 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries are outside of their safe operating space. So, everything I've told you so far is no surprise, because that's exactly what we expect when you breach the boundaries, because we're undermining the resilience of the planet, not only climate, through climate forcing, but also through the undermining of the carbon uptake capacity and the buffering capacity of the biosphere. Now, this is why we brought this now to a new challenge for science, that we say, well, oh my God, we have a planetary crisis on our watch. We cannot update the science just every 7th year, which is what we've done over the past 15 years. We have to do it every year. And here you have it. We bring Mother Earth, the sick patient, to the doctor each year for a planetary health check. That's why we use this blood sample test equivalent to really hammer home the message. So here you have the 9 planetary boundaries, the safe levels in the green. The yellow's range here is the range of uncertainty in science. I call that the danger zone. We don't know if things go wrong there, but they can go wrong. And go deeper into the red, you have a high likelihood of causing irreversible changes for life support on Earth. It's not equivalent to a tipping point, but you move closer to risks of causing irreversible changes. And here we are with the 2025 update. Only 2 of the boundaries are in the green, safe blood sample diagnostic. Stratospheric ozone layer, which was in the red in the 1980s, was brought back as the world listened to science, signed the Montreal Protocol, and deviated away from existential risks. The second one is air pollutants, which I told you earlier has this Faustian bargain, to quote Jim Hansen. It is really good for human health, but it's actually bumping up warming as a forcing right now. All the others are outside, and they're still moving in the direction. If you add all this up, you end up with a conclusion that we are in danger, we're outside the safe space, but we're still in this uncertainty range. The window is open to turn this around, but closing quickly. We need to move fast in a transformation, and this is the journey. This is what our message is to Belém close. Phase out the fossil fuels in gray by 2050, transform the food system, net source, the dark brown wedge you see here, to net sink, in kind of reddish color, scale CDR in orange, and particularly bring us back to the safe space on all the nature boundaries, green on land and blue in the ocean. It's a sustainability transformation. It has to happen fast. We have the solutions. They can be scaled, but boy, it is really urgent and transformation that has to happen at very large and rapid scale. So with that, I hand back to you, Ingmar, and looking forward to a bit of discussion on it. Thank you.
So Johan, when I listen to you, I don't wish you were my doctor, because the planetary health check doesn't really, I mean, it's very worrisome. And I have listened to you many times, and this presentation is not getting more positive, it's getting darker. Before this COP meeting, there were letters published by Gates telling that we need to also focus on many other things, that we can't only go for climate. What's your take on that letter?
Yeah, thanks, Ingmar. No, I'm really disappointed and quite surprised, because I mean, Bill Gates has had this push for a long time, investing in poverty alleviation, human health, but also engaging increasingly in climate and doing that from a technology perspective. Today, we know that we're so deep into the climate crisis that is hitting so hard on poverty and in human health that you cannot separate the two. Actually, if we do not address climate change heads on, which means remove what's causing climate change, which is fossil fuel burning and ecosystem degradation, we will undermine and lose all the investments in health and poverty alleviation, which means that even the legacy of Bill Gates himself will get lost along the way. So we have no choice. We have to address climate change, poverty alleviation, and human health simultaneously and at a global scale. That's the point we've reached. And while I'm at it, I mean, there's also this tendency in this memo that he put out that we can hand temperatures above 2 degrees Celsius of warming. Well, I can say that that is not in line with the latest science. We have not seen temperatures above 2 degrees Celsius on planet Earth over the past 3 million years. We have only been around as modern humans on planet Earth for 250,000 years.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely no support for that work. Actually, the latest published research shows that 2 billion people already at 2 degrees Celsius will live in regions of life-threatening heat. So, you know, you'll find enormous social destabilization if you would allow that to happen.
I was also quite surprised of that letter. And I'm thinking, I mean, Bill Gates, he should know the science. I mean, I have spoken differently before. What do you think made him change his mind? Is he scared of Donald Trump coming after him, or what do you think is the motive?
Well, of course, it's my speculation only, but I think definitely unfortunate that this is an adaptation to the Trump administration and its assault, not only on science, but its assault on global collaboration on human health initiatives. That this has to do with Bill Gates, you know, work on vaccine, on malaria, on tuberculosis, on infectious disease alleviation, and that he's kind of tactically trying to do what he can to avoid the risks that the federal government starts undermining the investments that also the Gates Foundation have been doing over the years. That could be one reason, but it's unhelpful. I mean, why should you and I spend time debunking things that have been debunked decades ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's time to listen to scientists and not billionaires to solve this.
Definitely, and work with billionaires like Bill Gates to solve problems. And I think that the work that he's been doing on green technology and innovation is a very positive contribution to decarbonize, not only the economy, but also help developing countries to move away and move into more resilient, decarbonized lifestyles, which I think he has a tremendous opportunity to contribute to. So it's a very unnecessary step.
Yeah, and he's still doing some investments. It's not that he's giving up. It's just a bit schizophrenic. But that seems to be the playbook for many leaders nowadays. They are doing great stuff, like here in Brazil. The government have done a lot to decrease deforestation, but on the same time they allowed new oil drilling just 2 weeks before this COP meeting.
No, you know, this schizophrenia is not only among the billionaires in the private sector, it's particularly among governments around the world. They're playing double games still. And this is what we need to call out very clearly also from science, because, you know, we don't have time for that. We need to, the only way to have any chance of a manageable climate future is that 100% of the finance, 100% of the investments, and 100% of the business move in a direction aligns with the science. We can have, you know, a minority little pipeline of activity that tries to do something good and build power plants and continue running a fossil fuel-driven mainstream economy on the other side. And that would still believe that this is some kind of linear incremental journey. It's not. It is exponential, and it's transformative, and it's global level.
I had a Norwegian climate minister here yesterday that I interviewed, and he was very supportive of that we need to, you know, level the climate action and the time for etc. I asked about the schizophrenic in Norway, because they're doing great on like electric cars, etc., but they are also drilling more oil. And his kind of reason were that as long as we're capturing the oil, when we burn the oil, it's not a problem. It's not the oil that is a problem. We just need to capture it. I had some arguments. Norway have been doing this for 30 years. When they drill oil, they capture the oil that are emitted while they're drilling, but they're really capturing it and burned other places. He said that will not happen because you have the EU carbon trading system, etc. What's your view on the Norway approach? Is it a realistic approach, or is it totally unrealistic, or somewhere in between?
It's in short, it's not realistic, and the data is very clear on this. And the reason why it's realistic is that we've run out of carbon budget. There's been no space left. the remaining carbon budget down to 130 tons of carbon dioxide to have a 50% chance of coming back to 1.5 after overshoot. And that is equivalent to 4 years of emissions today. So there's no room for new oil or new gas or new coal anywhere in the world.
But if you capture this,
I'll come to that. 130 gigatons of carbon dioxide, nobody can follow a pathway within that budget. That would require that we shut down the global economy within the next 5 years, okay? So the only reason, and this is, nobody really understands this fully, but the only reason why science can offer an orderly phase of fossil fuels, meaning, for example, the most ambitious climate policy in the world is the one Norway has signed on to, which is the European Green Deal, which is 90% reductions by 2045, which is 50% reductions by 2035. Nobody is as ambitious. But that pathway, which is very ambitious, which requires 5% reductions per year, can only be achieved by factoring in massive carbon dioxide removal in the goals. So you actually net carbon budget of 130. Nobody can stay within it. So the models then add carbon dioxide removal technologies to give a gross budget, which is roughly 500 billion tons of carbon dioxide. And therefore, what Norway needs to do is to phase out for fuels in a record speed and do CCS. So you have to do both, because the models have already factored in assumptions that will be able to scale carbon dioxide removal to the order of 5 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year from basically 2040 onwards until the end of the century, in order to allow for this early phase out of fossil fuels, thereby hold the 1.5 degrees Celsius line. So there is simply no way that you can say that, well, we continue with oil, we increase that, as long as we do it in a kind of a zero carbon way, because the removed carbon is part of the carbon component, which is in the CR accounts, which is there to allow for the orderly phase out in the first, in the first step. So unfortunately, 20 years ago it could have worked, but today it doesn't work anymore. And just to make things even more sharp here, not even that is enough, because in models, in the IPCC models, that gives us this orderly phase out and chance to hold 1.5, there's also an assumption that the global food system will go from source to sink, which is also factored in, which has also been there to give us this gross budget. If we fail with the food system transition, there's even less room for oil and gas.
Yeah. And this is a very good argument. I will try to bring you together next time, because when you hear a politician talking, they're really good at talking, but always good at following the reality.
Sure, and this interesting argument that I often hear from Norwegian politicians that, we drew the cleanest oil in the world. So therefore, as long as the demand in the world, we should supply, because we have the cleanest production system. And the problem is, when everyone thinks like that, we'll never close the budget.
No. You're here as co-chair of a new initiative, the Planetary Science Pavilion. And it's the first time it's a pavilion for science that are working together with the COP presidency. Can you tell how you're doing this in a concrete level? And are you hopeful this COP will work differently? The nations actually will listen to you and your colleagues.
Yeah. So let me answer that in two parts. And on the first part, yes, it's a first step. For the first time, there is from the COP president, and instructed myself and Professor Carlos Nobre, leading Amazon climate scientists here in Brazil, to set up a science pavilion. So Planetary Science Pavilion is here to raise the voice of science, but also to be a scientific guide to help support negotiations as we move along. And we're early in the negotiations, but actually, right from our discussion here, I'll go straight back, and we're having a meeting with science to make the first science statement to assess the discussion so far from a scientific perspective, and then, of course, as we move on. So it's a bit too early to say if it will succeed, but what I can say is that, it has already, attracted a lot of attention from the scientists here, but also a very well-curated program where we're releasing the latest scientific reports relevant, like the global carbon budget, the 10-year insights climate science, the 10 must-knows and resilience. We have very important climate finance discussion today on how to enable de-risk the phasing out of coal in developing countries. And it's great that we can partner with you also, that we don't have time to kind of really reach out with the science. Whether or not we'll really succeed, because success, in my view, is not to have a great program,
No.
The success is really to influence what's happening in the negotiation. So let's see.
Are you positive, negative, or somewhere in between? But what is your kind of thinking now?
With regards to the Science Pavilion, I'm actually quite optimistic. I think we are in a very good position, and there's a constructive atmosphere, and there's a strong support from the presidency. So André Correa-Dolago and Anatone and the team, they really want this to succeed. So I think that is good. And I also think actually that so far the discussions here in Belém have not derailed in any way. There's no big hiccups, and I think that's also a sign of a well-prepared presidency. So let's see how it moves along. But there's a lot at stake here, because we need a roadmap for fossil fuel phase-out and a concrete path to invest in nature. And let's see if we can take it all the way to that point.
I really hope we will, but what I feel already is that this is a cup of truth. So a failure means that the truth will get out there, and I think more and more people are starting to understand that we can't just be passive in the climate crisis. We need to step up for the health of our planet, and maybe it's time to listen to the scientists instead of billionaires when we try to solve this problem. You're not going away now, because we have another session with you that's all about making business step up and act according to science. So you will be back, and I will invite my co-moderator here after we have played a short video, and you will take over. So stay with us.
Welcome to the Exponential Business Playbook launch, hosted by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and we don't have time. And the Exponential Roadmap Business Playbook was first launched in 2020 by Johan Falk and also Johan Rockström. And we're delighted to have both of you here in the studio. And we also have a guest from IKEA, Shiran Ragopal. And I know, Johan Rockström, you have to leave a little bit earlier into the session that was planned, but that's the way it works in COP when you're on Rockström, so that's fine. But we'll continue without you until the end of the panel. So, Johan Falk, I'm going to hand it straight over to you to save some time to tell us about the background of Exponential Business Playbook and also the launch here, because this is the 2025 edition.
That is right. So we're very proud to launch this 2025 edition of the Exponential Business Playbook. The first edition, as you said, Katarina, was 5 years ago with Johan, Christiana Figueres at the World Economic Forum. And what was the reason why we developed this playbook? Well, basically for companies to simplify, for companies to translate science into concrete action. Basically moving from targets, but focusing on action and implementation. And it's now supported by companies representing $1 trillion and more than 2 million employees. It's a good development. Yeah.
It's really impressive. So, Johan, I know you have some slides that you want to show. So just get started. We're eager to see what it contains, the 2025 edition.
Thank you. I will just give some highlight of the Exponential Business Playbook. Of course, it's built on all work that's been done the last 5 years to integrate key standards, and it's aligned with input from companies as well as from scientists. And let's see. It's basically for a company, the starting point is that companies, as far as we see it, should be aligned with the 1.5 ambition to do their utmost. We need to do our utmost to keep global warming close to 1.5 as possible, minimize overshoot and come back to a safe operating space for humanity. And how do we translate that into company action? We develop over time this what we call exponential framework, where companies take action across 4 pillars, which is basically about reducing your own operational emissions, which is translate to 1 and 2, according to the GHG protocol. The second part is working across your value chain to decarbonize, both upstream, which could be shifting your supplier base to renewable energy, circular materials, your transportations, but also working downstream in terms of the use of your products to minimize energy usage. But what is quite unique in this framework is also that companies should focus on scaling up solutions, the up curves, and transform their products and portfolio to solutions which are aligned with the net zero future and set targets on how to scale up these solutions. And additionally, the pillar 4, which we added in the new edition, is also to mobilize finance and investment, which could be across the value chain. That could be in technologies in order to break through upstream and downstream. It could be in nature or carbon removals. And finally, companies influencing and shaping the policy narrative. So the framework goes across all these pillars, where you associate basically actions which are very concrete for companies to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan Falken. You didn't get to have your title presented. You are the CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, so people know who you are. Johan Rockström, you don't really acquire a special presentation, but I would like to ask you, why do you, as a leading climate scientist, support this initiative with the Business Playbook?
Well, there are a few reasons for that. I mean, one is actually, to be honest, by pure necessity, that science shows so clearly today that there is simply no room for linear incremental change anymore. Our only chance is to step on board across all sectors, across all geographies, exponential, transformative trajectories. We're simply running out of time. And because we have so much evidence that this is not a fantasy, it's not like a theory or utopia, it's something that can be succeeded. S-curves have been taking us in the wrong direction for a long time, but shifting that towards plans in the right direction. And what Johan just shared here is the most comprehensive and most quantitative framework to kind of guide that. And you know, if you combine the exponential framework that Johan just presented with the planetary boundary framework, these are all quantifications. And any economist will tell you that a quantification leads to a constraint. And a constraint is a finite budget. And a finite budget releases innovation, because that's how we've been driving our entire industrial journey for the past 150 years. And now we can constrain it with sustainability criteria. I mean, hard sustainability criteria. So that is why I think it's a necessity, but it's also something that can be constructively helping our transition towards, you know, more competitive, prosperous and secure futures. So it's a kind of a double, it's actually a double win in the end once you step on to that journey.
So Johan, how can companies move from taking small incremental steps to really following this curve and making it exponential? What can you say about this?
Well, I think in a way, well, IKEA, I would say, actually represents that. But I think what Johan hinted at, which is that, and we're moving in that direction. We have to move away from handling sustainability as something on the margins of a company and move right into the center of the boardroom. It has to be core business strategy. It has to be something on the CEO's mind every day. And it has to be in the culture of a company. It has to be something that drives from the floor all the way to the leadership, the innovation pathway, but also the scaling. And that's why, again, the exponential framework is so helpful, because it forces you to do the accounting from your, you know, the entire supply chain, basically. So I think that's integrated as part of your culture.
Johan, those of you that are working in the climate space, we have experienced some sort of backlash, of course, we all feel. So what is the significance of this playbook in addressing these topics in the business arena here, because they're also getting pushback from investors and from other policymakers, etc.?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And of course, we have to admit that there is pushback, and the pushback, of course, is a spill from the US, not least. You have actually populist movements and very egoistic short-termism arising also in Europe and elsewhere. So this is a challenge we have. At the moment, we want to know when we need to speed up, we are seeing headwinds or feeling headwinds. But that is why the exponential framework and that part becomes even more important, because there's there's exponential in the exponential itself, because we know that if you have a large and critical mass of actors can prove that this exponential journey actually is not sacrifice, a pathway to prosperity, then that can spill over into, feedback in other sectors. So I think the headwind feeling is actually a justification, making the exponential framework even more important.
Well, thank you very much, Rockster. Your assistant is looking at me now. So I think
also need to be exponential somewhere.
you have to be exponential all of these 2 weeks here. So thank you very much for taking time and joining us.
Thanks. See you around.
See you. So turning now to Ragopal, you have a wonderful title, you head of climate and air quality, which is of course completely integrated. So Shriram, IKEA Group is a member of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and you've been involved in the development of the playbook. So can you explain why it is important and so how it applies to the work that's being done at IKEA?
At IKEA, well, thank you so much for inviting us for the conversation. And at IKEA, we have been collaborating with Exponential Roadmap for a while now, and then we have been contributing to the previous edition of Playbook as well. And we that it is a really solid framework that any company can adopt and make their strategy much more holistic. And as Johan Strom, he was mentioning that climate strategy, nature strategy is to be business strategy, and this is one practical framework which companies can start applying towards themselves. And at IKEA, we have also, our strategy is called Net Zero Beyond, and it's a lot informed by the framework as such. So if I can just walk you through, when you showed the framework in terms of cutting operational emissions, cutting value emissions. At IKEA, also when we talk about Scope 1 and 2, committed to reducing our emissions by 82% in FY30 compared to FY16. When it comes to value and emissions, we are committed to reducing our Scope 3 emissions by 50% compared to baseline year FY16. And then on an overall IKEA level as well, we have come to halving emissions by FY30. So that covers the first two pillars, which was, again, that fits in really with what we wanted. We really welcome the pillar which has now been introduced in terms of climate solutions, because at IKEA as well, almost 80% of our emissions from materials, food ingredients, how products are used at home, and also how products are disposed after their use, whether they end up recycled, landfill, or incinerated. And I think this is really nice framework to start implementing, because we are looking for more climate solutions to implement, whether it is stream in the case of material that we use, or also in terms of it could be steel that we use, or it could be transportation in terms of electrification solutions that we use. So we find a lot of utility in terms of very clear framework, and I think till now stands have not been moving as far as possible to recognize climate solutions. And Exponential Map has played a fantastic role bringing this solution, which can clear framework for companies to follow. And just spending a little time on the number 4 and 5. At IKEA, we also call something as going beyond IKEA, where we want to not only look at our own operations, but to bring out this larger transformation in society, whether it is engaged in large-scale nature projects, in terms of, which not only remove and store, that's a side effect, but more in terms of rendering, talk to the nature agenda, talking to the water agenda, talking to the biodiversity agenda, but with all renders carbon removals and storage, which we also need at scale. Then also investing in climate solutions. We also need money going into new technologies, whether it is materials, transportation. So also very much resemble what we want to, and also least at all, but not last but not least, the policy part of it as well. One of the reasons why we are at COP is want to also contribute to shaping the new NDC 3.0, because it's a pivotal moment in time where the next, it will define the trajectory for the next 5-10 years. So we also want policies which align to the science of 0.5, and companies need to also reflect within their own strategy. So IKEA, we are very proud to partner with Exponential Roadmap and all to utilize this very handy playbook in a really nice manner to integrate this as one of the crucial steps on how to integrate this within the strategy.
Thank you, Ram. So would you say there is any of the 5 pillars that were prioritized for IKEA now?
We need to start putting a house in order. So we're really focused on one, but that doesn't mean that the other pillars are less important. So we are trying to accelerate action on all the pillars, but of course, making sure that the 2 pillars are the high factors that we need to secure before we go on. We see that there is all the pillars are complementary into each other.
Thank you. So you are, what really needed to make this, to have the, for the playbook really have an impact? The spread of it, the implementation of it, what do you say?
I think a key differentiator which we focus very much on, and which you mentioned, is to be successful for a company. You need to drive your goals, your transition plan and action from a business viewpoint, rather than just sort of delivering on your carbon targets when really hitting reality. So we see this as an opportunity for companies to, if they envision their zero value chain and role in their chain, and how would see it as an opportunity to actually grow the business and their competitive advantage over time. You should, as a company, take this holistic approach, which I think that the framework is really covering, and engage all your key functions. So the business innovation, product development, that pillar 3, and research and development, but also the CFO office, how you actually can allocate investments as well as policy affairs. And I would say that to be able to deliver on value chain decarbonization, scope 3, if you can't really see that you have barriers, you might have to approach it from another angle, actually invest in pillar 4 in the technology, the enabling technologies, and creating the right conditions through pillar 5. And we also think it's companies should be absolutely recognized if they do whatever they can in scope 1, 2, 3. You really care breakthrough, you should actually put action in pillar 4 and 5, get a full recognition of that.
So thank you. Just for viewers to understand the power of exponential rep initiative, how many companies are you working with?
We are have a little bit less of our leading companies, but our theory of change is very much. I say we work with the companies representing maybe 1% of the global economy from frontline, but it is to basically create frameworks, best guidance together with our some of the companies in the world like Kia and many others, to turn it into open source, so any company basically applies principles. That is our thinking, and we also then work a lot of the bigger networks like We Business Coalition and so on, in terms of scaling out some of these frontline ideas. So that is, I think, how we can maximize impact from our perspective.
So it's pretty much learning for front runners. That's
exactly, and building in their experiences in the frameworks, so that we can enable the overall transition and not stop with just pioneers and front runners. So open source philosophy and sharing everything is part of this strategy, as far as I see it, and incredibly important. And also the companies we work with have that approach as well, to keep things internally. Because we'll not succeed if just the front runners succeed. We can't achieve net zero or nature positive. As a company, we have to do it in the value chain, and even that isn't sufficient. We have to do that in the global community.
Indeed. Thank you, Anfax. Shriram, from the IKEA perspective, you've been a member for quite a while. So now when you have the, dropped it on the floor, actually go down, because I'd like to show for the audience here. It's not a very thick book, which I like, because it's going to be very easy to use. So, Shriram, will the employees of IKEA get this? Who will look through this book? Who will be using it from your perspective? I'm just going to. It's fairly short chapters, very clear and very nice layouted. So who's going to get it into IKEA, and how will the implementation of the business playbook look like?
I think it's from the board level, because again, it needs to be rooted on strategy level. It cannot just be circulated to our employees and expect things to happen. We need to take this and adopt and build into the strategy, anchor it on the strategy level. And for IKEA, for example, we have something called 3 roads forward, where sustainability is one of the 3 roads, and we have sort of put our strategy into that sustainability pillar. And then we sort of build ambassadors throughout the organization in terms of how to make each of these pillars more tangible in terms of actions that we need to take. And then we need to mobilize actions within the company, both within our ME base, but also with our suppliers, with the partners in the community we work, and also with our peers in terms of sharing our learnings. As you want to, Johan, need to really outsource this.
Yeah.
Thank you. That sounds very hands-on, and we like it, right? So, Falk, in terms of scaling now, this is the launch today, and what's going to happen to scale and get the out there?
Yeah, but first I just wanted to add to what Shriram said, that linked to the playbook, we also developed together with our partner a number of guidelines connected to different pillars, which is, for example, a carbon removal guideline, supplier engagement guideline, greening cash guideline, and also as part Pillar 3, a climate solutions framework. So there are a number of guidelines connected to the pillars and to the actions, which goes very much into precise detail, which is very important because the devil is in the detail when it comes to implementation. And we also apply this framework when we assess company onboard them to raise to zero through our climate performance review. So it's about 9 actions which we basically assess the companies on and provide guidance back to the companies on key gaps and key opportunities. Where we see big opportunities for our collaborative networks as well as companies scale out, playbook and the framework. But all now looking into, of course, that we will digitalize it and apply AI basically to make it even more easy for our type of companies to apply this on a global level. So that is thinking of the next step.
That's truly impressive. And also, I'd like to say that you can also look at on the exponential roadmap org page. It's going to be available to download from, right, Johan?
Correct. So it's available on our webpage to download as open source and apply it, as well as all the guidelines. They are open available for anyone to use.
Excellent. So Johan and Sham, if we sit here this year, not it might be Australia, we don't know quite yet. What impact do you think this playbook has had on business community? What are your hopes, Johan? And could you also share your perspective into IKEA? If you'd like to start first, Johan.
As I said, provides a tangible framework. And as Johan was mentioning, the devil is in the detail. So the overall aiming is really good. And then these guides that we have underneath, they provide really tangible acts which companies can start working with. And for me, 1 year from now, and for example, the car removals guide, something that we have sort of taken up and we have started working and benchmarking in terms of where should we land in years' time. And I would say 1 year from now, we should be making the high-level ambition in shorter term, clear goals. We need to have clear commitments, business as well. So it's not only which need to be translated into 1 year plans, 3 year plans, and we need to define clear ownership. And that's how I visualize it from an IEA perspective. And I would also like an exponential roadmap is a wonderful group of companies. How can we also take this forward to many companies outside network as well, so that this is a really nice framework which companies can start work at. So look forward to doing that, and hopefully there are more companies adopt this 1 year from now.
Thank you, Ram. So what are your hopes from the book if you would stand 2026 at the COP and look back? What have you achieved with the book?
Yeah, I think we, together with our companies and together with science, together with 100 experts, we developed this framework and the action guides, which are very powerful and both practical, realistic to implement, as well as very well anchored in science, which I think is a very combination. So I think the key point is really now work on how we can scale this out to many more companies. They can use this experience as a tool in order to accelerate their climate action. We have so many companies set targets, but need to transform this into transition plans, actions, implementations. And I think the way to do that is to really apply a more holistic framework. So you start from a business opportunity perspective, which I think do in the playbook, very much focusing on how you can build a competitive advantage, and by that delivering on your climate goals. And I think that's a key point, because that is what we need now. So to conclude, I think whatever we can do together with our partners to scale out these resources, that is what we'll focus on. I think we'll apply digitalization AI for that, which is a great opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Johan, for your continued efforts. You're really powering on in this field, and it's very impressive to see the effects of what you're doing here in this organization. So thank you very much for that. And just hold it again so people can see. Here we go, loud and clear. And thank you, Sham, very proud for your work at IKEA, joining us here in the studio today. And we'll just keep at it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is all from us here at the We Don't Have Time studio, the Climate Hub at COP30. But of course, we'll be back tomorrow with great content, great guests, and you can watch everything afterwards on wedon'thavetime.org. See our online interviews, our interviews, one-to-one interviews, and of course, our blog. So stay with us and please share our content so more people get informed, excited, and also engaged in the climate action that needs to take place. So see you tomorrow.